This is Audible. Time of Contempt. Written by Andrzej Sapkowski, translated from the Polish by David French, and read by Peter Kenny. Blood on your hands, Folker. Blood on your dress. Burn, burn, Folker, and die. Die in agony for your crimes. Vedimins, called witches among the Nordlings, QV, a mysterious and elite caste of warrior priests, probably an offshoot of the Druids, QV. In the folk consciousness, they are endowed with magical powers and superhuman abilities. Vedimins were said to fight evil spirits, monsters, and all manner of dark forces. In reality, since they were unparalleled in their ability to wield weapons, Vedimins were used by the rulers of the north in the tribal fighting they waged with each other. In combat, Vedimins fell into a trance brought on, it is believed, by auto-hypnosis or intoxicating substances, and fought with pure energy, being utterly invulnerable to pain or even grave wounds, which reinforced the superstitions about their superhuman powers. The theory, according to which Vedimins were said to have been the products of mutation or genetic engineering, has not found confirmation. Vedimins are the heroes of numerous Nordling tales. Compare F. Delanoy, Myths and Legends of the Nordlings. Effenberg and Talbot, Encyclopaedia Maxima Mundi, Volume 15. Chapter 1. When talking to youngsters entering the service, Applegat usually told them that in order to make their living as mounted messengers, two things would be necessary: a head of gold and an arse of iron. A head of gold is essential, Applegat instructed the young messengers, since in the flat leather pouch strapped to his chest beneath his clothing, the messenger only carries news of less vital importance, which could without fear be entrusted to treacherous paper or manuscript. The really important, secret tidings, those on which a great deal depended, must be committed to memory by the messenger and only repeated to the intended recipient, word for word, and at times those words are far from simple, difficult to pronounce, let alone remember. In order to memorize them and not make a mistake when they are recounted, one has to have a truly golden head. And the benefits of an arse of iron, oh, every messenger will swiftly learn those for himself. When the moment comes for him to spend 3 days and nights in the saddle, riding 100 or even 200 miles along roads or sometimes, when necessary, trackless terrain, then it is needed. No, of course, you don't sit in the saddle without respite. Sometimes you dismount and rest. For a man can bear a great deal, but a horse less. However, when it's time to get back in the saddle after resting, it's as though your arse were shouting, "Help! Murder!" "But who needs mounted messengers now, Master Applegat?" young people would occasionally ask in astonishment. "Take Vengerberg to Vizima. No one could knock that off in less than 4 or even 5 days, even on the swiftest steed. But how long does a sorcerer from Vengerberg need to send news to a sorcerer from Vizima? Half an hour, or not even that. A messenger's horse may go lame, but a sorcerer's message always arrives. It never loses its way. It never arrives late or gets lost. What's the point of messengers if there are sorcerers everywhere, at every kingly court? Messengers are no longer necessary, Master Applegat." For some time, Applegat had also been thinking he was no longer of any use to anyone. He was 36 and small, but strong and wiry, wasn't afraid of hard work, and had, naturally, a head of gold. He could have found other work to support himself and his wife, to put a bit of money by for the dowries of his 2 as yet unmarried daughters, and to continue helping the married one whose husband, the sad loser, was always unlucky in his business ventures. But Applegat couldn't and didn't want to imagine any other job. He was a royal mounted messenger, and that was that. And then, suddenly, after a long period of being forgotten and humiliatingly idle, Applegat was once again needed, and the highways and forest tracks once again echoed to the sound of hooves. Just like the old days, messengers began to travel the land, bearing news from town to town. Applegat knew why. He saw a lot and heard even more. It was expected that he would immediately erase each message from his memory once it had been given, that he would forget it, so as to be unable to recall it even under torture. But Applegat remembered. He knew why kings had suddenly stopped communicating with the help of magic and sorcerers. The news that the messengers were carrying was meant to remain a secret from them. Kings had suddenly stopped trusting sorcerers, stopped confiding their secrets in them. Applegat didn't know what had caused this sudden cooling off in the friendship between kings and sorcerers, and wasn't overly concerned about it. He regarded both kings and magic users as incomprehensible creatures, unpredictable in their deeds, particularly when times were becoming hard. And the fact that times were now hard could not be ignored, not if one travelled across the land from castle to castle, from town to town, from kingdom to kingdom. There were plenty of troops on the roads. With every step one came across an infantry or cavalry column, and every commander you met was edgy, nervous, curt, and as self-important as if the fate of the entire world rested on him alone. The cities and castles were also full of armed men, and a feverish bustle went on there day and night. The usually invisible burgraves and castellans now ceaselessly rushed along walls and through courtyards, angry as wasps before a storm, yelling, swearing, and issuing orders and kicks. Day and night, lumbering columns of laden wagons rolled towards strongholds and garrisons, passing carts on their way back, moving quickly, unburdened and empty. Herds of frisky 3-year-old mounts, taken straight out of stables, kicked dust up on the roads. Ponies, not accustomed to bits, nor armed riders, cheerfully enjoyed their last days of freedom, giving stable boys plenty of extra work, and other road users no small trouble. To put it briefly, war hung in the hot, still air. Applegat stood up in his stirrups and looked around. Down at the foot of the hill a river sparkled, meandering sharply among meadows and clusters of trees. Forests stretched out beyond it to the south. The messenger urged his horse on. Time was running out. He'd been on the road for 2 days. The royal order and mail had caught up with him in Haga, where he was resting after returning from Tretogor. He had left the stronghold by night, galloping along the highway, following the left bank of the Pontar, crossed the border with Temeria before dawn, and now, at noon of the following day, was already at the bank of the Ismena. Had King Foltest been in Vitsima, Applegat would have delivered him the message that night. Unfortunately, the king was not in the capital. He was residing in the south of the country, in Maribor, almost 200 miles from Vitsima. Applegat knew this. So, in the region of the White Bridge, he left the westward leading road and rode through woodland towards Ellender. He was taking a risk. The Scoia'tael continued to roam the forests, and woe betide anyone who fell into their hands or came within arrow shot. The Scoia'tael, commonly known as the Squirrels, are non-human gorillas, predominantly elves. Their ranks also include halflings and dwarves, and they are so named due to their habit of attaching squirrel tails to their caps or clothing. Allied with Nilfgaard, motivated by the racism of men, they fight all humans in the northern kingdoms. But a royal messenger had to take risks. Such was his duty. He crossed the river without difficulty. It hadn't rained since June, and the Ismena's waters had fallen considerably. Keeping to the edge of the forest, he reached the track leading southeast from Vitsima towards the dwarven foundries, forges and settlements in the Mahakam Mountains. There were plenty of carts along the track, often being overtaken by small mounted units. Applegat sighed in relief. Where there were lots of humans, there weren't any Scoia'tael. The campaign against the guerrilla elves had endured in Temeria for a year, and, being harried in the forests, the Scoia'tael commandos had divided up into smaller groups. These smaller groups kept well away from well-used roads and didn't set ambushes on them. Before nightfall, he was already on the western border of the Duchy of Ellender, at a crossroads near the village of Zavada. From here, he had a straight and safe road to Maribor, 42 miles of hard, well-frequented forest track, and there was an inn at the crossroads. He decided to rest his horse and himself there. Were he to set off at daybreak, he knew that, even without pushing his mount too hard, he would see the silver and black pennants on the red roofs of Maribor Castle's towers before sundown. He unsaddled his mare and groomed her himself, sending the stable boy away. He was a royal messenger, and a royal messenger never permits anyone to touch his horse. He ate a goodly portion of scrambled eggs with sausage and a quarter of a loaf of rye bread, washed down with a quart of ale. He listened to the gossip, of various kinds. Travellers from every corner of the world were dining at the inn. Aplegat learned there had been more trouble in Dol Angra. A troop of Lyrian cavalry had once again clashed with a mounted Nilfgaardian unit. Meve, the queen of Lyria, had loudly accused Nilfgaard of provocation, again, and called for help from King Demavend of Aedion. Traitagor had seen the public execution of a Redanian baron who had secretly allied himself with emissaries of the Nilfgaardian emperor, Emhyr. In Caedwyn, Scoia'tael commandos, amassed into a large unit, had orchestrated a massacre in Fort Leda. To avenge the massacre, the people of Ard Kara had organized a pogrom, murdering almost 400 non-humans residing in the capital. Meanwhile, the merchants travelling from the south described the grief and mourning among the Cintran emigrants gathered in Temeria under the standard of Marshal Visigerd. The dreadful news of the death of Princess Cirilla, the lion cub, the last of the bloodline of Queen Calanthe, had been confirmed. Some even darker, more foreboding gossip was told, that in several villages in the region of Aldersburg, cows had suddenly begun to squirt blood from their udders while being milked, and at dawn the virgin vein, harbinger of terrible destruction, had been seen in the fog. The wild hunt, a spectral army galloping across the firmament, had appeared in Brugge, in the region of Brokilon Forest, the forbidden kingdom of the forest dryads. And the wild hunt, as is generally known, always heralds war. And a spectral ship had been spotted off Cape Bremervoord, with a ghoul on board, a black knight in a helmet, adorned with the wings of a bird of prey. The messenger stopped listening. He was too tired. He went to the common sleeping chamber, dropped onto his pallet, and fell fast asleep. He arose at daybreak, and was a little surprised as he entered the courtyard. He was not the first person preparing to leave, which was unusual. A black gelding stood saddled by the well, while nearby a woman in male clothing was washing her hands in the trough. Hearing Aplegat's footsteps, she turned, gathered her luxuriant black hair in her wet hands, and tossed it back. The messenger bowed. The woman gave a faint nod. As he entered the stable, he almost ran into another early riser, a girl in a velvet beret who was just leading a dapple grey mare out into the courtyard. The girl rubbed her face and yawned, leaning against her horse's withers. "Oh my," she murmured, passing the messenger. "I'll probably fall asleep on my horse. I'll just flake out." "The cold will wake you up when you give your mare free rein," said Aplegat courteously, pulling his saddle off the rack. "Godspeed, miss." The girl turned and looked at him, as though she'd only then noticed him. Her eyes were large and as green as emeralds. Aplegat threw the saddlecloth over his horse. "I wished you a safe journey," he said. He wasn't usually talkative or effusive, but now he felt the need to talk to someone, even if this someone was just a sleepy teenager. Perhaps it was those long days of solitude on the road, or possibly that the girl reminded him a little of his middle daughter. "May the gods protect you," he added, "from accidents and foul weather. There are but two of you, and womenfolk at that, and times are ill at present. Danger lurks everywhere on the highways." The girl opened her green eyes wider. The messenger felt his spine go cold, and a shudder passed through him. "Danger," the girl said suddenly, in a strange, altered voice. "Danger comes silently. You will not hear it when it swoops down on grey feathers. I had a dream. The sand was hot from the sun." "What?" Aplegat froze, with the saddle pressed against his belly. "What say you, miss? What sand?" The girl shuddered violently and rubbed her face. The dappled grey mare shook its head. "Ciri!" shouted the black-haired woman sharply from the courtyard, adjusting the girth on her black stallion. "Hurry up!" The girl yawned, looked at Applegat, and blinked, appearing surprised by his presence in the stable. The messenger said nothing. "Ciri!" repeated the woman. "Have you fallen asleep in there?" I'm coming, Madam Yennefer." By the time Applegat had finally saddled his horse and led it out into the courtyard, there was no sign of either woman or girl. A cock crowed long and hoarsely, a dog barked, and a cuckoo called from among the trees. The messenger leapt into the saddle. He suddenly recalled the sleepy girl's green eyes and her strange words. Danger comes silently. Grey feathers. Hot sand. The maid was probably not right in the head, he thought. You come across a lot like that these days. Deranged girls spoiled by vagabonds or other ne'er-do-wells in these times of war. Yes, definitely deranged. Or possibly only sleepy, torn from her slumbers, not yet fully awake. It's amazing the poppycock people come out with when they're roaming around at dawn, still caught between sleep and wakefulness. A second shudder passed through him, and he felt a pain between his shoulder blades. He massaged his back with a fist. Weak at the knees, he spurred his horse on as soon as he was back on the Maribor road, and rode away at a gallop. Time was running out. The messenger did not rest for long in Maribor. Not a day had passed before the wind was whistling in his ears again. His new horse, a roan gelding from the Maribor stable, ran hard, head forward and its tail flowing behind. Roadside willows flashed past, the satchel with the diplomatic mail pressed against Applegat's chest. His arse ached. "Oi! I hope you break your neck, you blasted gadabout!" yelled a carter in his wake, pulling in the halter of his team, startled by the galloping roan flashing by. "See how he runs, like devils were licking his heels. Ride on, giddy head, ride! You won't outrun death himself." Applegat wiped an eye which was watering from the speed. The day before, he had given King Foltest a letter, and then recited King Demavend's secret message. "Demavend to Foltest, all is prepared in Dol Angra. The disguised forces await the order. Estimated date, the second night after the July new moon. The boats are to beach on the far shore 2 days later." Flocks of crows flew over the highway, cawing loudly. They flew east, towards Mahakam and Dol Angra, towards Vengerberg. As he rode, the messenger silently repeated the confidential message the King of Temeria had entrusted to him for the King of Aedirn. Foltest to Demavend. "Firstly, let us call off the campaign. The windbags have called a council. They are going to meet and debate on the Isle of Thanedd. This council may change much. Secondly, the search for the lion cub can be called off. It is confirmed the lion cub is dead." Applegat spurred on his horse. Time was running out. The narrow forest track was blocked with wagons. Applegat slowed down and trotted unhurriedly up to the last wagon in the long column. He saw he could not force his way through the obstruction, but nor could he think about heading back. Too much time would be lost. Venturing into the boggy thicket and riding around the obstruction was not an attractive alternative either, particularly since darkness was falling. "What's going on?" he asked the drivers of the last wagon in the column. They were 2 old men, one of whom seemed to be dozing, and the other showing no signs of life. "An attack? Scoia'tael? Speak up, I'm in a hurry." Before either of the 2 old men had a chance to answer, screams could be heard from the head of the column, hidden amongst the trees. Drivers leapt onto their wagons, lashing their horses and oxen to the accompaniment of choice oaths. The column moved off ponderously. The dozing old man awoke, moved his chin, clucked at his mules, and flicked the reins across their rumps. The moribund old man came to life too, drew his straw hat back from his eyes, and looked at Applegat. "Mark him," he said, "a hasty one. Well, laddie, you looks in. You joined the company right on time." "Aye," said the other old man, motioning with his chin and urging the mules forward. "You are timely. Had you come at noon, you'd have come to a stop like us, and waited for a clear passage. We're all in a hurry, but we had to wait. How can you ride on when the way is closed?" "The way closed? Why so?" "There's a cruel man-eater in these parts, laddie. He fell on a night riding along the road with nowt but a boy for company. They say the monster rent the knight's head right off, helmet and all, and split his horse's gizzards. The boy made good his escape and said it was a fell beast, that the road was crimson with gore." "What kind of monster is it?" asked Applegate, reining in his horse in order to continue talking to the wagoners as they drove on. "A dragon?" "Nay, it's no dragon," said the one in the straw hat. "'Tis said to be a manticore or some such. The boy said 'tis a flying beast, awful huge and vicious. We reckoned he would devour the knight and fly away, but no. They say he settled on the road, the horse, and was sat there hissing and baring its fangs. Yea, and the road all stopped up like a corked-up flagon, for whoever drove up first and saw the fiend left his wagon and hastened away. Now the wagons are backed up for a third of a league, and all around, as you see, laddie, thicket and bog. There's no riding round or turning back. So here we stood." "Such a host," snorted the horseman. "And they were standing by like dolts when they ought to have seized axe and spear to drive the beast from the road, or slaughter it." "Aye, a few tried," said the old wagoner, driving on his mules, for the column was now moving more quickly. "3 dwarves from the merchant's guard, and with them 4 recruits who were heading to the stronghold in Carreras to join the army. The monster carved up the dwarves horribly, and the recruits bolted," finished the other old man, after which he spat rapturously. The gob flew a long way ahead of him, expertly falling into the space between the mules' rumps. "Bolted after barely getting their eyes on the manticore. One of them shat his breeches, I hear. Oh, look, laddie, that's him yonder." "What are you blathering on about?" asked Applegate, somewhat annoyed. "You're pointing out that shitty arse? I'm not interested." "Nay, the monster! The monster's corpse! They're lifting it onto a wagon, do you see?" Applegate stood in his stirrups. In spite of the gathering darkness and the crowd of onlookers, he saw the great tawny body being lifted up by soldiers. The monster's bat-like wings and scorpion tail dragged inertly along the ground. Cheering, the soldiers lifted the corpse higher and heaved it onto a wagon. The horses harnessed to it, clearly disturbed by the stench of the carcass and the blood, neighed and tugged at the shaft. "Move along," the sergeant shouted at the old men. "Keep moving, don't block the road." The greybeard drove his mules on, the wagon bouncing over the rutted road. Applegate, urging on his horse with his heel, drew alongside. "Looks like the soldiers have put paid to the beast." "Not a bit of it," rejoined the old man. "When the soldiers arrived, all they did was yell and order people around. Stand still, move on, and all the rest of it. They were in no haste to deal with the monster. They sent for a witcher." "A witcher?" "Aye," confirmed the second old man. "Someone recalled he'd seen a witcher in the village, and they sent for him. A while later he rode past us. His hair was white, his countenance fearful to behold, and he bore a cruel blade. Not an hour had passed than someone called from the front that the road would soon be clear, for the witcher had dispatched the beast. So, at last we set off, which was just about when you turned up, laddie." "Ah," said Applegate absent-mindedly. "All these years I've been scouring these roads and never met a witcher. Did anyone see him defeat the monster?" "I saw it," called a boy with a shock of tousled hair, trotting up on the other side of the wagon. He was riding bareback, steering a skinny, dapple-grey nag using a halter. "I saw it all. I was with the soldiers right at the front." "Look at him, snot-nosed kid," said the old man driving the wagon. "Milk not dried on his face, and see how he mouths off, looking for a slap." "Leave him, father," interrupted Applegate. "We'll reach the crossroads soon, and I'm riding to Carreras, so first I'd like to know how the witcher got on. Talk, boy." "It was like this," he began quickly, still trotting alongside the wagon. "That witcher comes up to the officer. He says his name's Geralt. The officer says it's all the same to him, and it'd be better if he made a start. Shows him where the monster is. The Witcher moves closer and looks on. The monster's about 5 furlongs or more away, but he just glances at it and says at once it's an uncommon great manticore, and he'll kill it if they give him 200 crowns. 200 crowns? Choked the other old man. Had he gone cuckoo? The officer says the same, only his words were riper. So the Witcher says that's how much it will cost, and it's all the same to him. The monster can stay on the road till Judgment Day. The officer says he won't pay that much, and he'll wait till the beast flies off by itself. The Witcher says it won't, because it's hungry and pissed off, and if it flies off, it'll be back soon, because that's its hunting You whippersnapper, don't talk nonsense, said the old man driving the cart, losing his temper, unsuccessfully trying to clear his nose into the fingers he was holding the reins with. Just tell us what happened. I am telling you. The Witcher goes, the monster won't fly away. He'll spend the entire night eating the dead knight nice and slow, because the knight's in armour and it's hard to pick out the meat. So, some merchants step up and try making a deal with the Witcher, by hook or by crook, that they'll organise a whip round and give him 50 crowns. The Witcher says that beast's a manticore and is very dangerous, and they can shove their 100 crowns up their arses. He won't risk his neck for it. So the officer gets pissed off and says, tough luck, it's a Witcher's fate to risk his neck, and that a Witcher is perfectly suited to it, like an arse is perfectly suited to shitting. But I can see the merchants get afeard the Witcher would get angry and head off, because they say they'll pay 7 score and 10. So then the Witcher gets his sword out and heads off down the road towards where the beast's sitting, and the officer makes a mark behind him to drive away magic, spits on the ground, and says he doesn't know why the earth bears such hellish abominations. One of the merchants says that if the army drove away monsters from roads instead of chasing elves through forests, witches wouldn't be needed, and Don't drivel, interrupted the old man. Just say what you saw. I saw, boasted the boy, the Witcher's horse, a chestnut mare with a white blaze. Blow the mare! Did you see the Witcher kill the monster? Stammered the boy. No, I didn't. I got pushed to the back. Everybody was shouting, and the horses were startled when... Just what I said, declared the old man contemptuously. He didn't see shite, snotty-nosed kid. But I saw the Witcher coming back, said the boy indignantly, and the officer who saw it all. He was as pale as a ghost, and said quietly to his men it was magic spells or elven tricks, and that a normal man couldn't wield a sword that quickly. While the Witcher ups and takes the money from the merchants, mounts his mare and rides off. Murmured Applegate. Which way was he headed? Along the road to Carreras? If so, I might catch him up, just to have a look at him. No, said the boy. He took the road to Dorian from the crossroads. He was in a hurry. The Witcher seldom dreamed at all, and he never remembered those rare dreams on waking, not even when they were nightmares, and they were usually nightmares. This time it was also a nightmare, but at least the Witcher remembered some of it. A distinct, clear image had suddenly emerged from a swirling vortex of unclear but disturbing shapes, of strange but foreboding scenes, and incomprehensible but sinister words and sounds. It was Ciri, but not as he remembered her from Kaer Morhen. Her flaxen hair, flowing behind her as she galloped, was longer, as it had been when they first met in Brokilon. When she rode by, he wanted to shout, but no words came. He wanted to run after her, but it was as if he was stuck in setting pitch to halfway up his thighs, and Ciri seemed not to see him and galloped on into the night, between misshapen alders and willows, waving their boughs as if they were alive. He saw she was being pursued, that a black horse was galloping in her tracks, and on it a rider in black armour, wearing a helmet decorated with the wings of a bird of prey. He couldn't move. He couldn't shout. He could only watch as the winged knight chased Ciri, caught her hair, pulled her from the saddle and galloped on, dragging her behind him. He could only watch Ciri's face contort with pain, watch her mouth twist into a soundless cry. Awake, he ordered himself, unable to bear the nightmare. Awake! Awake at once! He awoke. He lay motionless for a long while, recalling the dream. Then he rose. He drew a pouch from beneath his pillow and quickly counted out some 10-crown coins. 150 for yesterday's manticore, 50 for the fogler he had been commissioned to kill by the headman of a village near Carreras, and 50 for the werewolf some settlers from Burdoff had driven out of hiding for him. 50 for a werewolf. That was plenty, for the work had been easy. The werewolf hadn't even fought back. Driven into a cave from which there was no escape, it had knelt down and waited for the sword to fall. The Witcher had felt sorry for it. But he needed the money. Before an hour had passed, he was ambling down the streets of the town of Dorian, looking for a familiar lane and sign. The wording on the sign read, Codringer and Fen, legal consultation and services. But Geralt knew only too well that Codringer and Fen's trade had little in common with the law, while the partners themselves had a host of reasons to avoid any kind of contact either with the law or its enforcers. He also seriously doubted if any of the clients who showed up in their chambers knew what the word consultation meant. There was no entrance on the ground floor of the small building. There was only a securely bolted door, probably leading to a coach house or a stable. In order to reach the door, one had to venture around the back of the building, enter a muddy courtyard full of ducks and chickens, and, from there, walk up some steps before proceeding down a narrow gallery and along a cramped, dark corridor. Only then did one find oneself before a solid, studded mahogany door, equipped with a large brass knocker in the form of a lion's head. Geralt knocked, and then quickly withdrew. He knew the mechanism mounted in the door could shoot 20-inch iron spikes through holes hidden among the studs. In theory, the spikes were only released if someone tried to tamper with a lock, or if Codringer or Fen pressed the trigger mechanism. But Geralt had discovered many times that all mechanisms are unreliable. They only worked when they ought not to work, and vice versa. There was sure to be a device in the door, probably magic for identifying guests. Having knocked, as today, no voice from within ever plied him with questions or demanded that he speak. The door opened, and Codringer was standing there. Always Codringer, never Fen. "Welcome, Geralt," said Codringer. "Enter. You don't need to flatten yourself against the door frame. I've dismantled the security device. Some part of it broke a few days ago. It went off quite out of the blue and drilled a few holes in a hawker. Come right in. Do you have a case for me?" "No," said the Witcher, entering the large, gloomy anteroom which, as usual, smelled faintly of cat. "Not for you. For Fen." Codringer cackled loudly, confirming the Witcher's suspicions that Fen was an utterly mythical figure who served to pull the wool over the eyes of provosts, bailiffs, tax collectors, and any other individuals Codringer detested. They entered the office, where it was lighter, because it was the topmost room, and the solidly barred windows enjoyed the sun for most of the day. Geralt sat in the chair reserved for clients. Opposite, in an upholstered armchair behind an oaken desk, lounged Codringer, a man who introduced himself as a lawyer, a man for whom nothing was impossible. If anyone had difficulties, troubles, problems, they went to Codringer, and would quickly be handed proof of his business partner's dishonesty and malpractice, or he would receive credit without securities or guarantees, or find himself the only one from a long list of creditors to exact payment from a business which had declared itself bankrupt. He would receive his inheritance, even though his rich uncle had threatened he wouldn't leave him a farthing. He would win an inheritance case when even the most determined relatives unexpectedly withdrew their claims. His son would leave the dungeon, cleared even of charges based on irrefutable evidence, or would be released due to the sudden absence of any such proof. For when Codringer and Fen were involved, if there had been proof, it would mysteriously disappear, or the witnesses would vie to retract their earlier testimonies. A dowry hunter courting their daughter would suddenly direct his affections towards another. A wife's lover or daughter's seducer would suffer a complicated fracture of 3 members, including at least one upper one, in an unfortunate accident. Or a fervent enemy or other extremely inconvenient individual would stop doing him harm. As a rule, they were never seen or heard of again. Yes, if someone had a problem, they could always ride to Dorian, run swiftly to Codringer and Fen, and knock at the mahogany door. Codringer, the lawyer, would be standing in the doorway, short, spare, and grizzled, with the unhealthy pallor of a person who seldom spent time in the fresh air. Codringer would lead them into his office, sit down in his armchair, lift his large black and white tomcat onto his lap and stroke it. The two of them, Codringer and the tomcat, would measure up the client with identical, unpleasant, unsettling expressions in their yellowish-green eyes. "I received your letter," said Codringer, while he and the tomcat weighed the Witcher up with their yellowish-green gaze. "Dandelion also visited. He passed through Dorian a few weeks ago and told me little about your concerns, but he said very little, really too little." "Indeed. You astonish me. That's the first time I've heard that Dandelion didn't say too much." "Dandelion," said Codringer unsmilingly, "said very little because he knew very little. He said even less than he knew because you'd forbidden him to speak about certain issues. Where does your lack of trust come from, especially towards a professional colleague?" This visibly annoyed Geralt. Codringer would probably have pretended not to notice, but he couldn't because of the cat. It opened its eyes wide, bared its white fangs, and hissed almost silently. "Don't annoy my cat," said the lawyer, stroking the animal to calm it. "Did it bother you to be called a colleague? But it's true. I'm also a witcher. I also save people from monsters and from monstrous difficulties, and I also do it for money." "There are certain differences," muttered Geralt, still under the tomcat's unpleasant gaze. "There are," agreed Codringer. "You are an anachronistic witcher, and I'm a modern witcher, moving with the spirit of the times, which is why you'll soon be out of work and I'll be doing well. Soon there won't be any streakers, wyverns, endriagas, or werewolves left in the world, but there'll always be whoresons." "But it's mainly the whoresons you get out of difficulties, Codringer. Paupers with difficulties can't afford your services." "Paupers can't afford your services either. Paupers can never afford anything, which is precisely why they're called paupers." "Astonishingly logical of you, and so original it takes the breath away." "The truth always has that effect, and it's the truth that being a bastard is the basis and mainstay of our professions. Except your business is almost a relic, and mine is genuine and growing in strength." All right. Let's get down to our business." "About time," said Codringer, nodding his head and stroking his cat, which had arched its back and was now purring loudly, sinking its claws into his knee. "And we'll sort these things out in order of importance. The first issue, the fee, my friend, is 250 Novigrad crowns. Do you have that kind of money? Or perhaps you number yourself among the paupers with difficulties?" "First, let's establish whether you've done enough to deserve a sum like that." "Decide for yourself," said the lawyer coldly. "And be quick about it. Once you feel convinced, lay the money on the table. Then we'll move on to other, less important matters." Geralt unfastened a purse from his belt and threw it, with poor grace and a clink of coins, onto the desk. The tomcat jumped off Codringer's lap with a bound and ran away. The lawyer dropped the purse in a drawer without checking the contents. "You alarmed my cat," he said with undisguised reproach. "I do beg your pardon. I thought the clink of money was the last thing that could scare it. Tell me what you uncovered." "That Ryance," began Codringer, "who interests you so much, is quite a mysterious character. I've been able to ascertain that he was a student at the School for Sorcerers in Banard for 2 years. They threw him out after catching him thieving. Recruiting officers from the Kaidwen Secret Service were waiting outside the school, as usual, and Ryance allowed himself to be recruited. I was unable to determine what he did for the Kaidwen Secret Service, but sorcerers' rejects are usually trained as killers. Does that fit?" "Like a glove. Go on." "My next information comes from Sintra. Ryance served time in the dungeons there during Queen Calanthe's reign." "What for?" "For debts, would you believe? He didn't stay long, though, because someone bought him out after paying off the debts along with the interest. The transaction took place through a bank, with the anonymity of the benefactor preserved. I tried to uncover the identity of this benefactor, but admitted defeat after checking 4 banks in turn. Whoever bought Ryance out was a pro, and cared a great deal about preserving their anonymity." Codringer fell silent, and then coughed loudly, pressing a handkerchief to his mouth.
And suddenly, as soon as the war was over, Mr. Ryance showed up in Sodden, Angren, and Brugge,
he continued after a moment, wiping his lips and looking down at the handkerchief.
Changed beyond recognition, at least as regards his behaviour and the quantities of cash he had to throw around, because as far as his identity went, the brazen son of a bitch didn't bother with secrecy. He continued to use the name Ryance. And as Ryance, he began to search intensively for a certain party. To be precise, a young female party. He visited the druids from the Angren Circle, the ones who looked after war orphans. One druid's body was found some time later in a nearby forest, mutilated, bearing the marks of torture. Ryance showed up afterwards in Riverdale.
I know, interrupted Geralt. I know what he did to the Riverdale peasant family, and I was expecting more for my 250 crowns. Up to now, your only fresh information has been about the Sorcerer's School and the Kaidwen Secret Service. I know the rest. I know Ryance is a ruthless killer. I know he's an arrogant rogue who doesn't even bother to use aliases. I know he's working for somebody, but for whom, Codringer?
For some sorcerer or other. It was a sorcerer who bought him out of that dungeon. You told me yourself, and Dandelion confirmed it, that Ryance uses magic. Real magic, not the tricks that some expellee from the academy might know. So someone's backing him. They're equipping him with amulets and probably secretly training him. Some officially practicing sorcerers have secret pupils and factotums like him for doing illegal or dirty business. In sorcerer's slang, it's described as having someone on a leash.
Were he on a magician's leash, Ryance would be using camouflaging magic, but he doesn't change his name or face. He hasn't even got rid of the scar from the burn Yennefer gave him.
That confirms precisely that he's on a leash,
said Codringer, coughing and wiping his lips again with his handkerchief.
Because magical camouflage isn't camouflage at all. Only dilettantes use stuff like that. Were Ryance hiding under a magical shield or illusory mask, it would immediately set off every magical alarm, and there are currently alarms like that at practically every city gate. Sorcerers never fail to detect illusory masks, even in the biggest gathering of people in the biggest throng. Ryance would attract all of their attention, as if flames were shooting out of his ears and clouds of smoke out of his arse. So I repeat, Ryance is in the service of a sorcerer, and is operating so as not to draw the attention of other sorcerers to himself.
Some say he's a Nilfgaardian spy.
I know. For example, Dijkstra, the head of the Redania Secret Service, thinks that. The Dijkstra is seldom wrong, so one can only assume he's right this time too. But having one role doesn't rule out the other. A sorcerer's factotum may be a Nilfgaardian spy at the same time.
You're saying that a sanctioned sorcerer is spying for Nilfgaard through Ryance?
Nonsense,
coughed Codringer, looking intently into his handkerchief.
A sorcerer spying for Nilfgaard? Why? For money? Risible. Counting on serious power under the rule of the victorious Emperor Emir? Even more ludicrous. It's no secret that Emir Emrys keeps his sorcerers on a short leash. Sorcerers in Nilfgaard are treated about the same as, let's say, stablemen, and they have no more power than stablemen either. Would any of our headstrong mages choose to fight for an emperor who would treat them as a stable boy? Philippa Eilhart, who dictates addresses and edicts to Vizimir of Redania. Sabrina Glevissig, who interrupts the speeches of Henselt of Kaidwen, banging her fist on the table and ordering the king to be silent and listen. Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, who recently told Demavend of Aedion that for the moment he has no time for him.
Get to the point, Codringer. What does any of that have to do with Ryance?
It's simple. The Nilfgaardian Secret Service is trying to get to a sorcerer by getting their factotum to work for them. From what I know, Ryance wouldn't spurn the Nilfgaardian Florin and would probably betray his master without a second thought.
Now you're talking nonsense. Even our headstrong mages know when they're being betrayed, and Ryance, were he exposed, would dangle from a gibbet if he was lucky.
You're acting like a child, Geralt. You don't hang exposed spies. You make use of them. You stuff them with disinformation and try to make double agents out of them.
Don't bore this child, Codringer. Neither the arcana of intelligence work nor politics interest me. Riot's is breathing down my neck, and I want to know why and on whose orders. On the orders of some sorcerer, it would appear. So, who is it?
I don't know yet, but I soon will.
Soon, muttered the Witcher. It's too late for me.
I in no way rule that out,
said Codringer gravely.
You've landed in a dreadful pickle, Geralt. It's good you came to me. I know how to get people out of them. I already have, essentially.
Indeed.
Indeed,
said the lawyer, putting his handkerchief to his lips and coughing.
For you see, my friend, in addition to the sorcerer, and possibly also Nilfgaard, there is a third party in the game. I was visited, and mark this well, by agents from King Foltest's secret service. They had a problem. The king had ordered them to search for a certain missing princess. When finding her turned out not to be quite so simple, those agents decided to enlist a specialist in such thorny problems. While elucidating the case to the specialist, they hinted that a certain witcher might know a good deal about the missing princess, that he might even know where she was.
And what did the specialist do?
At first, he expressed astonishment. It particularly astonished him that the aforementioned witcher had not been deposited in a dungeon in order to find out, in the traditional manner, everything he knew, and even plenty of what he didn't know, but might invent in order to satisfy his questioners. The agents replied that they had been forbidden to do that. Witches, they explained, have such a sensitive nervous system that they immediately die under torture, when, as they described quite vividly, a vein bursts in their brains. Because of that, they had been ordered to hunt the witcher. This task had also turned out to be taxing. The specialist praised the agent's good sense and instructed them to report back in 2 weeks.
And did they?
I'll say they did. This specialist, who already regarded you as a client, presented the agents with hard evidence that Geralt the Witcher has never had and could never have anything in common with the missing princess, for the specialist had found witnesses to the death of Princess Cirilla, granddaughter of Calanthe, daughter of Queen Pavetta. Cirilla died 3 years ago in a refugee camp in Angren, of diphtheria. The child suffered terribly before her death. You won't believe it, but the Temerian agents had tears in their eyes as they listened to my witnesses' accounts.
I have tears in my eyes too. I presume these Temerian agents could not, or would not, offer you more than 250 crowns.
Your sarcasm pains my heart, Witcher. I've got you out of a pickle, and you, rather than thank me, wound my heart.
I thank you, and I beg your pardon. Why did King Foltest order his agents to search for Ciri, Codringer? What were they ordered to do, should they have found her?
Oh, but you are slow-witted. Kill her, of course. She is considered a pretender to the throne of Cintra, for which there are other plans.
It doesn't add up, Codringer. The Cintran throne was burnt to the ground, along with the royal palace, the city, and the rest of the country. Nilfgaard rules there now. Foltest is well aware of that, and other kings too. How exactly can Ciri pretend to a throne that doesn't exist?
Come, said Codringer, getting up. Let us find an answer to that question together. In the meanwhile, I shall give you proof of my trust. What is it about that portrait that interests you so much?
That it's riddled with holes, as though a woodpecker had been pecking at it for a few seasons, said Geralt, looking at a painting in a gilt frame hanging on the wall opposite the lawyer's desk, and that it portrays a rare idiot.
It's my late father, said Codringer, grimacing a little. A rare idiot indeed. I hung his portrait there so as to have him always before my eyes, as a warning. Come, Witcher.
They went out into the corridor. The tomcat, which had been lying in the middle of the carpet, enthusiastically licking a rear paw extended at a strange angle, vanished into the darkness of the corridor at the sight of the Witcher.
"Why don't cats like you, Geralt? Does it have something to do with it?"
"Yes," he interrupted. "It does." One of the mahogany panels slid open noiselessly, revealing a secret passage. Codringer went first. The panel, no doubt set in motion by magic, closed behind them, but did not plunge them into darkness. Light reached them from the far end of the secret passage. It was cold and dry in the room at the end of the corridor, and the oppressive, stifling smell of dust and candles hung in the air.
"You can meet my partner, Geralt."
"Fen," smiled the Witcher. "You jest."
"Oh, but I don't. Admit it, you expected Fen didn't exist."
"Not at all." A creaking could be heard from between the rows of bookcases and bookshelves that reached up to the low vaulted ceiling, and a moment later a curious vehicle emerged. It was a high-backed chair on wheels. On the chair sat a midget with a huge head set directly on disproportionately narrow shoulders. The midget had no legs.
"I'd like to introduce Jacob Fen," said Codringer, "a learned legist, my partner and valued co-worker. And this is our guest and client."
"The Witcher, Geralt of Rivia," finished the cripple with a smile. "I guessed without too much difficulty. I've been working on the case for several months. Follow me, gentlemen." They set off behind the creaking chair into the labyrinth of bookcases, which groaned beneath a weight of printed works that even the University Library of Oxenfurt would have been proud to have in its collection. The incunabula, judged Geralt, must have been collected by several generations of Codringers and Fens. He was pleased by the obvious show of trust, and happy to finally have the chance to meet Fen. He did not doubt, however, that the figure of Fen, though utterly genuine, was also partially fictitious. The fictitious Fen, Codringer's infallible alter ego, was supposedly often seen abroad, while the chair-bound, learned legist probably never left the building. The centre of the room was particularly well lit, and there stood a low pulpit, accessible from the chair on wheels, and piled high with books, rolls of parchment and vellum, great sheets of paper, bottles of ink, bunches of quills, and innumerable mysterious utensils. Not all of them were mystifying. Geralt recognized moulds for forging seals, and a diamond grater for removing the text from official documents. In the centre of the pulpit lay a small ball-firing repeating arbalest, and next to it huge magnifying glasses made of polished rock crystal peeped out from under a velvet cloth. Magnifying glasses of that kind were rare and cost a fortune.
"Found anything new, Fen?"
"Not really," said the cripple, smiling. His smile was pleasant and very endearing. "I've reduced the list of Ryance's potential paymasters to 28 sorcerers."
"Let's leave that for the moment," Codringer interrupted quickly. "Right now, something else is of interest to us. Enlighten Geralt as to the reasons why the missing princess of Cintra is the object of extensive search operations by the agents of the Four Kingdoms."
"The girl has the blood of Queen Calanthe flowing in her veins," said Fen, seeming astonished to be asked to explain such obvious matters. "She is the last of the royal line. Cintra has considerable strategic and political importance. A vanished pretendress to the crown remaining beyond the sphere of influence is inconvenient and may be dangerous were she to fall under the wrong influence, for example, that of Nilfgaard." "As far as I recall," said Geralt, "Cintran law bars women from succession." "That is true," agreed Fen, and smiled once more. "But a woman may always become someone's wife, and the mother of a male heir. The Four Kingdoms intelligence services learned of Ryance's feverish search for the princess, and were convinced that's what it's all about. It was thus decided to prevent the princess from becoming a wife or a mother, using simple but effective means."
"But the princess is dead,"
said Codringer, seeing the change the smiling midget's words had evoked on Geralt's face.
"The agents learned of it and have called off their hunt."
"Only for now," said the Witcher, working hard to remain calm and sound unemotional. "The thing about falsehoods is that they usually come to light. What's more, the royal agents are only one of the parties participating in this game. The agents, you said yourselves, were tracking Ciri in order to confound the other hunters' plans. Those others may be less susceptible to disinformation. I hired you to find a way of guaranteeing the child's safety. So what do you propose?
We have a certain notion, said Fen, glancing at his partner, but seeing no instructions to remain silent in his expression. We want to circulate the news, discreetly but widely, that neither Princess Cirilla nor any of her male heirs will have any right to the throne of Cintra.
In Cintra, the distal side does not inherit,
explained Codringer, fighting another coughing fit.
Only the spear side does.
Precisely, confirmed the learned legist. Geralt said so himself a moment ago. It's an ancient law, which even that she-devil Calanthe was unable to revoke, though not for want of trying.
She tried to nullify the law using intrigue,
said Codringer with conviction, wiping his lips with a handkerchief.
Illegal intrigue. Explain, Fen.
Calanthe was the only daughter of King Dagorad and Queen Adalia. After her parents' death, she opposed the aristocracy, who only saw her as the wife of the new king. She wanted to reign supreme. At most, for the sake of formality and to uphold the dynasty, she agreed to the institution of a prince consort who would reign with her, but have as much importance as a straw doll. The old houses defied this. Calanthe had three choices: a civil war, abdication in favour of another line, or marriage to Rogna, Prince of Ebbing. She chose the third option, and she ruled the country, but at Rogna's side. Naturally, she didn't allow herself to be subjugated or bundled off to join the womenfolk. She was the Lioness of Cintra. But it was Rogna who was the formal ruler, though none ever called him the Lion.
So Calanthe,
Codringer took up,
tried very hard to fall pregnant and produce a son. Nothing came of it. She bore a daughter, Pavetta, and miscarried twice, after which it became clear she would have no more children. All her plans had fallen through. There you have a woman's fate. A ravaged womb scuppers her lofty ambitions.
Geralt scowled. You are execrably crude, Codringer.
I know. The truth was also crude, for Rogna began looking around for a young princess with suitably wide hips, preferably from a family of fertility proven back to her great-great-grandmother. And Calanthe found herself on shaky ground. Every meal, every glass of wine could contain death. Every hunt might end with an unfortunate accident. There is much to suggest that at the moment the Lioness of Cintra took the initiative, Rogna died. The pox was raging across the country, and the king's death surprised no one.
I begin to understand, said the Witcher, seemingly dispassionately, what news you plan to circulate discreetly but widely. Ciri will be named the granddaughter of a poisoner and husband-killer.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Geralt. Go on, Fen.
Calanthe had saved her own life, said the cripple, smiling, but the crown was further away than ever. When, after Rogna's death, the Lioness tried to seize absolute power, the aristocracy once again strongly opposed this violation of the law and tradition. A king was meant to sit on Cintra's throne, not a queen. The solution was eventually made clear. As soon as young Pavetta began to resemble a woman in any way, she should be married off to someone suitable to become the new king. A second marriage for the barren queen wasn't an option. The most the Lioness of Cintra could hope for was the role of Queen Mother. To cap it all, Pavetta's husband could turn out to be someone who might totally remove his mother-in-law from power.
I'm going to be crude again,
warned Codringer.
Calanthe delayed marrying off Pavetta. She wrecked the first marital project when the girl was 10, and the second when she was 13. The aristocracy demanded that Pavetta's 15th birthday would be her last as a maiden. Calanthe had to agree. But first she achieved what she had been counting on. Pavetta had remained a maiden too long. She'd finally got the itch, and so badly that she was knocked up by the first stray to come along, and he was an enchanted monster to boot. There were some kind of supernatural circumstances, too, some prophecies, sorcery, promises, some kind of lore of surprise. Am I right, Geralt? What happened next you probably recall. Calanthe brought a witcher to Sintra, and the witcher stirred up trouble. Not knowing he was being manipulated, he removed the curse from the monstrous Urkian, enabling his marriage to Pavetta. In so doing, the witcher also made it possible for Calanthe to retain the throne. Pavetta's marriage to a monster, even a now unenchanted one, was such a great shock to the noblemen that they could suddenly accept the marriage of the lioness to East Tirseth. For the Jarl of the Isles of Skellige seemed better than the stray Urkian. Thus Calanthe continued to rule the country. East, like all islanders, gave the lioness of Sintra too much respect to oppose her in anything, and kingly duties simply bored him. He handed over his rule wholesale to her, and Calanthe, stuffing herself with medicaments and elixirs, dragged her husband into bed day and night. She wanted to reign until the end of her days, and if not as Queen Mother, then as the mother of her own son. As I've already said, great ambitions, but—
You've already said it, don't repeat yourself.
It was too late. Queen Pavetta, wife of the weird Urkian, was wearing a suspiciously loose-fitting dress even during the marriage ceremony. Calanthe, resigned, changed her plans. If she couldn't rule through her son, let it be Pavetta's son. But she gave birth to a daughter. A curse or what? Queen Pavetta could still have had a child, though. I mean, would have been able to, for a mysterious accident occurred. Pavetta and the weird Urkion perished in an unexplained maritime disaster.
Aren't you implying too much, Codringer?
I'm trying to explain the situation, nothing more. Calanthe was devastated after Pavetta's death, but not for long. Her granddaughter was her final hope. Pavetta's daughter, Ciri, a little devil incarnate roaring around the royal palace. She was the apple of some people's eyes, particularly the older folk, because she was so like Calanthe had been as a child. To others, she was a changeling, the daughter of the monstrous Urkian, the girl to whom some witcher or other was also claiming rights. And now we're getting to the nub of the matter. Calanthe's little darling, clearly being groomed as her successor, treated almost as a second incarnation. The lion cub of the lioness's blood was already viewed by some as bereft of any right to the throne. Ciri was ill-born. Pavetta's marriage had been a misalliance. She had mixed royal blood with the inferior blood of a stray of unknown origin.
Crafty, Codringer, but it wasn't like that. Ciri's father wasn't inferior in any way. He was a prince.
What do you say? I didn't know that. From which kingdom?
One of the southern ones. From Mecht. Yes, indeed, from Mecht.
Interesting,
mumbled Codringer.
Mecht has been a Nilfgaardian march for a long time. It's part of the province of Metina.
But it's a kingdom, interrupted Fen. A king reigns there.
Emir var Emrys rules there.
Codringer cut him off.
Whoever sits on that throne does so by the grace and will of Emir. But while we're on the subject, find out who Emir made king. I can't recall.
Right away, said the cripple, pushing the wheels of his chair and creaking off in the direction of a bookcase. He took down a thick roll of scrolls and began looking at them, discarding them on the floor after checking them. Here it is. The Kingdom of Mecht. Its coat of arms presents quarterly azure and gules, 1 and 4 2 fishes argent, 2 and 3 a crown of the same—
To hell with heraldry, Fen! The king! Who is the king?
Hurt the just, chosen by means of election.
By Emir of Nilfgaard,
postulated Codringer coldly. 9 years ago.
Not that one,
said the lawyer, counting quickly.
He doesn't concern us. Who was before him?
Just a moment. Here it is. Acres Park,
Died?
Died of acute pneumonia, his lungs having been pierced by the dagger of Emir's hitmen, or Hoet the Just, said Codringer, once again displaying his perspicacity. Geralt, does Akerspark ring any bells for you? Could he be Erkin's father?
Yes, said the Witcher after a moment's thought. Akerspark. I recall that's what Dooney called his father.
Dooney?
That was his name. He was a prince, the son of that Akerspark.
No, interrupted Fen, staring at the scrolls. They are all mentioned here. Legitimate sons, Orm, Gorm, Torm, Horm, and Gonzales. Legitimate daughters, Alia, Valia, Nina, Paulina, Malvina, and Argentina.
I take back the slander spread about Nilfgaard and Hoet the Just, announced Codringer gravely. Akerspark wasn't murdered. He bonked himself to death. I presume he had bastards too, Fen?
Indeed, aplenty. But I see no Dooney here.
I didn't expect you to see him. Geralt, your Erkin was no prince. Even if that boor Akerspark really did zah him on the side, he was separated from the rights to such a title by, aside from Nilfgaard, a bloody long queue of legitimate Orms, Gorms, and other Gonzaleses, and their own probably abundant offspring. From a technical point of view, Pavetta committed a misalliance.
And Ciri, being the child of a misalliance, has no rights to the throne.
Bullseye.
Fen creaked up to the pulpit, pushing the wheels of his chair.
That is an argument, he said, raising his huge head. Purely an argument. Don't forget, Geralt, we are neither fighting to gain the crown for Princess Cirilla, nor to deprive her of it. The rumour we are spreading is meant to show that the girl can't be used to seize Cintra. That if anyone makes an attempt of that kind, it will be easy to challenge, to question. The girl will cease to be a major piece in this political game. She'll be an insignificant pawn, and then
they'll let her live,
completed Codringer unemotionally. How strong is your argument? Asked Geralt, from the formal point of view.
Fen looked at Codringer, and then at the Witcher. Not that strong, he admitted. Cirilla is still Calanthe, albeit somewhat diluted. In normal countries she might have been removed from the throne, but these circumstances aren't normal. The lioness's blood has political significance.
Blood, said Geralt, wiping his forehead. What does child of the elder blood mean, Codringer?
I don't understand. Has anyone used such a term with reference to Cirilla?
Yes.
Who?
Never mind who. What does it mean?
Luned ep henne here, said Fen suddenly, pushing off from the pulpit. It would literally be not child, but daughter of the elder blood. Elder blood. I've come across that expression. I don't remember exactly. I think it concerns some sort of elven prophecy. In some versions of Eitlina's prophecy, the older ones, it seems to me there are mentions of the elder blood of the elves, or in henne here. But we don't have the complete text of that prophecy. We would have to ask the elves.
Enough,
interrupted Codringer coldly.
Not too many of these matters at one time, Fen. Not too many irons in the fire. Not too many prophecies or mysteries. That's all for now, thank you. Farewell and fruitful work. Geralt, if you would, let's go back to the office.
Too little, right? The Witcher asked to be sure, when they had returned and sat down in their chairs, the lawyer behind his desk and he facing him. Too low a fee, right? Codringer lifted a metal star-shaped object from the desk and turned it over in his fingers several times.
That's right, Geralt. Rootling around in elven prophecies is an infernal encumbrance for me, a waste of time and resources. The need to search out contacts amongst the elves, since no one aside from them is capable of understanding their writings. Elven manuscripts, in most cases, mean tortuous symbolism, acrostics, occasionally even codes. The elder speech is always, to put it mildly, ambiguous, and when written down may have as many as 10 meanings. The elves were never inclined to help humans who wanted to fathom their prophecies, and in today's times, when a bloody war against the squirrels is raging in the forests, when pogroms are taking place, it's dangerous to approach them. Doubly dangerous. Elves may take you for a provocateur, while humans may accuse you of treachery.
How much, Codringer? The lawyer was silent for a moment, still playing with the metal star.
10%,
he said finally. 10% of what?
Don't mock me, Witcher. The matter is becoming serious. It's becoming ever less clear what this is all about. And when no one knows what something's about, it's sure to be all about money. In which case a percentage is more agreeable to me than an ordinary fee. Give me 10% of what you'll make on this, minus the sum already paid. Shall we draw up a contract?
No, I don't want you to lose out. 10% of nothing gives nothing, Codringer. My dear friend, I won't be making anything out of this.
I repeat, don't mock me. I don't believe you aren't acting for profit. I don't believe that behind this there isn't some...
I'm not particularly bothered what you believe. There won't be any contract or any percentages. Name your fee for gathering the information.
Anyone else I would throw out of here, said Codringer, coughing. Certain they were trying to pull the wool over my eyes. But noble and naive disinterestedness, my anachronistic Witcher, strangely suits you. It's your style. It's so wonderfully and pathetically outmoded to let yourself be killed for nothing.
Let's not waste time. How much, Codringer?
The same again. 500 in total.
I'm sorry, said Geralt, shaking his head. I can't afford a sum like that. Not right now, at least.
I repeat the proposition I laid before you at the beginning of our acquaintance, said the lawyer slowly,
still playing with the star.
Come and work for me, and you will. You will be able to afford information and other luxuries besides.
No, Codringer.
Why not?
You wouldn't understand.
This time you're wounding not my heart, but my professional pride, for I flatter myself believing that I generally understand everything. Being a downright bastard is the basis of our professions, but you insist on favouring the anachronistic version over the modern one.
The Witcher smiled. Bullseye. Codringer coughed violently once again, wiped his lips, looked down at his handkerchief, and then raised his yellow-green eyes.
You took a good look at the list of sorcerers and sorceresses lying on the pulpit, at the list of Ryance's potential paymasters?
Indeed.
I won't give you that list until I've checked it thoroughly. Don't be influenced by what you saw there. Dan Dillion told me Philippa Eilhart probably knows who's running riots, but she didn't let you in on it. Philippa wouldn't protect any old sucker. It's an important character running that bastard.
The Witcher said nothing.
Beware, Geralt. You're in grave danger. Someone's playing a game with you. Someone is accurately predicting your movements, if not actually controlling them. Don't give in to arrogance and self-righteousness. Whoever's playing with you is no Strigger or werewolf. It's not the brothers Michelet, it's not even Ryans. The child of the elder blood, damn it! As if the throne of Siltra, sorcerers, kings, and Nilfgaard weren't enough. Now there are elves. Stop playing this game, Witcher. Get yourself out of it. Confound their plans by doing what no one expects. Break off that crazy bond. Don't allow yourself to be linked to Cirilla. Leave her to Yennefer. Go back to Kaer Morhen and keep your head down. Hold yourself up in the mountains, and I'll root around in elven manuscripts, calmly, unhurriedly, and thoroughly. And when I have some information about the child of the elder blood, when I have the name of the sorcerer who's involved in it, you'll get the money together, and we'll do a swap.
I can't wait. The girl's in danger.
That's true. But I know you're considered an obstacle on the way to her, an obstacle to be ruthlessly removed. Thus you are in danger too. They'll set about getting the girl once they've finished you off.
Or when I leave the game, withdraw and hole up in Kaer Morhen. I've paid you too much, Codringer, for you to be giving me advice like that. The lawyer turned the steel star over in his fingers.
I've been busily working for some time for the sum you paid me today, Witcher, he said, suppressing a cough. The advice I'm giving you has been thoroughly considered. Hide in Kaer Morhen, disappear, and then the people who are looking for Cirilla will get her.
Geralt squinted and smiled. Codringer didn't blench.
I know what I'm talking about,
he said, impervious to the look and the smile.
Your Ciri's tormentors will find her and do with her what they will, and meanwhile both she and you will be safe.
Explain, please, and make it quick.
I found a certain girl. She's from the Sintra nobility, a war orphan. She's been through refugee camps and is currently measuring cloth in ells and cutting it out, having been taken in by a Brugger draper. There is nothing remarkable about her, aside from one thing. She is quite similar in likeness to a certain miniature of the lion cub of Sintra. Fancy a look?
No, Codringer, no, I don't. And I can't permit a solution like that.
Geralt,
said the lawyer, closing his eyes.
What drives you? If you want to save Ciri, I wouldn't have thought you could afford the luxury of contempt. No, that was badly expressed. You can't afford the luxury of spurning contempt. A time of contempt is approaching, Witcher, my friend. A time of great and utter contempt. You have to adapt. What I'm proposing is a simple solution. Someone will die, so someone else can live. Someone you love will survive. A girl you don't know and whom you've never seen will die.
And who am I free to despise? Interrupted the Witcher. Am I to pay for what I love with contempt for myself? No, Codringer. Leave the girl in peace. May she continue to measure cloth. Destroy her portrait, burn it, and give me something else for the 250 hard-earned crowns which you threw into a drawer. I need information. Yennefer and Ciri have left Elendar. I'm certain you know that. I'm certain you know where they are headed. And I'm certain you know who's chasing them. Codringer drummed his fingers on the table and coughed.
The wolf, heedless of warnings, wants to carry on hunting, he said. He doesn't see he's being hunted, and he's heading straight for some tasty kippers hung up as bait by a real hunter.
Don't be trite. Get to the point.
If you wish. It's not difficult to guess that Yennefer is riding to the conclave of mages, called at the beginning of July in Garstang on the Isle of Thanedd. She is cleverly staying on the move and not using magic, so it's hard to locate her. A week ago she was still in Elendar, and I calculate that in 3 or 4 days she will reach the city of Gors-Velen. From there, Thanedd is a stone's throw. On the way to Gors-Velen, she has to ride through the hamlet of Anchor. Were you to set off immediately, you would have a chance of catching those who are pursuing her, because someone is pursuing her.
They wouldn't, by any chance, said Geralt, smiling hideously, be royal agents.
No,
said the lawyer, looking at the metal star he was playing with.
They aren't agents. Neither is it Ryons, who's cleverer than you, because after the ruckus with the Michelets, he's crawled into a hole somewhere and he's keeping his head down. 3 hired thugs are after Yennefer.
I presume you know them.
I know them all, which is why I suggest something to you. Leave them alone. Don't ride to Anchor, and I'll use all the contacts and connections I possess. I'll try to bribe the thugs and reword the contract. In other words, I'll set them on Ryons. If I succeed...
He broke off suddenly and swung an arm powerfully. The steel star whirred through the air and slammed with a thud into the portrait, right into the forehead of Codringer Senior, cutting a hole in the canvas and embedding itself almost halfway into the wall.
Not bad, eh? Grinned the lawyer. It's called an Orion, a foreign invention. I've been practicing for a month. I never miss now. It might come in useful. This little star is unerring and lethal at 30 feet, and it can be hidden in a sleeve or stuck behind a hatband. Orions have been part of the Nilfgaardian Secret Service equipment for a year now. If Ryans is spying for Nilfgaard, it would be amusing if they found him with an Orion in his temple. What do you say to that?
Nothing. Not your business. 250 crowns are lying in your drawer.
Sure, said Codringer, nodding. I treat your words to mean you're giving me a free hand. Let's be silent for a moment, Geralt. Let's honor Ryonce's imminent death with a minute's silence. Why the hell are you frowning? Have you no respect for the majesty of death?
I do. Too great a respect to listen to idiots mocking it. Have you ever thought about your own death, Codringer? The lawyer coughed heavily and looked for a long time at the handkerchief in front of his mouth. Then he raised his eyes.
Of course, he said quietly. I have. Intensively at that. But my thoughts are nothing to do with you, Witcher. Will you ride to anchor?
I will.
Ralph Blunden, a.k.a. the Professor. Hymo Cantor. Little Yaxer. Do those names mean anything to you?
No.
All three are pretty handy with a sword, better than the Michelets. So, I would suggest a more reliable long-range weapon. These Nilfgaardian throwing stars, for example. I'll sell you a few if you like. I've plenty of them.
No thanks. They're impractical, noisy in flight.
The whistling has a psychological element. They're capable of paralyzing their victim with fear.
Perhaps. But they can also warn them. I'd have time to dodge it.
If you saw it being thrown at you, you could. I know you can dodge an arrow or a quarrel. But from behind?
From behind as well.
Bullshit.
Let's try a wager, said Geralt coldly. I'll turn my face to the portrait of your dullard of a father, and you throw an Orion at me. Should you hit me, you win. Should you not, you lose. Should you lose, you'll decipher those elven manuscripts. You'll get hold of information about the child of the elder blood urgently and on credit.
And if I win?
You'll still get that information, but you'll pass it on to Yennefer. She'll pay. You won't be left out of pocket. Codringer opened the drawer and took out another Orion.
You don't expect me to accept the wager?
It was a statement, not a question. No, smiled the Witcher. I'm sure you'll accept it.
A daredevil, I see. Have you forgotten? I don't have any scruples.
I haven't forgotten. After all, the time of contempt is approaching, and you keep up with progress and the zeitgeist. But I took your accusations of anachronistic naivety to heart, and this time I'll take a risk, though not without hope of profit. What's it to be then? Is the bet on?
Yes.
Codringer took hold of the steel star by one of its arms and stood up.
Curiosity always won out over good sense in me, not to mention unfounded mercy. Turn around.
The Witcher turned around. He glanced at the face on the portrait, riddled with holes and with the Orion sticking into it, and then he closed his eyes. The star whistled and thudded into the wall 4 inches from the frame of the portrait.
Damn and blast! Roared Codringer. You didn't even flinch, you whoreson!
Geralt turned back and smiled, quite hideously. Why should I have flinched? I could hear you aiming to miss. The inn was empty. A young woman with dark rings under her eyes sat on a bench in the corner. Bashfully turned away to one side, she was breastfeeding a child. A broad-shouldered fellow, perhaps her husband, dozed alongside, his back resting against the wall. Someone else, whose features Aplegat couldn't make out in the gloom of the inn, sat in the shadows behind the stove. The innkeeper looked up. saw Aplegat, noticed his attire and the badge with the arms of Adian on his chest, and his face immediately darkened. Aplegat was accustomed to welcomes like that. As a royal messenger, he was absolutely entitled to a mount. The royal decrees were explicit. A messenger had the right to demand a fresh horse in every town, village, inn, or farmyard, and woe betide anyone who refused. Naturally, the messenger left his own horse and signed a receipt for the new one. The owner could appeal to the magistrate and receive compensation. But you never knew. Thus, a messenger was always looked upon with dislike and anxiety. Would he demand a horse or not? Would he take our Golda, never to be seen again, or our Beauty, reared from a foal, our pampered Ebony? Aplegat had seen sobbing children clinging to their beloved playmate as it was being led out of the stable, saddled, and more than once had looked into the faces of adults, pale with a sense of injustice and helplessness. "I don't need a fresh horse," he said brusquely. It seemed to him the innkeeper sighed with relief. "I'll only have a bite to eat. The road's given me an appetite," added the messenger. "Anything in the pot?" "There's some gruel left over. I'll serve you directly. Sit you down. Needing a bed? Night's falling." Aplegat thought it over. He had met Handsome 2 days before. He knew the messenger, and they had exchanged messages as ordered. Handsome took the letters and the message for King Demavend and galloped off through Temeria and Mahakam to Vengerberg. Aplegat, meanwhile, having received the messages for King Visimir of Redania, rode towards Oxenfurt and Tretogor. He had over 300 miles to cover. "I'll eat and be on my way," he declared. "The moon is full and the road is level." "As you will." The gruel he was served was thin and tasteless, but the messenger paid no attention to such trifles. At home he enjoyed his wife's cooking, but on the road he made do with whatever came his way. He slowly slurped it, clumsily gripping the spoon in fingers made numb from holding the reins. A cat that had been snoozing on the stove bench suddenly lifted its head and hissed. A royal messenger. Aplegat shuddered. The question had been asked by the man sitting in the shadows, who now emerged to stand beside him. His hair was as white as milk. He had a leather band stretched across his forehead and was wearing a silver-studded leather jacket and high boots. The pommel of the sword slung across his back glistened over his right shoulder. "Where does the road take you?" "Wherever the royal will sends me," answered Aplegat coldly. He never answered any other way to questions of that nature. The white-haired man was silent for some time, looking searchingly at the messenger. He had an unnaturally pale face and strange, dark eyes. "I imagine," he finally said, in an unpleasant, somewhat husky voice, "the royal will orders you to make haste. Probably in a hurry to get off, are you?" "What business is it of yours? Who are you to hasten me?" "I'm no one," said the white-haired man, smiling hideously, "and I'm not hurrying you. But if I were you, I'd leave here as quickly as possible. I wouldn't want anything ill to befall you." Aplegat also had a tried-and-tested answer to comments like that, short and blunt, not aggressive, calm, but emphatically reminding the listener who the royal messenger served and what was risked by anyone who dared touch him. But there was something in the white-haired man's voice that stopped Aplegat from giving his usual answer. "I must let my horse rest, sir. An hour, maybe 2. "Indeed," nodded the white-haired man, upon which he lifted his head, seeming to listen to the sounds which reached him from outside. Aplegat also pricked up his ears, but heard only crickets. "Then rest," said the white-haired man, straightening the sword belt which passed diagonally across his chest. "But don't go out into the courtyard. Whatever happens, don't go out." Aplegat refrained from further questions. He felt instinctively it would be better not to. He bent over his bowl and resumed fishing out the few bits of pork floating in the gruel. When he looked up, the white-haired one was no longer in the room. A moment later, a horse neighed and hooves clattered in the courtyard. 3 men entered the inn. On seeing them, the innkeeper began wiping the beer mug he was holding more quickly. The woman with the baby moved closer to her slumbering husband and woke him with a poke. Aplegat grabbed the stool where he had laid his belt and short sword and pulled it a little closer. The men went over to the bar, casting keen glances at the guests and sizing them up. They walked slowly, their spurs and weapons jangling.
Welcome, good sirs, said the innkeeper, clearing his throat. How may I serve you? With vodka, said one of them, short and stocky with long arms like an ape's, furnished with 2 Zerican sabres hanging crossed on his back. Fancy a drop, Professor?
With the utmost pleasure, responded the other man, straightening a pair of gold-framed glasses made of bluish-coloured crystal, which were perched on his hooked nose. As long as the liquor hasn't been adulterated with any additives. The innkeeper poured. Applegate noticed that his hands were trembling slightly. The men leaned back against the bar and unhurriedly drank from the earthenware cups. My dear innkeeper, began the one in the glasses suddenly, I conjecture that 2 ladies rode through here not long ago, speeding their way towards Gorsvelen.
All sorts right through here, mumbled the innkeeper.
You could not have missed the aforementioned ladies, said the bespectacled one slowly. One is black-haired and exceedingly fair. She rides a black gelding. The other is younger, fair-haired and green-eyed, and journeys on a dappled grey mare. Have they been here? No, interrupted Applegate, suddenly going cold. They haven't. Grey-feathered danger. Hot sand. A messenger? Applegate nodded. Travelling from where to where? From where and to where the royal fortune sends me. Have your travels adventitiously crossed the path of the women on the road about whom I inquired? No. Your denial is too swift, barked the third man, as tall and thin as a beanpole. His hair was black and glistened as if covered in grease, and it seems to me you weren't trying especially hard to remember. Let it drop, Hymo, said the bespectacled man, waving his hand. He's a messenger. Don't vex yourself. What is this station's name, innkeeper? Anchor. What is the proximity of Gorsvelen? Beg pardon? How many miles?
Can't say I've ever measured it, but it'll be a 3-day journey.
On horseback?
By cart.
Hey, called the stocky one suddenly in a hushed voice, straightening up and looking out into the courtyard through the wide-open door.
I have a butcher's, Professor.
Who would that be? Isn't it that? The man in glasses also looked out at the courtyard, and his face suddenly tightened. Yes, he hissed. It's indisputably him. It appears fortune smiles on us.
Will we wait till he comes in?
He won't. He saw our horses.
He knows we're...
Silence, Yaxer. He's saying something.
You have a choice.
A slightly gruff but powerful voice resounded from the courtyard, a voice which Applegate recognized at once. One of you will come out and tell me who hired you. Then you may ride away without any trouble, or all 3 of you may come out. I'm waiting.
Whoreson, growled the black-haired man.
He knows. What do we do? The bespectacled man put his mug down on the bar with a slow movement. We do what we're paid to do. He spat on his palm, flexed his fingers and drew his sword. At the sight of it, the 2 other men also bared their blades. The innkeeper opened his mouth to shout, but quickly shut it on seeing the cold eyes peering above the blue glasses. Nobody moves, hissed the bespectacled man, and keep stum. Hymo, when it all kicks off, endeavour to get behind him. Very well, boys. Good luck. Out we go. It began at once. Groans, the stamping of feet, the crash of blades, and then a scream of the kind that makes one's hair stand on end. The innkeeper blanched. The woman with the dark rings under her eyes screamed too, clutching her suckling to her breast. The cat behind the stove leapt to its feet and arched its back, its tail fluffing up like a brush. Applegate slid into the corner on his stool. He had his short sword in his lap, but didn't draw it. Once again, the thudding of feet across boards and the whistle and clang of blades came from the courtyard. You! Someone shouted wildly, but even though it ended with a vile insult, there was more despair in it than fury. You! The whistle of a blade, and immediately after it, a high, penetrating scream shredded the air. A thud, as if a heavy sack of grain had hit the ground. The clatter of hooves from the hitching post and the neighing of terrified horses. A thud on the boards once more, and the quick, heavy steps of a man running. The woman with the baby clung to her husband, and the innkeeper pressed his back against the wall. Aplegat drew his short sword, still hiding the weapon beneath the table. The running man was heading straight for the inn, and it was clear he would soon appear in the doorway. But before he did, a blade hissed. The man screamed and lurched inside. It seemed as though he would fall across the threshold, but he didn't. He took several staggering, laboured steps forward, and only then did he topple, falling heavily into the middle of the chamber, throwing up the dust gathered between the floorboards. He fell on his face, inertly, pinning his arms underneath him, his legs bent at the knee. The crystal glasses fell to the floorboards with a clatter and shattered into tiny blue pieces. A dark, gleaming puddle began to spread from beneath the body. No one moved or cried out. The white-haired man entered the inn. He deftly sheathed the sword he was holding into the scabbard on his back. He approached the bar, not even gracing the body lying on the floor with a glance. The innkeeper cringed. "Those evil men," said the white-haired one huskily. "Those evil men are dead. When the bailiff arrives, it may turn out there was a bounty on their heads. He should do with it as he sees fit." The innkeeper nodded eagerly. "It may turn out," said the white-haired man a moment later, "that their comrades or cronies may ask what befell these evil men. Tell them the wolf bit them, the white wolf, and add that they should keep glancing over their shoulders. One day they'll look back and see the wolf." When, after 3 days, Aplegat reached the gates of Tritagor, it was well after midnight. He was furious because he'd wasted time at the moat and shouted himself hoarse. The guards were sleeping sinfully and had been reluctant to open the gate. He got it all off his chest and cursed them painstakingly and comprehensively back to the third generation. He then overheard with pleasure as the commander of the watch, now awake, added totally new details to the charges he had levelled against the soldiers' mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers. Of course, gaining access to King Visimir was out of the question. That actually suited him, as he was counting on sleeping until matins and the morning bell. He was wrong. Instead of being shown to his billet, he was rushed to the guardhouse. Waiting for him there was not the king, but the other one, immense and fat. Aplegat knew him. It was Dijkstra, confidant of the king of Redania. Dijkstra, the messenger knew, was authorized to receive messages meant exclusively for the king's ears. Aplegat handed him the letters. "Do you have a spoken message?" "Yes, sire. Speak." "Demavend to Visimir," recited Aplegat, closing his eyes. "Firstly, the disguised troops are ready for the second night after the July new moon. Take care that Foltest does not let us down. Secondly, I will not grace the conclave of the devious old windbags in Thanedd with my presence, and I advise you to do the same. Thirdly, the lion cub is dead." Dijkstra grimaced and drummed his fingers on the table. "Here are letters for King Demavend and a spoken message. Prick up your ears and pay attention. Repeat this to your king, word for word, only to him, to no one else. No one. Do you understand?" "I do, sire." "The message runs thus. Visimir to Demavend. You must hold back the disguised troops. There has been a betrayal. The Flame has mustered an army in Dol Angra and is only waiting for an excuse. Now, repeat." Aplegat repeated it. "Good." Dijkstra nodded. "You will leave at sun-up." "I've been on the road for 5 days, Your Excellency," said the messenger, rubbing his rump. "Might I but sleep to the morning? Will you permit it?" "Does now your King Demavend sleep at night? Do I sleep? You deserve a punch in the face for the question alone, laddie. You will be given victuals, then stretch out a while on the hay. But you ride at dawn. I've ordered a purebred young stallion for you. It'll bear you like the wind. And don't make faces. Take this purse with an extra gratuity, so as not to call Visimir a skinflint." "Thank you, sire." "Be careful in the forests by the Pontar.
Squirrels have been seen there, but there's no shortage of ordinary brigands in those parts anyway.
Oh, I know, sire. Oh, what I did see 3 days past.
What did you see?
Aplegat quickly reported the events in Anchor. Dijkstra listened, his powerful forearms lying crossed on his chest.
The professor, he said, lost in thought. Hymo Cantor and little Yaxa dispatched by a witcher in Anchor on the road to Gor's Velen. In other words, the road to Thanedd and Garstag. And the lion cub is dead?
What's that, sire?
It's of no concern.
Dijkstra raised his head.
At least not to you. Rest, and at dawn you ride.
Aplegat ate what he was brought, lay for a while without sleeping a wink, and was outside the gate by daybreak. The stallion was indeed swift but skittish. Aplegat didn't like horses like that. Something itched unbearably on his back between his left shoulder blade and his spine. A flea must have bitten him when he was resting in the stable, but there was no way to scratch it. The stallion danced and neighed. The messenger spurred him and he galloped away. Time was short.
Guardian,
Gebre hissed, peering from behind a branch from where he was observing the road.
Indoin in Evalastraseda.
Teruviel leapt to her feet, seizing and belting on her sword, and poked Yevin in the thigh with the toe of her boot. He had been dozing, leaning against the wall of a hollow, and when he sprang up, he scorched his hand as he pushed off from the hot sand.
Quais wedges?
A rider on the road.
One?
Said Yevin, lifting his bow and quiver.
Gebre, only one?
Only one. He's getting closer.
Let's fix him then. It'll be one less doin.
Forget it, said Teruviel, grabbing him by the sleeve. Why bother? We were supposed to carry out reconnaissance and then join the commando. Are we to murder civilians on the road? Is that what fighting for freedom is about?
Precisely. Stand aside.
If a body is left on the road, every passing patrol will raise the alarm. The army will set out after us. They'll stake out the fords, and we might have difficulty crossing the river.
Few people ride along this road. We'll be far away before anyone finds the body.
That rider's already far away, said Gebre from the tree. You should have shot instead of yapping. You wanted him now. He's a good 200 paces away.
With my 60-pounder?
Yevin stroked his bow.
And a 30-inch arrow? And anyway, that's never 200 paces. It's 150 tops. Mire que sparenle.
Yevin, forget it.
Thesep, Teruviel.
The elf turned his hat around so the squirrel's tail pinned to it wouldn't get in the way. Quickly and powerfully drew back his bowstring right to his ear, and then aimed carefully and shot. Aplegat did not hear the arrow. It was a silent arrow, specially fletched with long, narrow grey feathers, its shaft fluted for increased stiffness and weight reduction. The three-edged, razor-sharp arrow hit the messenger in the back with great force, between his left shoulder blade and his spine. The blades were positioned at an angle, and as they entered his body, the arrow rotated and bored in like a screw, mutilating the tissue, cutting through blood vessels and shattering bone. Aplegat lurched forward onto his horse's neck and slid to the ground, limp as a sack of wool. The sand on the road was hot, heated up so much by the sun that it was painful to the touch. The messenger didn't feel it. He died at once. To say I knew her would be an exaggeration. I think that, apart from the Witcher and the Enchantress, no one really knew her. When I saw her for the first time, she did not make a great impression on me at all, even in spite of the quite extraordinary accompanying circumstances. I have known people who said that right away from the very first encounter they sensed the foretaste of death striding behind the girl. To me, she seemed utterly ordinary, though I knew that ordinary she was not, for which reason I tried to discern, discover, sense the singularity in her. But I noticed nothing and sensed nothing. Nothing that could have been a signal, a presentiment, or a harbinger of those subsequent tragic events. Events caused by her very existence, and those she caused by her actions. Dandelion, half a century of poetry. Chapter 2. Right by the crossroads, where the forest ended, 9 posts were driven into the ground. Each was crowned by a cartwheel, mounted flat. Above the wheels teemed crows and ravens, pecking and tearing at the corpses bound to the rims and hubs. Owing to the height of the posts and the great number of birds, one could only imagine what the unidentifiable remains lying on top of the wheels might be. But they were bodies. They couldn't have been anything else. Ciri turned her head away and wrinkled her nose in disgust. The wind blew from the posts, and the sickening stench of rotting corpses drifted above the crossroads. "Wonderful scenery," said Yennefer, leaning out of the saddle and spitting on the ground, forgetting that a short time earlier she had fiercely scolded Ciri for doing the same thing. "Picturesque and fragrant. But why do this here, at the edge of the wilderness? They usually set things like that up right outside the city walls. Am I right, good people?"
"They're squirrels, noble lady,"
came the hurried explanation from one of the wandering traders they had caught up with at the crossroads. He was guiding the piebald horse harnessed to his fully laden cart.
"Elves, they're on those posts, and that's why the posts are by the forest, as a warning to other squirrels."
"Does that mean," said the enchantress, looking at him, "that captured Scoia'tael are brought here alive?"
"Elves, milady, seldom let themselves be taken alive," interrupted the trader. "And even if the soldiers catch one, they take them to the city, because civilized non-humans dwell there. When they've watched squirrels being tortured in the town square, they quickly lose interest in joining them.
But if any elves are killed in combat, their bodies are taken to a crossroads and hung on posts like this.
Sometimes they're brought from far away, and by the time they get here, they reek—"
"To think," snapped Yennefer, "we have been forbidden from necromantic practices out of respect for the dignity of death and mortal remains, on the grounds that they deserve reverence, peace, and a ritual and ceremonial burial."
"What are you saying, milady?"
"Nothing. We're leaving, Ciri. Let's get away from this place. I feel as though the stench was sticking to me." "Yuck! Me too," said Ciri, trotting around the trader's cart. "Let's gallop, yes." "Very well."
"Ciri, gallop, but don't break your neck."
They soon saw the city, surrounded by walls, bristling with towers, with glistening pointed roofs. And beyond the city was the sea, grey-green, sparkling in the morning sun, flecked here and there with the white dots of sails. Ciri reined in her horse at the edge of a sandy drop, stood up in her stirrups, and greedily breathed in the wind and the scent. "Gors Velen," said Yennefer, riding up and stopping at her side. "We've finally made it. Let's get back on the road." They rode off down the road at a canter, leaving several ox carts and people walking, laden down with faggots, behind them. Once they had overtaken them all and were alone, though, the enchantress slowed and gestured for Ciri to stop. "Come closer," she said. "Closer still. Take the reins and lead my horse. I need both hands." "What for?" "I said, take the reins, Ciri." Yennefer took a small silver looking-glass from her saddlebags, wiped it, and then whispered a spell. The looking-glass floated out of her hand, rose up, and remained suspended above her horse's neck, right before the enchantress's face. Ciri let out a sigh of awe and licked her lips. The enchantress removed a comb from her saddlebags, took off her beret, and combed her hair vigorously for the next few minutes. Ciri remained silent. She knew she was forbidden to disturb or distract Yennefer while she combed her hair. The arresting and apparently careless disarray of her wavy, luxuriant locks was the result of long, hard work and demanded no little effort. The enchantress reached into her saddlebags once more. She attached some diamond earrings to her ears and fastened bracelets on both wrists. She took off her shawl and undid a few buttons on her blouse, revealing her neck and a black velvet ribbon decorated with an obsidian star. "Ha!" said Ciri at last, unable to hold back. I know why you're doing that. You want to look nice because we're going to the city. Am I right? Yes, you are. What about me? What about you? I want to look nice too. I'll do my hair. Put your beret on, said Yennefer sharply, eyes still fixed on the looking-glass floating above the horse's ears. Right where it was before, and tuck your hair underneath it. Ciri snorted angrily, but obeyed at once. She had long ago learned to distinguish the timbre and shades of the enchantress's voice. She had learned when she could get into a discussion, and when it was wiser not to. Yennefer, having at last arranged the locks over her forehead, took a small green glass jar out of her saddlebags. Ciri, she said more gently, we're travelling in secret, and the journey's not over yet, which is why you have to hide your hair under your beret. There are people at every gate who are paid for their accurate and reliable observation of travellers. Do you understand? No, retorted Ciri impudently, reining back the enchantress's black stallion. You've made yourself beautiful to make those gate watchmen's eyes pop out. Very secretive, I must say. The city to whose gates we are heading, smiled Yennefer, is Gors-Velen. I don't have to disguise myself in Gors-Velen. Quite the contrary, I'd say. With you, it's different. You ought not to be remembered by anyone. The people who'll be staring at you will see me too. The enchantress uncorked the jar, which gave off the scent of lilac and gooseberries. She stuck her index finger in and rubbed a little of it under her eyes. I doubt, she said, still smiling mysteriously, whether anyone will notice you. A long column of riders and wagons stood before the bridge, and travellers crowded around the gatehouse, waiting for their turn to be searched. Ciri fumed and growled, angry at the prospect of a long wait. Yennefer, however, sat up straight in the saddle and rode at a trot, looking high over the heads of the travellers. They parted swiftly for her and made room, bowing in respect. The guards in hauberks also noticed the enchantress at once and gave her free passage, liberally handing out blows with their spear shafts to the stubborn or the overly slow. This way, noble lady, called one of the guards, staring at Yennefer and flushing. Come through here, I entreat you. Make way, you churls. The hastily summoned officer of the watch emerged from the guardhouse, sullen and angry. But at the sight of Yennefer, he blushed, opened his eyes and his mouth wide, and made a low bow. I humbly welcome you to Gors-Velen, your ladyship, he mumbled, straightening up and staring. I am at your command. May I be of any service to you? Perhaps an escort? A guide? Should I summon anyone? That will not be necessary, replied Yennefer, straightening up in her saddle and looking down at him. My stay in the city shall be brief. I am riding to Thanedd. Of course, ma'am, said the soldier, shifting from foot to foot and unable to tear his eyes from the enchantress's face. The other guards also stared. Ciri, proudly, pulled her shoulders back and raised her head, only to realize no one was looking at her. It was as if she didn't exist. Yes, ma'am, repeated the officer of the guard. To Thanedd, yes, for the conclave. I understand. Very well. Then I wish you— Thank you, said the enchantress, spurring her horse, clearly uninterested in whatever the officer wanted to wish her. Ciri followed her. The guardsmen bowed to Yennefer as she rode by, but none of them paid Ciri so much as a glance. They didn't even ask your name, she muttered, catching up with Yennefer and carefully guiding her horse between the ruts worn into the muddy road. Did you put a spell on them? Not on them, on myself. The enchantress turned back, and Ciri sighed. Yennefer's eyes burnt with a violet light, and her face radiated with beauty. Dazzling beauty, provocative, dangerous, and unnatural. The little green jar, Ciri realized. What was in it? Glamorai, an elixir, or rather a cream for special occasions. Ciri, must you ride into every puddle in the road? I'm trying to clean my horse's fetlocks. It hasn't rained for a month. That's slops and horse piss, not water. Uh-huh. Tell me, why did you use that elixir? Did it matter so much to you to— This is Gors-Velen, interrupted Yennefer, a city that owes much of its prosperity to sorcerers and enchantresses. Actually, if I'm honest, chiefly to enchantresses. You saw for yourself how enchantresses are treated here, and I had no desire to introduce myself or prove who I am. I preferred to make it obvious at first glance. We turn left after that red house. We'll walk, Ciri. Slow your horse down or you'll trample a child. But why did we come here then? I just told you. Ciri snorted, thinking hard, then pursed her lips and dug her heels hard into her horse. Her mare skittered, almost colliding with a passing horse and cart. The carter got up from his seat, ready to unleash a stream of professional abuse at her, but on seeing Yennefer, sat down quickly and began a thorough analysis of the state of his clogs. "Try to bolt like that once more," enunciated Yennefer, "and we'll get cross." "You're behaving like an adolescent goat. You're embarrassing me." "I figured it out. You want to put me in some school or orphanage, don't you? I don't want to go." "Be quiet. People are staring. They're staring at you, not at me. I don't want to go to school. You promised me you'd always be with me, and now you're planning to leave me all by myself. I don't want to be alone." "You won't be alone. There are plenty of girls your age at the school. You have lots of friends. I don't want any friends. I want to be with you, and I thought we'd—" Yennefer suddenly turned to face her. "What did you think?" "I thought we were going to see Geralt," said Ciri, tossing her head provocatively. "I know perfectly well what you've been thinking about the entire journey, and why you were sighing at night." "Enough!" hissed the enchantress, and the sight of her glaring eyes made Ciri bury her face in her horse's mane. "You've overstepped the mark. May I remind you that the moment when you could defy me has passed forever. You only have yourself to blame, and now you have to be obedient. You'll do as I say. Understood?" Ciri nodded. "Whatever I say will be the best for you, always. Which is why you will obey me and carry out my instructions. Is that clear? Rein in your horse. We're here." "That's the school," grunted Ciri, looking up at the magnificent facade of a building. "Is that not another word? Dismount and mind your manners. This isn't the school. It's in Aretuza, not in Gorsvelen. This is a bank. Why do we need a bank? Think about it, and dismount, as I said. Not in a puddle. Leave your horse, that's the servant's job. Take off your gloves. You don't go into a bank wearing riding gloves. Look at me, Ciri. Straighten your beret, and your collar. Stand up straight. And if you don't know what to do with your hands, then don't do anything with them." Ciri sighed. The servants who poured out of the entrance and assisted them, falling over each other as they bowed, were dwarves. Ciri looked at them with interest. Although they were all short, sturdy, and bearded, in no way did they resemble her companion Yarpen Zigrin or his lads. These servants looked grey, identically uniformed and unremarkable. They were subservient, too, which could never be said about Yarpen and his lads. They went inside. The magic elixir was still working, so Yennefer's appearance immediately caused a great commotion. More dwarves bustled and bowed, and there were further obsequious welcomes and declarations of readiness to serve, which only subsided on the appearance of a fat, opulently attired and white-bearded dwarf.
"My dear Yennefer,"
boomed the dwarf, jingling a golden chain which dangled from a powerful neck and fell to considerably below his white beard.
"What a surprise, and what an honour! Please, please come to my office. And you lot, don't stand there staring. To work, to your abacuses. Wilfley, bring a bottle of Castel de Neuf to my office." "Which vintage?" "You know what vintage. Be quick, jump to it. This way, Yennefer. It's an unalloyed joy to see you. You look, oh, damn it, you look drop-dead gorgeous."
"As do you," the enchantress smiled. "You're keeping well, Giancardi."
"Naturally. Please come through to my office. But no, you go first. You know the way after all, Yennefer."
It was a little dark, but pleasantly cool in the office, and the air held a scent Ciri remembered from Jara the scribe's tower. The smell of ink and parchment and dust covering the oak furniture, tapestries and old books.
"Sit down, please,"
said the banker, pulling a heavy armchair away from the table for Yennefer, and throwing Ciri a curious glance. Give her a book, Molnar, said the enchantress carelessly, noticing his look. She adores books. She'll sit at the end of the table and won't disturb us. Will you, Ciri? Ciri did not deign to reply. A book? Said the dwarf, solicitously going over to a chest of drawers. What have we here? Oh, a ledger. No, not that. Duties and port charges? Not that either. Credit and reimbursement? No. Oh, how did that get here? God only knows. But this will probably be just the thing. There you go, miss. The book bore the title Physiologius, and was very old and very tattered. Ciri carefully opened the cover and turned several pages. The book immediately caught her interest, since it concerned mysterious monsters and beasts, and was full of illustrations. For the next few moments, she tried to divide her interest between the book and the conversation between the enchantress and the dwarf. Do you have any letters for me, Molnar? No, said the banker, pouring wine for Yennefer and himself. No new ones have arrived. I delivered the last ones a month ago, using our usual method. I received them, thank you. Did anyone show interest in those letters by any chance? No one here, smiled Molnar Giancardi. But your suspicions are not unwarranted, my dear. The Vivaldi Bank informed me, confidentially, that several attempts were made to track the letters. Their branch in Vengerberg also uncovered an attempt to track all transactions of your private account. A member of the staff proved to be disloyal. The dwarf broke off and looked at the enchantress from beneath his bushy eyebrows. Ciri listened intently. Yennefer said nothing, and toyed with her obsidian star. Vivaldi, said the banker, lowering his voice, couldn't or didn't want to conduct an investigation into the case. The corrupt, disloyal clerk fell, drunk, into a ditch and drowned. An unfortunate accident. Pity. Too quick, too hasty. No use crying over spilt milk, the enchantress pouted. I know who was interested in my letters and account. The investigation at Vivaldi's wouldn't have produced any revelations. If you say so. Giancardi ruffled his beard. Are you going to Thanedd, Yennefer? To the General Mage's conclave? Indeed. To determine the fate of the world? Let's not exaggerate. Various rumours are doing the rounds, said the dwarf coldly, and various things are happening. What might they be, if it's not a secret? Since last year, said Giancardi, stroking his beard, strange fluctuations in taxation policy have been observed. I know it doesn't interest you. Go on. Poll tax and winter billeting tax, both of which are levied directly by the military authorities, have been doubled. Every merchant and entrepreneur also has to pay their 10th groat into the royal treasury. This is an entirely new tax, 1 groat on every noble of turnover. In addition, dwarves, gnomes, elves, and halflings are paying increased poll and chimney tax. If they engage in trade or manufacturing, they are also charged with a compulsory non-human donation of 10 per 100 groats. In this way, I hand over 60% of my income to the treasury. My bank, including all its branches, gives the 4 kingdoms 600 marks a year. For your information, that's almost 3 times as much as a wealthy duke or earl pays in levy on an extensive estate. Are humans not also charged with making the donation for the army? No, only the winter billeting tax and poll tax. That means, the enchantress nodded, that the dwarves and other non-humans are financing the campaign being waged against the Scoia'tael in the forests. I expected something like that. But what do taxes have to do with the conclave on Thanedd? Something always happens after your conclaves, muttered the banker. Something always happens. This time, I hope it will finally be the opposite. I'm counting on your conclave stopping things from happening. I'd be very happy, for example, if these strange price rises were to stop. Be precise. The dwarf leaned back in his chair and linked his fingers across his beard-covered belly. I've worked for a good many years in this profession, he said, sufficiently long to be able to connect certain price fluctuations with certain facts. And recently, the prices of precious stones have risen sharply, because there's a demand for them. Isn't cash usually exchanged for gemstones to avoid losses based on fluctuations in exchange rates and parities of coinage? That too, but gemstones have one other considerable virtue. A pouch of diamonds weighing a few ounces, which can fit inside a pocket, corresponds in value to some 50 marks. The same sum in coins weighs 25 pounds and would fill a fair-sized sack. It is considerably quicker and easier to run away with a pouch in one's pocket than with a sack over one's shoulder. And one has one's hands free, which is of no small import. One can hold on to one's wife with one hand, and if needs must, punch someone with the other. Ciri snorted quietly, but Yennefer immediately quietened her with a fierce look. Which means, she looked up, that some people are preparing well in advance to run away. But where to, I wonder? The far north tops the list. Hengfors, Kovir and Povis. Firstly, because it's indeed far away, and secondly, because those countries are neutral and are on good terms with Nilfgaard. I see, said the enchantress, a nasty smile on her lips. So it's diamonds into your pocket, grab the wife, and head for the north. Not too premature? Oh, never mind. So tell me, what else is getting dearer? Boats. What? Boats, repeated the dwarf, grinning. All the boat builders from the coast are building boats. Their orders placed by quartermasters from King Foltest's army. The quartermasters pay well and keep placing new orders. Invest in boats, Yennefer, if you have any spare capital. It's a gold mine. You can build a boat from bark and reeds, make out a bill for a bark made of first-rate pine, and split the profit with the quartermaster. Don't joke, Giancardi. Tell me what it's about. Those boats, said the banker casually looking at the ceiling, are transported south, to Sodden and Brugge, to the river Yaruga. From what I hear, they aren't used for catching fish on the river. They're being hidden in the forest on the east bank. It's said the army has spending hours on embarkation and disembarkation drills, but it's not for real yet. Aha, said Yennefer, biting her lip. And why are some people in such a rush to lend a hand? The Yaruga is in the south. There's some understandable anxiety, muttered the dwarf, glancing over at Ciri, that Emperor Emir Varemris will not be overjoyed when he hears that the aforementioned boats have been launched. Some people think it is sure to infuriate him, and then it'll be better to be as far as possible from the Nilfgaardian border. Hell, at least until the harvest. Once the harvest's in, I'll sigh with relief. If something's going to happen, it'll happen before the harvest. Before the crops are in the granaries, said Yennefer slowly. That's right. It's hard to graze horses on stubble, and strongholds with full granaries can endure long sieges. The weather is favourable for farmers, and the harvest looks promising. Yes, the weather is exceptionally beautiful. The sun's hot, so cats and dogs alike are hoping it'll soon rain, cats and dogs. And the Yaruga in Dol Angra is very shallow. It's easy to ford it in both directions. Why Dol Angra? I hope, said the banker, stroking his beard and fixing the sorceress with a penetrating glance, I can trust you. You've always been able to, Giancardi. Nothing has changed. Dol Angra, said the dwarf slowly, means Lyria and Aedion, who have a military alliance with Temeria. You surely don't think that Foltest, who's buying the boats, intends to use them for his own ends, do you? No, said the enchantress slowly. I don't. Thank you for the information, Molnar. Who knows? Perhaps you're right. Perhaps at the conclave we'll somehow manage to influence the fate of the world and the people living in it. Don't forget about the dwarves, snorted Giancardi, or their banks. We'll try not to. Since we're on the subject, I'm all ears. I have some expenses, Molnar, and should I take something from my account at the Vivaldi Bank, someone is bound to drown again, so— Yennefer, interrupted the dwarf, you have unlimited credit with me. The pogrom in Vengerberg took place long ago. Perhaps you have forgotten, but I never will. None of the Giancardi family will forget. How much do you need? 1,500 Temerian orens, transferred to the branch of the Cianfanelli Bank in Ellender, in favour of the Temple of Melitele. Consider it done. A nice transfer. Donations to temples aren't taxed. What else? What are the annual fees for the school at Aretuza? Ciri listened carefully. 1,200 Novigrad crowns, said Giancardi, and then you have to add the matriculation fee, around 200 for a new novice. It's bloody gone up. Everything has. They don't skimp on novices, though. They live like queens at Aretuza, and half the city lives off them. Tailors, shoemakers, confectioners, suppliers. I know. Pay 2,000 into the school's account, anonymously, with a note that it's the registration fee and payment of the annual fees for one novice. The dwarf put down his quill, looked at Ciri, and smiled in understanding. Ciri, pretending to leaf through the book, listened intently. Will that be all, Yennefer? And 300 Novigrad crowns for me, in cash. I'll need at least 3 dresses for the conclave on Thanedd. Why cash? I'll give you a banker's draft for 500. The prices of imported fabric have risen damnably, and you don't dress in wool or linen after all. And should you need anything, for yourself or for the future pupil at Aretuza, my shops and storehouses are at your disposal. Thank you. What interest rate shall we say? Interest? Said the dwarf, looking up. You paid the Giancardi family in advance, Yennefer, in Vengerberg. Let's talk no more about it. I don't like debts of this kind, Molnar. Neither do I. But I'm a merchant, a business dwarf. I know what an obligation is. I know its value. So I repeat, let's speak no more about it. You may consider the favours you've asked of me sorted, and the favour you didn't ask about too. Yennefer raised an eyebrow. A certain witcher I consider family, chuckled Giancardi, visited the city of Dorian recently. I was informed he ran up a debt of 100 crowns with a moneylender there. The said moneylender works for me. I'll cancel the debt, Yennefer. The enchantress glanced at Ciri and made a sour grimace. Molnar, she said coldly, don't stick your fingers in a door with broken hinges. I doubt he still holds me dear, and if he learns about any debts being cancelled, he'll hate my guts. You know him, don't you? Honour is an obsession with him. Was he in Dorian a long time ago? Some 10 days ago. Then he was seen in Little Marsh. I'm informed he went from there to Hirundum, since he had a commission from the farmers there, some kind of monster to kill as usual. And as usual, they'll be paying him peanuts for killing it. Yennefer's voice changed a little. Which, as usual, will barely cover the cost of medical treatment should he be mauled by the monster. Business as usual. If you really want to do something for me, Molnar, get involved. Contact the farmers from Hirundum and raise the bounty. Give him enough to live on. Business as usual, snorted Giancardi. And if he eventually finds out about it? Yennefer fixed her eyes on Ciri, who was watching and listening now, not even attempting to feign interest in physiologists. And from whom, she muttered, might he find out? Ciri lowered her gaze. The dwarf smiled meaningfully and stroked his beard. Will you be heading towards Hirundum before setting off for Thanedd? Just by chance, of course. No, said the enchantress, turning away. I won't. Change the subject, Molnar. Giancardi stroked his beard again and looked at Ciri. She lowered her head, cleared her throat, and fidgeted in her chair. Quite, he said. A time to change the subject. But your charge is clearly bored by that book and by our conversation, and my next topic will bore her even more, I suspect. The fate of the world, the fate of the dwarves of this world, the fate of their banks. What a boring subject for girls, for future graduates of Aretuza. Let her spread her wings a little, Yennefer. Let her take a walk around the city. Oh, yes, cried Ciri. The enchantress looked annoyed, and was opening her mouth to protest, but suddenly changed tack. Ciri wasn't certain, but she suspected the faint wink that accompanied the banker's suggestion influenced her decision. Let the girl have a look at the wonders of the ancient city of Gorsvelen, added Giancardi, smiling broadly. She deserves a little freedom before Aretuza, and we'll chat about certain issues of a personal nature. No, I'm not suggesting the girl goes alone, even though it's a safe city. I'll assign her a companion and guardian, one of my younger clerks. Forgive me, Molnar, said Yennefer, ignoring the smile, but I'm not convinced that in the present times, and even in a safe city, the presence of a dwarf, it didn't even occur to me, said Giancardi indignantly, to send her with a dwarf. The clerk I have in mind is the son of a respected merchant, every inch a human, if you will excuse the expression. Did you think I only employ dwarves? Hey, Vilfley, summon Fabio and look lively. Ciri, The enchantress walked over to her, bending forward slightly. Make sure there's no funny business. Nothing I'll have to be ashamed of, and keep stum. Got it? Promise me you'll watch your words and deeds. Don't just nod. Promises are made aloud. I promise, Yennefer. And glance at the sun from time to time. You're to be back at noon, punctually, and should... No, I don't imagine anyone will recognize you, but should you notice someone observing you too intently... The enchantress put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a small piece of chrysoprase marked with runes, ground and polished into the shape of an hourglass. Put that in your pouch and don't lose it, in case of emergencies. Do you recall the spell? Just use it discreetly. Activation emits a powerful echo, and the amulet transmits waves when it's in use. Should there be someone nearby who's sensitive to magic, you'll reveal yourself to them, rather than remain hidden. And take this, should you wish to buy something. Thank you, madam. Ciri put the amulet and coins into her pouch, and looked with interest at the boy who had rushed into the office. He was freckled, and his wavy chestnut hair fell onto the high collar of his grey clerk's uniform. Fabio Sachs, said Giancardi by way of introduction. The boy bowed courteously. Fabio, this is Madame Yennefer, our honoured guest and respected client, and this young lady, her ward, wishes to visit our city. You shall be accompanying her and acting as her guide and guardian. The boy bowed once more, this time towards Ciri. Ciri, said Yennefer coldly, please stand up. She stood up, slightly taken aback, for she knew the custom well enough to know it wasn't expected of her, and she understood at once what Yennefer had seen. The clerk might look the same age as Ciri, but he was a head shorter. Molnar, said the enchantress, who is taking care of whom? Couldn't you assign someone of slightly more substantial dimensions to this task? The boy blushed and looked at his superior questioningly. Giancardi nodded his head in assent. The clerk bowed a third time. Your Highness, he began, fluently and confidently, I may not be tall, but you can rely on me. I know the city, the suburbs, and the surroundings very well. I shall look after this young lady to the best of my ability, and if I, Fabio Sachs the younger, son of Fabio Sachs, do something to the best of my ability, then many an older boy would not better it. Yennefer looked at him for a while, and then turned towards the banker. Congratulations, Molnar, she said. You know how to choose your staff. You will have cause to be grateful to your young clerk in the future. It's true. The purest gold rings truest when you strike it. Ciri, I entrust you into the care of Fabio, son of Fabio, in absolute confidence, since he is a serious, trustworthy man. The boy blushed to the roots of his chestnut hair. Ciri felt herself blushing too. Fabio, said the dwarf, opening a small chest and rummaging around in its clinking contents. Here's half a noble and two 5-groat pieces, in the event the young lady requests anything. Should she not, you shall return it. Very well, you may go. By noon, Ciri, reminded Yennefer, and not a moment later. I remember. My name is Fabio, said the boy, as soon as they'd run down the stairs and out into the busy street. And you're Ciri, right? Yes. What would you like to see in Gorsvalen, Ciri? The main street? Goldsmith's Alley? The seaport? Or maybe the market square and the market? Everything. Mused the boy seriously. We've only got till noon. It would be best to go to the market square. It's market day today. You can see heaps of amazing things. But first, we'll go up onto the wall, where there's a view of the entire bay and the famous Isle of Thanedd. How does that sound? Let's go. Carts rumbled past. Horses and oxen plodded. Coopers rolled barrels along the noisy street, and everyone was in a hurry. Ciri was a little bewildered by the bustle and commotion. She clumsily stepped off the wooden footpath and ended up ankle-deep in mud and muck. Fabio tried to take her arm, but she pulled away. I don't need any help to walk. Of course not. Let's go then. We're in the main street here. It's called Cardo Street and connects the two gates, the main gate and the sea gate. You get to the town hall that way. Do you see the tower with the gold weather vane? That's the town hall. And there, where that colourful sign's hanging, that's a tavern called the Unlaced Corset. But we won't be going there. We're going over there. We'll take a shortcut through the fish market in Winding Street. They turned into a narrow street and came out into a small square squeezed between some buildings. It was full of stalls, barrels, and vats, all strongly smelling of fish. The market was full of bustle and noise, with the stallholders and customers alike trying to outshout the seagulls circling above. There were cats sitting at the foot of the wall, pretending that the fish didn't interest them in the least. "Your mistress," said Fabio suddenly, weaving his way between the stalls, "is very strict." "I know. She isn't a close relative, is she? It's obvious right away." "Is it? How can you tell?" "She's very beautiful," said Fabio, with the cruel, casual frankness of a young person. Ciri turned away abruptly. But before she could treat Fabio to a stinging comment about his freckles or his height, the boy was pulling her between handcarts, barrels, and stalls, explaining all the time that the bastion towering above the square was called the Thief's Bastion, that the stones used for its construction came from the seabed, and that the trees growing at its foot were called plantains. "You're very quiet, Ciri," he suddenly said. "Me?" Ciri pretended to be astonished. "Not at all. I'm just listening carefully to what you're saying. It's all really interesting, you know. And I just wanted to ask you, far away, is it far to the city of Aretuza?" "It isn't far at all. Aretuza isn't even a city. We'll go up on the wall and I'll show you. Look, the steps are over there." The wall was high and the steps steep. Fabio was sweating and panting, and no small wonder, because he never stopped talking while they climbed. Ciri learned that the wall surrounding the city of Gorsvelen was a recent construction, much more recent than the city itself, which had been built long before by the elves. She also found out it was 35 feet high, and it was a so-called casemate wall, made of hewn stones and unfired brick, because that type of construction was the most resistant to blows from battering rams. At the top, they were greeted and fanned by a fresh sea wind. Ciri breathed it in joyfully after the heavy, stagnant stuffiness of the city. She rested her elbows on the top of the wall, looking down over the harbour, dotted with colourful sails. "What's that, Fabio? That mountain?" "That's the Isle of Thanedd." The island seemed very close, and it didn't resemble an island. It looked like the base of a gigantic stone column stuck into the seabed, a huge ziggurat encircled by a spirally twisting road and zigzagging steps and terraces. The terraces were green with groves and gardens, and protruding from the greenery, which clung to the rocks like swallows' nests, rose soaring white towers and the ornate domes of groups of buildings framed by cloisters. The buildings gave no clue at all that they had been constructed from stone. They seemed to have been carved directly from the mountain's rocky slopes. "All of this was built by elves," explained Fabio. "It's said they did it with the help of magic. However, for as long as anyone can remember, Thanedd has belonged to sorcerers. Near the summit, where you can see those gleaming domes, is Garstang Palace. The great conclave of mages will begin there in a few days. And there, look, on the very top, that solitary tower with battlements is Tor Lara, the Tower of Gulls. Can you get there over land? I can see it's very close." "Yes, you can. There's a bridge connecting the bay to the island. We can't see it because the trees are in the way. Do you see those red roofs at the foot of the mountain? That's Loxia Palace. The bridge ends there. You have to pass through Loxia to reach the road to the upper terraces, and those lovely cloisters and little bridges, and those gardens. How do they stay on the rock without falling off? What is that palace?" "That's Aretuza, the place you were asking about. The famous school for young enchantresses is there." "Oh," said Ciri, moistening her lips. "It's there." "Fabio?" "Yes?" "Do you ever see the young enchantresses who attend the school at Aretuza?" The boy looked at her, clearly astonished. "No, never. No one sees them. They aren't allowed to leave the island or visit the city. And no one has access to the school. Even the burgrave and the bailiff can only travel as far as Loxia if they have business for the enchantresses. It's on the lowest level." "That's what I thought." Ciri nodded, staring at Aretuza's shimmering roofs. "It's not a school. It's a prison, on an island, on a rock above a cliff. Quite simply, a prison." "I suppose it is," admitted Fabio after a moment's thought. It's pretty difficult to get out of there. But no, it's not like being in prison. The novices are girls, after all. They need protecting. From what? The boy stammered. I mean, you know what? No, I don't. Oh, I think... Look, Ciri, no one locks them up in the school by force. They must want to be there. Of course, smiled Ciri mischievously. If they want to, they can stay in that prison. If they didn't, they wouldn't allow themselves to be locked up there. There's nothing to it. You just have to choose the right moment to make a break for it. But you'd have to do it before you end up there, because once you went in, it would be too late. What? Run away? Where would they run to? They, she interrupted, probably wouldn't have anywhere to go, the poor things. Fabio, where's that town? Hirundum? The boy looked at her in surprise. Hirundum's not a town, he said. It's a huge farm. There are orchards and gardens there, which supply vegetables and fruit to all the towns and cities in the area. There are also fish ponds, where they breed carp and other fish. How far is it from here to Hirundum? Which way is it? Show me. Why do you want to know? Just show me, will you? Do you see that road leading westwards? Where those wagons are? That's the road to Hirundum. It's about 15 miles away, through forests all the way. 15 miles, repeated Ciri. Not far, if you've got a good horse. Thank you, Fabio. What's he thanking me for? Never mind. Now, take me to the town square. You promised. Let's go. Ciri had never before seen such a crush and hubbub as there was in the market square in Gorsvelen. The noisy fish market they'd walked through a little earlier seemed like a quiet temple compared to this place. It was absolutely huge, but still so crowded that Ciri assumed they would only be able to look at it from a distance. There would be no chance of actually getting into it. Fabio, however, bravely forced his way into the seething crowd, pulling her along by the hand. Ciri felt dizzy at once. The market traders bellowed, the customers bellowed even louder, and children lost in the crowd howled and wailed. Cattle lowed, sheep bleated, and poultry clucked and quacked. Dwarven craftsmen doggedly banged their hammers onto sheets of metal, cursing foully whenever they interrupted their hammering to take a drink. Pipes, fiddles, and dulcimers could be heard from various parts of the square. Apparently some minstrels and musicians were performing. To cap it all, someone hidden in the crowd was blowing a brass trumpet incessantly. That someone was clearly not a musician. Dodging a pig that trotted past with a piercing squeal, Ciri fell against a cage of chickens. A moment later, she was jostled by a passer-by and trod on something soft that meowed. She jumped back and barely avoided being trampled on by a huge, smelly, revolting, fearsome-looking beast, shoving people aside with its shaggy flanks. "What was that?" she groaned, trying to regain her balance. "Fabio? A camel. Don't be afraid." "I'm not afraid. The thought of it." Ciri looked around curiously. She watched halflings at work, creating ornate wineskins from goat's hide in full view of the public, and she was delighted by the beautiful dolls on display at a stall run by a pair of half-elves. She looked at wares made of malachite and jasper, which a gruff, gloomy gnome was offering for sale. She inspected the swords in a swordsmith's workshop with interest and the eye of an expert. She watched girls weaving wicker baskets and concluded that there was nothing worse than work. The hornblower stopped blowing. Someone had probably killed him. "What smells so delicious around here?" "Doughnuts," said Fabio, feeling the pouch. "Do you wish to eat one?" "I wish to eat 2. The vendor handed them 3 doughnuts, took the 5-groat piece, and gave them 4 coppers in change, one of which he broke in half. Ciri, slowly regaining her poise, watched the operation of the coin being broken, while voraciously devouring the first doughnut. "Is that," she asked, getting started on the second, "where the expression, 'not worth a broken groat,' comes from?" "That's right," said Fabio, swallowing his doughnut. "There aren't any smaller coins than groats. Don't people use half-groats where you come from?" "No." Ciri licked her fingers. "Where I come from, we used gold ducats. And anyway, all that breaking business was stupid and pointless." "Why?" "Because I wish to eat a 3rd doughnut." The plum jam-filled doughnuts acted like the most miraculous elixir. Ciri was now in a good mood, and the teeming square had stopped terrifying her, and had even begun to please her. Now she didn't let Fabio drag her behind him, but pulled him into the biggest crowd herself, towards a place where someone on a makeshift rostrum built of barrels was addressing the crowd. The speaker was fat and a bit past it. Ciri recognized him as a wandering priest by his shaved head and greyish-brown robes. She had seen his kind before, as they would occasionally visit the temple of Melitele in Elender. Mother Nenneker never referred to them as anything other than fanatical chumps.
"There is but one law in the world," roared the podgy priest. "Divine law. The whole of nature is subject to that law, the whole of earth and everything that lives on the earth, and spells and magic are contrary to that law. Thus are sorcerers damned, and close is the day of wrath, when fire will pour from the heavens and destroy their vile island. Then down will come the walls of Loxia, Aretuza, and Garstang, where those pagans are gathering to hatch their intrigues. Those walls will tumble down,
and we'll have to build the soddy things again," muttered a journeyman bricklayer in a lime-spattered smock standing next to Ciri.
"I admonish you all, good and pious people," yelled the priest. "Don't believe the sorcerers. Don't turn to them for advice or aid. Be beguiled neither by their beautiful looks nor their clever speech. For verily I do say to you that those magicians are like whitened graves, beautiful on the outside, but full of putrefaction and rotten bones on the inside."
"See what a powerful gob he has on him," remarked a young woman with a basket full of carrots. "He's having a go at the magicians because he's jealous of them, and that's that." "Course he is," said the bricklayer. "Look at his noggin. He's bald as an egg, and that belly hangs down to his knees. On the other hand, sorcerers are handsome. They don't get fat or bald, and sorceresses, well, they're just gorgeous." "Only because they sold their souls to the devil for their beauty," yelled a short individual with a shoemaker's hammer stuck into his belt. "Fool of a cobbler! Were it not for the ladies of Aretuza, you'd long since have gone begging. Thanks to them, you got food in your belly." Fabio pulled Ciri by the sleeve, and they plunged once more into the crowd, which carried them towards the middle of the square. They heard the pounding of a drum and loud shouting, calling for silence. The crowd had no intention of being quiet, but it didn't bother the town crier on the wooden platform in the least. He had a powerful, trained voice, and knew how to use it.
"Let it be known," he bellowed, unfurling a roll of parchment, "that Hugo Ansbach, of halfling stock, is outlawed, for he gave lodgings and victuals to those villainous elves called squirrels. The same applies to Justin Ingvar, a blacksmith of dwarven stock, who forged arrowheads for those wrongdoers. Thus does the Burgrave announce that both are wanted and orders them to be hunted down. Whosoever seizes them will earn a reward of 50 crowns. Any who gives them victuals or shelter shall be considered an accomplice to their crime and shall suffer the same punishment. And should they be apprehended in a village or hamlet, the entire village or hamlet will pay a fine."
"But who," shouted someone in the crowd, "will give a halfling shelter? They should be hunted on their farms, and when they're found, all those non-humans should be slung into the dungeons." "To the gallows, not the dungeons." The town crier began to read further announcements issued by the Burgrave and town council, and Ciri lost interest. She was just about to extricate herself from the crowd when she suddenly felt a hand on her bottom. A totally non-accidental, brazen, and extremely skilled hand. The crush ought to have prevented her from turning around to look, but in Kaer Morhen, Ciri had learned how to maneuver in places that were difficult to move around in. She turned around, causing something of a disturbance. The young priest with the shaved head, standing right behind her, smiled an arrogant, rehearsed smile. "Right then," said that smile, "what are we going to do now? You'll blush sweetly, and that'll be the end of it, won't it?" It was clear the priest had never had to deal with one of Yennefer's pupils. "Keep your hands to yourself, Baldy! yelled Ciri, white with rage. "Grab your own arse, you whitewashed tomb!" Taking advantage of the fact that the priest was pinned in by the crowd and couldn't move, she intended to kick him, but Fabio prevented that, hurriedly pulling her well away from the priest and the site of the incident. Seeing that she was trembling with rage, he treated her to a few fritters dusted with caster sugar, at the sight of which Ciri immediately calmed down and forgot about the incident. From where they were standing by the stall, they had a view of a scaffold with a pillory, but with no criminal in it. The scaffold itself was decorated with garlands of flowers, and was being used by a group of wandering minstrels, dressed up like parrots, sawing away vigorously at violins and playing flutes and bagpipes. A young black-haired woman, in a sequined waistcoat, sang and danced, shaking a tambourine and merrily stamping tiny slippers. To bite a witch beside the path some vipers did contrive, the snakes all perished one by one, the witch is still alive. The crowd gathered around the scaffold laughed heartily and clapped along. The fritter seller threw another batch into the hot oil. Fabio licked his fingers and tugged Ciri away by the sleeve. There were innumerable stalls and delicious foods were being offered everywhere. They each ate a cream bun, then shared a smoked eel, which they followed with something very strange, which had been fried and impaled on a skewer. After that, they stopped by some barrels of sauerkraut and pretended to be tasting it, as if intending to buy a large quantity. When they had eaten their fill, but then didn't buy anything, the stallholder called them a pair of little shits. They walked on. Fabio bought a small basket of bergamot pears with the rest of the money. Ciri looked up at the sky, but decided it still wasn't noon. "Fabio, what are those tents and booths over there by the wall? Sideshows. Want to see?" "Yes." There was a crowd of men in front of the first tent, shuffling about excitedly. The sounds of a flute floated out from inside. "The black-skinned Layla," read Ciri, struggling to decipher the lopsided crooked writing on the flap, "reveals all the secrets of her body in the dance." "What nonsense! What kind of secrets? Come on, let's go," said Fabio, urging her on and blushing slightly. "Oh, look, this is more interesting. There's a clairvoyant here who'll tell your fortune. I've still got 2 groats. That should be enough." "Waste of money," snorted Ciri. "Some prophecy it'll be for 2 groats. To predict the future you have to be a prophetess. Divination is a great gift. Even among enchantresses, no more than 1 in 100 has that kind of ability." "A fortune teller predicted," interrupted the boy, "that my elder sister would get married, and it came true." "Don't make faces, Ciri. Come on, let's have our fortunes told. I don't want to get married. I don't want my fortune told. It's hot, and that tent stinks of incense. I'm not going in. Go in yourself if you want, and I'll wait. I just don't understand why you want a prophecy. What would you like to know?" "Well," stammered Fabio, "mostly it's if I'm going to travel. I'd like to travel and see the whole world." "He will," thought Ciri suddenly, feeling dizzy. "He'll sail on great white sailing ships. He'll sail to countries no one has seen before him. Fabio Sachs, explorer. He'll give his name to a cape to the very furthest point of an as-yet unnamed continent. When he's 54, married with a son and 3 daughters, he'll die far from his home and his loved ones, of an as-yet unnamed disease." "Ciri, what's the matter with you?" She rubbed her face. She felt as though she were coming up through water, rising to the surface from the bottom of a deep, ice-cold lake. "It's nothing," she mumbled, looking around and coming back to herself. "I felt dizzy. It's because of this heat, and because of that incense from the tent. Because of that cabbage, more like," said Fabio seriously. "We oughtn't to have eaten so much. My belly's gurgling too." "There's nothing wrong with me," snapped Ciri, lifting her head briskly and actually feeling better. The thoughts that had flown through her mind like a whirlwind dissipated and were lost in oblivion. "Come on, Fabio, let's go." "Do you want a pair?" "Course I do." A group of teenage boys were playing spinning tops for money. The top, carefully wound up with string, had to be set spinning with a deft tug, like cracking a whip, to make it follow a circular path around a course drawn with chalk. Ciri had beaten most of the boys in Skellige, and all the novices in the Temple of Melita are at spinning tops, so she was toying with the thought of joining the game and relieving the urchins not only of their coppers, but also of their patched breeches, when her attention was suddenly caught by some loud cheering. At the very end of a row of tents and booths stood a curious semicircular enclosure squeezed between the foot of the wall and some stone steps. It was formed from sheets of canvas stretched over 6-foot poles. There was an entrance between two of the poles, blocked by a tall, pock-marked man wearing a jerkin and striped trousers tucked into sailor's boots. A small group of people milled around in front of him, and folk would throw a few coppers into the pock-marked man's hand and then disappear behind the canvas. The pock-marked man was dropping the money into a large sack, which he jingled as he shouted hoarsely, roll up, over here. You will see, with your own eyes, the most frightful creature the gods ever created. Horror of horrors, a live basilisk, the venomous terror of the Zerican deserts, the devil incarnate, an insatiable man-eater. You've never seen such a monster, folks. Freshly caught, brought from beyond the seas in a coracle. Come and see this vicious, live basilisk with your own eyes, because you'll never see one again. Not never, not nowhere. Last chance. Here, behind me, for a mere 15 groats. Just 10 groats for women with children. Ha, said Ciri, shooing wasps away from the pears. A basilisk? A live one? This I must see. I've only seen them in books. Come on, Fabio. I haven't got any more money, but I have. I'll pay for you. Come on, in we go. That'll be 6, said the pockmarked man, looking down at the 4 coppers in his palm. 3 5-groat pieces each. Only women with children get in cheap. He, replied Ciri, pointing at Fabio with a pair, is a child, and I'm a woman. Only women carrying children, growled the pockmarked man. Go on, chuck in 2 more 5-groat pieces, clever little miss, or scram and let other people through. Make haste, folks! Only 3 more empty spaces. Inside the canvas enclosure, townspeople were milling around, forming a solid ring around a stage constructed of wooden planks. On the stage stood a wooden cage covered with a carpet. Having let in the final spectators, the pockmarked man jumped onto the stage, seized a long pole, and used it to pull the carpet away. The air filled with the smell of offal mixed with an unpleasant reptilian stench. The spectators rumbled and stepped back a little. You are being sensible, good people, said the pockmarked man. Not too close, for it may be perilous. Inside the cage, which was far too cramped for it, lay a lizard. It was covered in dark, strangely shaped scales and curled up into a ball. When the pockmarked man knocked the cage with his pole, the reptile writhed, grated its scales against the bars, extended its long neck, and let out a piercing hiss, revealing sharp white fangs, which contrasted vividly with the almost black scales around its maw. The spectators exhaled audibly. A shaggy little dog in the arms of a woman who looked like a stall-holder yapped shrilly. Look carefully, good people, called the pockmarked man, and be glad that beasts like this don't live near our city. This monstrous basilisk is from distant Zericania. Don't come any closer, because though it's secure in a cage, its breath alone could poison you. Ciri and Fabio finally pushed their way through the ring of spectators. The basilisk, continued the pockmarked man on stage, resting on the pole like a guard leaning on his halberd, is the most venomous beast in the world, for the basilisk is the king of all the serpents. Were there more basilisks, this world would disappear without a trace. Fortunately, it is a most rare monster. It only ever hatches from an egg laid by a cockerel. And you know yourselves that not every cockerel can lay an egg, but only a knavish one, who presents his rump to another cockerel in the manner of a mother hen. The spectators reacted with general laughter to this superior, or possibly posterior, joke. The only person not laughing was Ciri. She didn't take her eyes off the creature, which, disturbed by the noise, was writhing and banging against the bars of the cage, biting them, and vainly trying to spread its wings in the cramped space. An egg laid by a cockerel like that, continued the pockmarked man, must be brooded by 101 venomous snakes, and when the basilisk hatches from the egg— That isn't a basilisk, said Ciri, chewing a bergamot pear. The pockmarked man looked at her askance.
When the basilisk hatches, I was saying, he continued, then it devours all the snakes in the nest, imbibing their venom without suffering any harm from it. It becomes so swollen with venom itself that it is able to kill not only with its teeth, not only with its touch, but with its breath alone. And when a mounted knight ups and stabs a basilisk with his spear, the poison runs up the shaft, killing both rider and horse outright.
That's the falsest lie, said Ciri aloud, spitting out a pip.
It's the truest truth, protested the pockmarked man. He kills them. He kills the horse and its rider.
Yeah, right.
Be quiet, miss, shouted the market trader with a dog. Don't interfere. We want to marvel and listen.
Ciri, stop it, whispered Fabio, nudging her in the ribs. Ciri snorted at him, reaching into the basket for another pair.
Every animal,
said the pockmarked man, raising his voice against the murmur, which was intensifying among the spectators,
flees the basilisk as soon as it hears its hiss. Every animal, even a dragon, what am I saying? Even a crocodile, and a crocodile is awfully dreadful, as anyone who's seen one knows. The one and only animal that doesn't fear the basilisk is the marten. The marten, when it sees the monster in the wilderness, runs as fast as it can into the forest, looks for certain herbs known only to it and eats them. Then the basilisk's venom is harmless, and the marten can bite it to death.
Ciri snorted with laughter and made a long, drawn-out, extremely rude noise with her lips.
"Hey, little know-it-all," burst out the pockmarked man. "If it's not to your liking, you know where the door is. No one's forcing you to listen or to look at the basilisk."
"That's no basilisk."
"Oh, yeah, so what is it, Miss Know-it-all?"
"It's a wyvern," said Ciri, throwing away the pear stalk and licking her fingers. "It's a common wyvern, young, small, starving and dirty. But a wyvern, that's all. Viverne, in the elder speech."
"Oh, look at this!" shouted the pockmarked man. "What a clever clogs! Shut your trap, because when
I say," spoke up a fair-haired young man in a velvet beret and a squire's doublet without a coat of arms. He had a delicate, pale girl in an apricot dress on his arm. "Not so fast, my good animal catcher. Do not threaten the noble lady, for I will readily tan your hide with my sword, and furthermore, something smacks of trickery here."
"What trickery, young Sir Knight?" choked the pockmarked man. "She's lying, the horrid... I mean to say, the high-born young lady is in error. It is a basilisk."
"It's a wyvern," repeated Ciri.
"What do you mean, a vernon? It's a basilisk. Just look how menacing it is, how it hisses, how it bites at its cage. Look at those teeth. It's got teeth, I tell you, like
a wyvern," scowled Ciri.
"If you've taken leave of your senses," said the pockmarked man, fixing her with a gaze that a real basilisk would have been proud of, "then come closer. Step up and let it breathe on you. You laughed at its venom. Now let's see you croak. Come along, step up."
"Not a problem," said Ciri, pulling her arm out of Fabio's grasp and taking a step forward. "I shan't allow it," cried the fair-haired squire, dropping his apricot companion's arm and blocking Ciri's way. "It cannot be. You are risking too much, fair lady." Ciri, who had never been addressed like that before, blushed a little, looked at the young man, and fluttered her eyelids in a way she had tried out numerous times on the scribe Jara. "There's no risk whatsoever, noble knight." She smiled seductively, in spite of all Yennefer's warnings and reminders about the fable of the simpleton gazing foolishly at the cheese. "Nothing will happen to me. That so-called poisonous breath is claptrap." "I would, however, like to stand beside you," said the youth, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, "to protect and defend. Will you allow me?" "I will," said Ciri, not knowing why the expression of rage on the apricot maiden's face was causing her such pleasure. "It is I who shall protect and defend her," said Fabio, sticking his chest out and looking at the squire defiantly. "And I shall stand with her too." "Gentlemen," Ciri puffed herself up with pride and stuck her nose in the air. "A little more dignity. Don't shove. There'll be room enough for everyone." The ring of spectators swayed and murmured as she bravely approached the cage, followed so closely by the boys that she could almost feel their breath on her neck. The wyvern hissed furiously and struggled, its reptilian stench assaulting their noses. Fabio gasped loudly, but Ciri didn't withdraw. She drew even closer and held out a hand, almost touching the cage. The monster hurled itself at the bars, raking them with its teeth. The crowd swayed once more, and someone cried out. "Well?" Ciri turned around, hands proudly on her hips. "Did I die? Has that so-called venomous monster poisoned me? He's no more a basilisk than I'm a—" She broke off, seeing the sudden paleness on the faces of Fabio and the squire. She turned around quickly, and saw two bars of the cage parting under the force of the enraged lizard, tearing rusty nails out of the frame. "Run!" she shouted at the top of her voice. "The cage is breaking!" The crowd rushed screaming for the door. Several of them tried to tear their way through the canvas sheeting, but they only managed to entangle themselves and others in it, eventually collapsing into a struggling, yelling mass of humanity. Just as Ciri was trying to jump out of the way, the squire seized her arm, and the two of them staggered, tripped, and fell to the ground, taking Fabio down with them. Anxious yaps came from the stallholder's shaggy little dog, colourful swear words from the pockmarked man, and piercing shrieks from the disorientated apricot maiden. The bars of the cage broke with a crack, and the wyvern struggled free. The pockmarked man jumped down from the stage and tried to restrain it with his pole, but the writhing monster knocked it out of his hand with one blow of its claws and lashed him with its spiny tail, transforming his pockmarked cheek into a bloody pulp. Hissing and spreading its tattered wings, the wyvern flew down from the stage. Its sights were set on Ciri, Fabio, and the squire, who were trying to get to their feet. The apricot maiden fainted and fell flat on her back. Ciri tensed, preparing to jump, but realized she wouldn't make it. They were saved by the shaggy little dog, who, still yapping shrilly, broke free from its owner's arms. She had fallen and become entangled in her own sick skirts, and lunged at the monster. The wyvern hissed, rose up, pinned the cur down with its talons, twisted its body with a swift serpentine movement, and sank its teeth into the dog's neck. The dog howled wildly. The squire struggled to his knees and reached down to his side, but didn't find his hilt. Ciri had been too quick for him. She had drawn his sword from its scabbard in a lightning-fast movement and leapt into a half-turn. The wyvern rose, the dog's severed head hanging in its sharp-toothed jaws. It seemed to Ciri that all the movements she had learned in Caer Morhen were performing themselves, almost without her conscious will or participation. She slashed the astonished wyvern in the belly, and immediately spun away to avoid it. The lunging lizard fell to the sand, spurting blood. Ciri jumped over it, skillfully avoiding its swishing tail. Then, with a sure, accurate, and powerful blow, she hacked into the monster's neck, jumped back, and made an instinctive, but now unnecessary, evasive maneuver, and then struck again at once, this time chopping through its backbone. The wyvern writhed briefly in pain, and then stopped moving. Only its serpentine tail continued to thrash and slap the ground, raining sand all around. Ciri quickly shoved the bloodied sword into the squire's hand. "Danger over!" she shouted to the fleeing crowd and the spectators, still trying to extricate themselves from the canvas sheeting. "The monster's dead! This brave knight has killed him dead!" She suddenly felt a tightening in her throat and a whirling in her stomach. Everything went black. Something hit her in the bottom with tremendous force, making her teeth snap together. She looked around blankly. The thing that had struck her was the ground. "Ciri," whispered Fabio, kneeling beside her. "What's the matter? By the gods, you're as white as a sheet." "It's a pity," she muttered. "You can't see yourself." People crowded around. Several of them prodded the wyvern's body with sticks and pokers. A few of them began dressing the pockmarked man's wounds. The rest cheered the heroic squire, the fearless dragon killer, the only person to keep a cool head and prevent a massacre. The squire revived the apricot maiden, still staring somewhat dumbstruck at the blade of his sword, which was covered with smeared streaks of drying blood. "My hero," said the apricot maiden, coming to and throwing her arms around the squire's neck. "My saviour, my darling." Fabio, said Ciri weakly, seeing the city constables pushing through the crowd. Help me get up and get us out of here, quickly.
Poor children,
said a fat townswoman in a cap as she watched them sneak away from the crowd.
Oh, you were lucky. Were it not for this valiant young knight, your mothers would be sorely grieving.
Find out who that young squire serves, shouted a craftsman in a leather apron. That deed deserves a knightly belt and spurs. Add to the pillory with the animal catcher. He deserves a thrashing, bringing a monster like that into the city among people.
Water, and quickly, the maiden's fainted again. My darling Foo-Foo,
the stallholder suddenly howled, as she leaned over what was left of the shaggy little dog.
My poor little sweetheart, someone please, catch that wench, that rascal who infuriated the dragon. Where is she? Someone grab her. It wasn't the animal catcher. She's to blame for all this.
The city constables, helped by numerous volunteers, began to shove their way through the crowd and look around. Ciri had overcome her dizziness. Fabio, she whispered, let's split up. We'll meet up in a bit in that alleyway we came along. Go, and if anyone stops you to ask, you don't know me or anything about me. But, Ciri, go! She squeezed Yennefer's amulet in her fist and murmured the activation spell. It started working in an instant, and there was no time to lose. The constables, who had been forcing their way through the crowd towards her, stopped, confused. What the bloody hell? Said one of them in astonishment, looking, it would have seemed, straight at Ciri. Where is she? I just saw her.
There! Over there!
Yelled another, pointing the wrong way. Ciri turned around and walked away, still a little dazed and weakened by the rush of adrenaline and the activation of the amulet. The amulet was working perfectly. No one could see her, and no one was paying any attention to her. Absolutely no one. As a consequence, she was jostled, stamped on, and kicked innumerable times before she finally extricated herself from the crowd. By some miracle, she escaped being crushed by a chest thrown from a cart. She almost had an eye poked out by a pitchfork. Spells, it turned out, had their good and bad sides, and as many advantages as disadvantages. The amulet's effects did not last long. Ciri was not powerful enough to control it or extend the time the spell was active. Fortunately, the spell wore off at the right moment, just as she left the crowd and saw Fabio waiting for her in the alley.
Oh my, said the boy. Oh my goodness, Ciri, you're here. I was worried.
You needn't have been. Come on, quickly. Noon has passed. I've got to get back. You were pretty handy with that monster. The boy looked at her in admiration. You moved like lightning. Where did you learn to do that? What? The squire killed the wyvern. That's not true. I thought you didn't see anything. Please, Fabio, not a word to anyone, and particularly not to Madame Yennefer. Oh, I'd be in for it if she found out. She fell silent. Those people were right. She pointed behind her, towards the market square. I provoked the wyvern. It was all my fault. No, it wasn't, retorted Fabio firmly. That cage was rotten and bodged together. It could have broken any second, in an hour, tomorrow, the next day. It's better that it happened now, because you saved— The squire did, yelled Ciri. The squire! Will you finally get that into your head? I'm telling you, if you grass me up, I'll turn you into— well, something horrible. And no spells. I'll turn you into— Stop! Someone called out behind them. That's quite enough of that. One of the women walking behind them had dark, smoothly combed hair, shining eyes and thin lips. She had a short, mauve kamaka cape trimmed with dormouse fur thrown over her shoulders. Why aren't you in school, novice? She asked in a cold, resonant voice, eyeing Ciri with a penetrating gaze. Wait, Tisaya, said the other woman, who was younger, tall and fair-haired, and wore a green dress with a plunging neckline. I don't know her. I don't think she's— Yes, she is, interrupted the dark-haired woman. I'm certain she's one of your girls, Rita. You can't know them all. She's one of the ones who sneaked out of Loxia during the confusion when we were moving dormitories, and she'll admit as much in a moment. Well, novice, I'm waiting. What? frowned Ciri. The woman pursed her thin lips and straightened her cups.
Who did you steal that amulet of concealment from, or did someone give it to you? What? Don't test my patience. Name, class, and the name of your preceptress, quickly. What? Are you acting dumb, novice? Your name. What is your name? Ciri clenched her teeth together, and her eyes flared with a green glow. Anna Ingeborga Klopstock, she muttered brazenly. The woman raised a hand, and Ciri immediately realized the full extent of her error. Only once had Yennefer, wearied by Ciri's endless complaining, showed her how a paralyzing spell worked. The sensation had been extremely unpleasant. It was the same this time, too. Fabio yelled weakly and lunged towards her, but the fair-haired woman seized him by the collar and held him fast. The boy struggled, but the woman's grip was like iron. Ciri couldn't budge an inch either. She felt as though she was slowly becoming rooted to the spot. The dark-haired woman leaned over her and fixed her with shining eyes. I do not approve of corporal punishment, she said icily, straightening her cuffs once more. But I'll do my best to have you flogged, novice. Not for disobedience, nor for theft, nor for truancy. Not because you are wearing non-regulation clothing, not for being in the company of a boy, and not even for talking to him about matters you are forbidden to speak of. You will be flogged for not recognizing an arch-mistress. No, shrieked Fabio. Don't harm her, noble lady. I'm a clerk in Mr. Molnar Giancardi's bank, and this young lady is— Shut up, yelled Ciri. Shut! The gagging spell was cast quickly and brutally. She tasted blood in her mouth. Well, the fair-haired woman urged Fabio, releasing the boy and tenderly smoothing his ruffled collar. Speak. Who is this haughty young maid? Margarita Losantile emerged from the pool with a splash, spraying water everywhere. Ciri couldn't stop herself looking. She had seen Yennefer naked on several occasions, and hadn't imagined anyone could have a more shapely figure. She was wrong. Even marble statues of goddesses and nymphs would have blushed at the sight of Margarita Losantile undressed. The enchantress took a pail of cold water and poured it over her breasts, swearing lewdly, and then shaking herself off. You, girl, she beckoned to Ciri. Be so good as to hand me a towel, and please stop being angry with me. Ciri snorted quietly, still piqued. When Fabio had revealed who she was, the enchantresses had dragged her half the length of the city, making a laughing-stock of her. Naturally, the matter was cleared up instantly in Giancardi's bank. The enchantresses apologized to Yennefer, asking for their behavior to be excused. They explained that the Aretuza novices had been temporarily moved to Loxia because the school's rooms had been turned into accommodation for the participants of the mage's conclave. Taking advantage of the confusion around the move, several novices had slipped out of Thanedd and played truant in the city. Margarita Losantile and Tisaya de Vries, alarmed by the activation of Ciri's amulet, had mistaken her for one of their truants. The enchantresses apologized to Yennefer, but none of them thought of apologizing to Ciri. Yennefer, listening to the apologies, simply looked at her, and Ciri could feel her ears burning with shame. But it was worse for Fabio. Molnar Giancardi admonished him so severely the boy had tears in his eyes. Ciri felt sorry for him, but was also proud of him. Fabio kept his promise, and didn't breathe a word about the wyvern. Yennefer, it turned out, knew Tisaya and Margarita very well. The enchantresses invited her to the Silver Heron, the best and most expensive inn in Gorsvelen, where Tisaya de Vries was staying, delaying her trip to the island for reasons known only to herself. Margarita Losantile, who, it turned out, was the rectoress of Aretuza, had accepted the older enchantress's invitation, and was temporarily sharing the apartment with her. The inn was truly luxurious. It had its own bathhouse in the cellars, which Margarita and Tisaya had hired for their exclusive use, paying extortionate sums of money for it. Yennefer and Ciri, of course, were encouraged to use the bathhouse too. As a result, all of them had been soaking in the pool and perspiring in the steam by turns for several hours, gossiping the entire time. Ciri gave the enchantress a towel,
Margarita pinched her gently on the cheek. Ciri snorted again and dived with a splash into the rosemary-perfumed water of the pool. "She swims like a young seal," laughed Margarita, stretching out beside Yennefer on a wooden lounger, "and is as shapely as a naiad. Will you give her to me, Yenna? That's why I brought her here." "Which class shall I put her in? Does she know the basics?" "She does, but she can start at the beginning like everyone else. It won't do her any harm." "That would be wise," said Thanedd Island, busily correcting the arrangement of cups on the marble tabletop, which was covered in a thin layer of condensation. "That would be wise indeed, Yennefer. The girl will find it easier if she begins with the other novices." Ciri hauled herself out of the pool and sat on the edge, wringing her hair out and splashing her feet in the water. Yennefer and Margarita gossiped lazily, wiping their faces from time to time with cloths soaked in cold water. Tisaya, modestly swathed in a sheet, didn't join in the conversation and gave the impression of being utterly absorbed in tidying the objects on the table.
"My humble apologies, noble ladies,"
called the innkeeper, suddenly unseen from above.
"Please forgive my daring to disturb, but an officer wishes to talk to Madame de Vries urgently. Apparently the matter will brook no delay."
Margarita Lozantila giggled and winked at Yennefer, upon which they pulled the towels from their hips and assumed exotic and extremely provocative poses.
"Let the officer enter,"
shouted Margarita, trying not to laugh.
"Welcome. We're ready."
"Children," sighed Thanedd Island, shaking her head. "Cover yourself, Ciri." The officer came in, but the enchantress's prank misfired. The officer wasn't embarrassed at the sight of them, and didn't blush, gape, or goggle, because the officer was a woman. A tall, slender woman, with a thick black plait and a sword at her side. "Madam," said the woman stiffly, her hauberk clanking as she gave Thanedd Island a slight bow, "I report the execution of your instructions. I would like to ask for permission to return to the garrison." "You may," replied Tisaya curtly. "Thank you for the escort and your help. Have a safe journey." Yennefer sat up on her lounger, looking at the black, gold, and red rosette on the soldier's shoulder. "Do I know you?" The warrior bowed stiffly and wiped her sweat-covered face. It was hot in the bathhouse, and she was wearing a hauberk and leather tunic. "I often used to visit Vengerberg, Madame Yennefer," she said. "My name is Rayla." "Judging by the rosette, you serve in King Demavend's special units." "Yes, madam." "Your rank?" "Captain." "Very good," Margarita Lozantila laughed. "I note with pleasure that Demavend's army has finally begun to award commissions to soldiers with balls." "May I withdraw?" said the soldier, standing up straight and resting her hand on the hilt of her sword. "You may." "I sensed hostility in your voice, Yenna," said Margarita a moment later. "What do you have against the captain?" Yennefer stood up and took 2 goblets from the table. "Did you see the posts by the crossroads?" she asked. "You must have seen them, must have smelled the stench of rotting corpses. Those posts are their idea and their work. She and her subordinates from the special units. They're a gang of sadists. There's a war on, Yennefer. Rayla must have seen her comrades in arms falling alive into the squirrels' clutches many times, then hung by their arms from trees as target practice, blinded, castrated, with their feet burnt in campfires. Volker herself wouldn't have been ashamed of the atrocities committed by the Scoia'tael. The methods of the special units are remarkably similar to those of Volker, but that's not the point, Rita. I'm not getting sentimental about the fate of elves, and I know what war is. I know how wars are won, too. They're won by soldiers who fight for their countries and homes with conviction and sacrifice. Not by soldiers like her, by mercenaries fighting for money who are unable and unwilling to sacrifice themselves. They don't even know what sacrifice is, and if they do, they despise it. To hell with her, her dedication and her contempt. What does it matter to us? Ciri, throw something decent on, pop upstairs and fetch us another carafe. I feel like getting drunk today. Tisaya de Vries sighed, shaking her head. It didn't escape Margarita's attention. Fortunately, she giggled, we aren't at school any longer, mistress dear. We can do what we want now. Even in the presence of a future novice? Asked Tisaya scathingly. When I was rectoress at Aretuza, we remember. interrupted Yennefer with a smile. And even if we'd prefer to forget, we never will. Go and fetch that carafe, Ciri. Upstairs, waiting for the carafe, Ciri witnessed the officer depart with her squad of 4 soldiers. She watched their posture, expressions, clothing, and arms in fascination and admiration. Right then, Rayla, the captain with the black plait, was arguing with the innkeeper. I'm not going to wait until daybreak, and I couldn't give a damn if the gates are locked. I want to leave immediately. I know the inn has its own postern in the stables. I order it to be opened. But the regulations! I don't give a damn about the regulations. I'm carrying out the orders of Archmistress de Vries. All right, Captain, don't shout. I'll open up. The postern, it turned out, was in a narrow, securely gated passageway leading straight beyond the city walls. Before Ciri took the carafe from the servant's hands, she saw the postern being opened and Rayla and her unit riding out into the night. Ciri was deep in thought. "Oh, at last," said Margarita cheerfully, though it was unclear whether she was referring to the sight of Ciri or the carafe she was carrying. Ciri put the carafe on the table, very clearly wrongly, because Tissaia de Vries repositioned it at once. When Yennefer poured, she spoiled the entire arrangement too, and Tissaia had to put it right again. Imagining Tissaia as a teacher filled Ciri with dread. Yennefer and Margarita returned to their interrupted conversation, not sparing the contents of the carafe. Ciri realized it wouldn't be long before she would have to go and get a fresh one. She pondered, listening to the enchantress's discussion. "No, Yenna." Margarita shook her head. "You aren't up to speed, I see. I've dumped Lars. That's history. Elaine de Rea, as the elves would say." "And that's why you want to get drunk?" "That's one of the reasons," confirmed Margarita Losantilla. "I'm sad. I can't hide it. I was with him for 4 years, after all. But I had to dump him. It was hopeless." "Particularly," snorted Tissaia de Vries, staring at the golden wine as she swilled it around her cup, "since Lars was married." "I consider that of no importance," said the enchantress, shrugging. "All the attractive men of a certain age and who interest me are married. I can't help that. Lars loved me, and I would add, loved me for quite some time. Oh, what can I say? He wanted too much. He jeopardized my freedom, and the thought of monogamy makes me sick. And after all, I was only following your example, Yenna. Do you remember that conversation in Vengerberg, when you decided to break up with that witcher of yours? I advised you then to think twice. I told you, you can't find love in the street. But you were right. Love is love, and life is life. Love passes." "Don't listen to her, Yennefer," said Tissaia coldly. "She's bitter and full of regrets. Do you know why she's not going to the banquet at Aretuza? Because she's ashamed to show up alone without the man she's been involved with for 4 years. The man people envied her for, who she lost because she was unable to value his love." "Perhaps we could talk about something else," suggested Yennefer, in an apparently carefree but slightly altered voice. "Ciri, pour us some wine. Oh, hell, a carafe small. Be so kind as to bring us another." "Bring 2, laughed Margarita, "and as a reward you'll get a sip and be able to sit with us. You won't have to strain your ears from a distance. Your education can begin here, right now, before you join me at Aretuza." "Education?" Tissaia raised her eyes to the ceiling. "By the gods!" "Oh, do be quiet, beloved mistress," said Margarita, slapping a hand against her wet thigh, pretending to be angry. "I'm the rectoress of the school now. You didn't manage to flunk me during the final exams." "I regret that." "I do too. Just imagine, I'd have a private practice now, like Yenna. I wouldn't have to sweat with novices. I wouldn't have to wipe the noses of the blubbering ones and lock horns with the cheeky ones. Ciri, listen to me and learn. An enchantress always takes action, wrongly or rightly, that is revealed later. But you should act, be brave, seize life by the scruff of the neck. Believe me, little one, you should only regret inactivity, indecisiveness, hesitation. You shouldn't regret actions or decisions, even if they occasionally end in sadness and regret. Look at that serious lady sitting there, pulling faces and pedantically correcting everything in sight. That's Thanedd Island, Archmistress, who has educated dozens of enchantresses, teaching them how to act, teaching them that indecision— Enough, Rita. Tissaya's right, said Yennefer, still staring into the corner of the bathhouse. Stop. I know you're feeling low because of Lars, but don't moralize. The girl still has time for that kind of learning, and she won't receive it in school. Ciri, go and get another carafe. Ciri stood up. She was completely dressed, and her mind was utterly made up.
What?
Yennefer shrieked. What do you mean she's gone?
She ordered me,
mumbled the innkeeper, pale with his back pressed against the wall.
She ordered me to saddle a horse.
And you obeyed her, rather than ask us?
Madam, how was I to know? I was sure she was leaving on your orders. It never once occurred to me.
You damned fool! Take it easy, Yennefer, said Tissaia, pressing a hand against her forehead. Don't succumb to your emotions. It's night. They won't let her through the gate.
She ordered the postern opened, whispered the innkeeper.
And was it?
Because of the conclave, madam, said the innkeeper,
lowering his eyes.
The city is full of sorcerers. People are afraid. No one dares to get in their way. How could I refuse her? She spoke just like you do, madam, in exactly the same tone, and she looked the same way. No one even dared to look her in the eye, never mind ask a question. She was like you, the spitting image. She even ordered a quill and ink and wrote a letter.
Hand it over. Thanedd Island was quicker and read aloud.
Madam Yennefer, forgive me. I'm riding to Hirundum because I want to see Geralt. I want to see him before I start school. Forgive my disobedience, but I must. I know you'll punish me, but I don't want to regret my indecision and hesitation. If I'm to have regrets, let them be for deeds and actions. I'm an enchantress. I seize life by the scruff of the neck. I'll return when I can. Ciri. Is that all? There's also a postscript. Tell Madame Rita she won't have to wipe my nose at school.
Margarita Lozantila shook her head in disbelief as Yennefer cursed. The innkeeper flushed and opened his mouth. He'd heard many curses in his life, but never that one. The wind blew from the land towards the sea. Waves of cloud drifted over the moon, suspended over the forest. The road to Hirundum was plunged into darkness, making galloping too dangerous. Ciri slowed to a trot, but she didn't consider slowing to a walk. She was in a hurry. The growling of an approaching storm could be heard in the distance, and from time to time the horizon was lit up by a flash of lightning, revealing the toothed soar of treetops against the dusk. She reined in her horse. She was at a junction. The road forked, and both forks looked identical. Why hadn't Fabio said anything about a fork in the road? And anyway, I never get lost. After all, I always know which way to walk or ride. So why don't I know which road to take now? A huge shape glided silently past her head, and Ciri felt a heart in her throat. The horse neighed, kicked and galloped off, choosing the right-hand fork. After a moment, she reined it in. It was just an owl, she panted, trying to calm herself and the horse. Just an ordinary bird. There's nothing to be afraid of. The wind grew stronger, and the dark clouds completely covered the moon. But before her, in the vista of the road, in the hole gaping among the trees, it was light. She rode faster, the sand flying up from the horse's hooves. A little later she had to stop. In front of her was a cliff and the sea, from which the familiar black cone of the island rose up. The lights of Garstang, Loxia, and Aretuza could not be seen from where she was. She could only see the soaring, solitary tower which crowned Thanedd. Tor Lara. A blinding bolt of lightning connected the overcast sky to the pinnacle of the tower, and a moment later it thundered. Tor Lara glowered at her, its windows become red eyes. For a second it seemed a fire was burning inside the tower. Tor Lara, the Tower of Gulls. Why does its name fill me with such dread? The gale tossed the trees around. The branches whispered. Ciri screwed up her eyes, and dust and leaves struck her cheek. She turned the snorting, skittering horse back, having regained her orientation. The Isle of Thanedd faced north, so she must have ridden westwards. The sandy road lay in the dusk like a bright white ribbon. She set off again at a gallop. Ciri suddenly saw some riders in a flash of lightning. Dark, vague moving shapes on both sides of the road. It thundered once more, and she heard a cry, "Garian!" Without thinking, she spurred her horse, reined it back, turned around and galloped away. Behind her there were shouts, whistles, neighing, and the thudding of hooves. "Garian, doine!" Galloping, the thud of hooves, the rush of the wind. Darkness, with the white trunks of roadside birches flashing by, lightning, a thunderclap, and in its light, 2 riders trying to block her way. One reached out, trying to grab her reins. He had a squirrel's tail attached to his hat. Ciri kicked her horse with her heels, clinging to its neck, the speed pulling her over to one side. Lightning. Behind her rose shouting, whistling, and a clap of thunder. "Sparla Yevin!" "Gallop! Gallop! Quicker, horse!" Lightning. Thunder. A fork in the road. "To the left! I never lose my way!" Another fork. "To the right! Gallop, horse! Faster! Faster!" The road went uphill, sand under the horse's hooves. The horse, even though it was being spurred on, slowed. She looked around at the top of the hill. Another lightning flash lit up the road. It was totally empty. She listened hard, but only heard the wind whistling in the leaves. It thundered again. "There's no one here. Squirrels. It's just a memory from Caedwin. The Rose of Shiraweth. I imagined it. There isn't a living soul here. No one's chasing me." The wind struck her. "The wind's blowing from the land," she thought, "and I can feel it on my right cheek. I'm lost." Lightning. It lit up the surface of the sea against the black cone of the Isle of Thanedd and Tor Lara, the Tower of Gulls, the tower that was drawing Ciri like a magnet. "But I don't want to go to that tower. I'm riding to Hirondum. I must see Geralt." Lightning flashed again. A black horse stood between her and the cliff, and on it sat a knight in a helmet adorned with the wings of a bird of prey. Its wings suddenly flapped. The bird took flight. Cintra! Paralyzing fear. Her hands gripping the reins tightly. Lightning. The black knight spurred his horse. He had a ghastly mask instead of a face. The wings flapped. The horse set off at a gallop without needing to be urged, darkness illuminated by lightning. The forest was coming to an end, the splash and squelch of swamp under the horse's hooves. Behind her, the swish of a raptor's wings, closer and closer. Closer. A furious gallop, her eyes watering from their speed. Lightning sliced the sky, and in its flash, Ciri saw alders and willows on either side of the road. But they weren't trees. They were the servants of the Alder King, servants of the Black Knight, who was galloping after her with raptor's wings swishing on his helmet. Misshapen monsters on both sides of the road stretched their gnarled arms towards her. They laughed insanely, the black jaws of their hollows opening wide. Ciri flattened herself against the horse's neck. Branches whistled, lashed her, and tore at her clothes. The distorted trunks creaked, and the hollow jaws snapped, howling with scornful laughter. The lion cub of Cintra, child of the elder blood. The Black Knight was right behind her. Ciri felt his hand, trying to seize her long hair. The horse, urged on by her cries, leapt forward, cleared an unseen obstacle with a powerful bound, crashed through reeds, stumbled. She reined it in, leaning back in the saddle, and turned the snorting horse back. She screamed, wildly, furiously. She yanked her sword from its scabbard and whirled it above her head. "This is Cintra no longer. I'm no longer a child. I'm no longer helpless. I won't allow it. I forbid it. You will not touch me again. You will never touch me." Her horse landed in the water with a splash and a squelch, belly deep. Ciri leaned forward, cried out, urged her mount on with her heels, and struggled back onto the causeway again. Ponds, she thought. Fabio talked about fish ponds.
It's Hirondom. I've made it. I never lose my way.
Lightning. Behind her, the causeway. Ahead of her, a black wall of forest cutting into the sky like a saw blade. And no one there. Silence, broken only by the howling of the gale. Somewhere on the marsh, she could hear a frightened duck quacking.
Nobody. There is no one on the causeway. No one's following me. It was a phantom, a nightmare. Memories from Sintra. I only imagined it.
A small light in the distance. A lighthouse. Or a fire.
It's a farm. Hirondom. It's close now. Only one more effort.
Flashes of lightning. One, another, yet another, each without a thunderclap. The wind suddenly dropped. The horse neighs, tosses its head and rears up. Against the black sky appears a milky, quickly brightening ribbon, writhing like a serpent. The wind hits the willows once more, throwing up clouds of leaves and dry grass. The distant lights vanish. They disappear and blur in the deluge of the million blue sparks which suddenly light up the entire swamp. The horse snorts, whinnies, and charges frantically across the causeway. Ciri struggles to remain in the saddle. The vague, ghastly shapes of riders become visible in the ribbon sliding across the sky. As they come closer and closer, they can be seen ever more clearly. Buffalo horns and ragged crests sway on their helmets, and cadaverous masks show white beneath them. The riders sit on horses' skeletons, cloaked in ragged caparisons. A fierce gale howls among the willows, blades of lightning slash the black sky. The wind moans louder and louder. No, it's not the wind. It's ghostly singing. The ghastly cavalcade turns and hurtles straight at her. The hooves of the spectral horses stir up the glow of the will-o'-the-wisps suspended above the swamps. At the head of the cavalcade gallops the king of the wild hunt. A rusty helmet sways above his skull-like face, its gaping eye sockets burning with a livid flame. A ragged cloak flutters. A necklace, as empty as an old peapod, rattles against the rusty cuirass. A necklace which, it is said, once contained precious stones, which fell out during the frenzied chase across the heavens and became stars.
It isn't true. It doesn't exist. It's a nightmare, a phantom, an illusion. I'm only imagining this.
The king of the wild hunt spurs on his skeleton steed and erupts in wild, horrifying laughter. "O child of the elder blood, you belong to us. You are ours. Join our procession. Join our hunt. We will race unto the very end, unto eternity, unto the very end of existence. You are ours, starry-eyed daughter of chaos. Join us. Learn the joy of the hunt. You are ours. You are one of us. Your place is among us."
"No!" she cries. "Be gone! You are corpses!"
The king of the wild hunt laughs, the rotten teeth snapping above his rusted gorget. The skull's eye sockets glitter lividly. "Yes, we are corpses, but you are death." Ciri clung to the horse's neck. She didn't have to urge her horse on. Sensing the pursuing apparitions behind her, the steed thundered across the causeway at a breakneck gallop. The halfling, Bernie Hoffmeyer, a Hirondom farmer, lifted his shock of curly locks, listening to the sound of the distant thunder. "It's a dangerous thing," he said. "A storm like this without any rain. Lightning will strike somewhere and then you've got a fire on your hands." "A little rain would come in handy," sighed Dandelion, tightening up the pegs of his lute, "because you could cut the air with a knife. My shirt's stuck to my back and the mosquitoes are biting. But I reckon it'll blow over. The storm has been circling, but for a while there's been lightning somewhere in the north, over the sea, I think." "It's hitting Thanedd," confirmed the halfling. "The highest point in the area. That tower on the island, Tor Lara, Attracts lightning like nobody's business. It looks like it's on fire during a decent storm. It's a wonder it doesn't fall apart." "It's magic," said the troubadour with conviction. "Everything on Thanedd is magic, even the rock itself, and sorcerers aren't afraid of thunderbolts. What am I saying? Did you know, Bernie, that they can even catch thunderbolts?" "Get away, you're lying, Dandelion. May the lightning strike me." The poet broke off, anxiously looking up at the sky. "May a goose snip me if I'm lying. I'm telling you, Hoffmeyer, sorcerers catch thunderbolts. I've seen it with my own eyes. Old Gorazd, the one who was killed on Sodden Hill, once caught a thunderbolt in front of my very eyes. He took a long, thin piece of metal, he hooked one end of it onto the top of his tower, and the other. "You should put the other end in a bottle," suddenly squeaked Hoffmeyer's son, who was hanging around on the veranda. He was a tiny little halfling, with a thick mop of hair as curly as a ram's fleece. "In a glass demijohn, like the ones Daddy makes wine in. The lightning whizzes down the wire into the demijohn." "Get inside, Franklin," yelled the farmer. "Time for bed this minute. It'll be midnight soon, and there's work to be done tomorrow, and just you wait till I catch you spouting off about demijohns and wires. The strap'll be out for you. You won't be able to sit down for the next 2 Sundays. Petunia, get him out of here, and bring us more beer." "You've had quite enough," said Petunia Hoffmeyer angrily, gathering up her son from the veranda. "You've already put away a skinful." "Stop nagging. Just look out for the Witcher's coming. A guest ought to be offered hospitality. When the Witcher arrives, I'll bring some for him." "Stingy cow," muttered Hoffmeyer, so that his wife didn't hear. "All her kin, the Beavervelts from Knotweed Meadow, every last one of them is a tight-fisted, stingy skinflint. But the Witcher's taking his time. He went over to the ponds and disappeared. He's a strange one. Did you see how he looked at the girls, at Cinear and Tangerine, when they were playing in the yard of an evening? He had a strange look about him. And now, I can't help feeling he went away to be by himself, and he took shelter with me because my farm's out of the way, far from the others. You know him best, Dandelion, you say." "Do I know him?" said the poet, swatting a mosquito on his neck, plucking his lute, and staring at the black outlines of willows by the pond. "No, Bernie, I don't know him. I don't think anyone knows him. But something's happening to him. I can see it. Why did he come here to Hirondam? To be nearer the Isle of Thanedd? And yesterday, when I suggested we both ride to Gors Velen, from where you can see Thanedd, he refused without a second thought. What's keeping him here? Did you give him some well-paid contracts?" "Not a chance," muttered the halfling. "To be honest, I don't believe there was ever a monster here at all. That kid who drowned in the pond might have got cramp. But everyone started yelling that it was a drowner or a kick-him-over, and we ought to call a witcher. And they promised him such a paltry purse, it's shameful. And what does he do? He's been roaming round the causeway for 3 nights. He sleeps during the day or sits saying nothing like a straw man, watching the children and the house. Strange, peculiar, I'd say. And you'd be right." Lightning flashed, lighting up the farmyard and the farm buildings. For a moment, the ruins of the elven palace at the end of the causeway flashed white. A few seconds later, a clap of thunder rolled over the ponds. A sudden wind got up, and the trees and reeds by the pond whispered and bent. The surface of the water rippled, went dull, and then ruffled up the leaves of the water lilies. "The storm seems to be coming towards us," said the farmer, looking up at the sky. "Perhaps the sorcerers used magic to drive it from the island. They say at least 200 of them have turned up on Thanedd. What do you think, Dandelion? What would they be debating on that island of theirs? Will any good come of it?" "For us? I doubt it," said the troubadour, strumming the lute strings with his thumb. "Those conclaves usually mean a fashion show, lots of gossiping, and a good chance for backbiting and infighting. Arguments about whether to make magic more universal or make it more elite. Quarrels between those who serve kings and those who prefer to bring pressure to bear on kings from afar." "Ah," said Bernie Hoffmeyer. "Seems to me that during the conclave there'll be as much thunder and lightning on Thanedd as there is during a storm." "Perhaps. But of what interest is it to us?" "To you, none," said the halfling gloomily, "because all you do is pluck away at your lute and screech. You look at the world around and see only rhymes and notes. But just last Sunday, some horsemen trampled my cabbages and turnips twice." The army are chasing the squirrels are evading the army and running from them, and they both use the same road through my cabbage patch. Do not grieve for the cabbage when the forest is burning, recited the poet. You, Dandelion, said Bernie Hoffmeyer, frowning at him, when you come out with stuff like that, I don't know whether to cry, laugh, or kick your arse. I kid you not. And I'm telling you, a wretched time has come. There are stakes and gibbets by the highways, corpses in the fields and by forest tracks. Oh, blimey, the country must have looked like this in Folker's times, and how can anyone live here? During the day, the king's men come and threaten to put us in the stocks for helping the squirrels. At night, the elves show up and just try turning them down. They poetically promise that we'll see the night sky glow red. They're so poetic you could throw up. But anyhow, with them both, we're caught between two fires. And are you counting on the mage's conclave changing anything? I am. You said yourself that two factions are battling it out among the mages. It was sometimes thus that the sorcerers held the kings back and put an end to wars and disturbances. After all, it was the sorcerers who made peace with Nilfgaard 3 years since. Maybe this time, too. Bernie Hoffmeyer fell silent and listened carefully. Dandelion silenced the resonating strings with his hand. The Witcher emerged from the gloom on the causeway. He walked slowly towards the house. Lightning flashed once more. By the time it thundered, the Witcher was already with them on the veranda. "Well, Geralt?" asked Dandelion, by way of ending the awkward silence. "Did you track the fiend down?" "No, it isn't a night for tracking. It's a turbulent night. Uneasy. I'm tired, Dandelion." "Well, sit down, relax. You misunderstood me." "Indeed," muttered the halfling, looking at the sky and listening. "A turbulent night. Something ill is hanging in the air. The animals are restless in the barn, and screams can be heard in that wind." "The wild hunt," said the Witcher softly. "Close the shutters securely, Mr. Hoffmeyer." "The wild hunt?" said Bernie, terrified. "Spectres?" "Never fear. It'll pass by high up. It always passes by high during the summer. But the children may awake, for the hunt brings nightmares. Better close the shutters." "The wild hunt," said Dandelion, glancing anxiously upwards. "Herald's war." "Poppycock. Superstitions." "Wait. A short time before the Nilfgaardian attack on Sintra—" "Silence!" The Witcher gestured him to be quiet and sat up straight with a jerk, staring into the darkness. "What the—" "Horseman." "Hell!" hissed Hoffmeyer, springing up from the bench. "At night there could only be Scoia'tael, a single horse." The Witcher interrupted, picking his sword up from the bench. "A single real horse. The rest are the spectres of the hunt. Damn! It can't be. In the summer?" Dandelion had also leapt to his feet, but was too ashamed to run away, because neither Geralt nor Bernie was preparing to flee. The Witcher drew his sword and ran towards the causeway, and the halfling rushed after him without a second thought, armed with a pitchfork. Lightning flashed once more, and a galloping horse came into view on the causeway. Behind the horse came something vague, an irregular cloud, a whirl, a phantom, woven from the gloom and glow. Something that caused panicky fear and a revolting, gut-wrenching dread. The Witcher yelled, lifting his sword. The rider saw him, spurred the horse on, and looked back. The Witcher yelled again. The thunder boomed. There was a flash, but it wasn't lightning this time. Dandelion crouched by the bench and would have crawled under it had it not been too low. Bernie dropped the pitchfork. Petunia Hoffmeyer, who had run out of the house, shrieked. A blinding flash materialized into a transparent sphere, and inside it loomed a shape, assuming contours and shapes at frightening speed. Dandelion recognized it at once. He knew those wild black curls and the obsidian star on a velvet ribbon. What he didn't know, and had never seen before, was the face. It was a face of rage and fury, the face of the goddess of vengeance, destruction, and death. Yennefer raised a hand and screamed a spell. Spirals shot from her hands with a hiss, showering sparks, cutting the night sky and reflecting thousands of sparkles on the surface of the ponds. The spirals penetrated the cloud that was chasing the lone rider like lances. The cloud seethed, and it seemed to Dandelion that he could hear ghastly cries, that he could see the vague, nightmarish silhouettes of spectral horses. He only saw it for a split second, because the cloud suddenly contracted, clustered up into a ball, and shot upwards into the sky, lengthening and dragging a tail behind it like a comet's as it sped away. Darkness fell, only lit by the quivering glare of the lamp being held by Petunia Hoffmeyer. The rider came to a halt in the yard in front of the house, slithered down from the saddle, and took some staggering steps. Dandelion realized who it was immediately. He'd never seen the slim, flaxen-haired girl before, but he knew her at once.
"Geralt," said the girl softly.
"Madam Yennefer,
"I'm sorry. I had to. I mean—"
"Ciri," said the Witcher. Yennefer took a step towards the girl, but then stopped. She said nothing. Who will the girl choose? Wondered Dandelion. Neither of them, the Witcher nor the Enchantress, will take a step nor make a gesture. Which will she approach first? Him or her? Ciri did not walk to either of them. She was unable to decide. Instead of moving, she fainted. The house was empty. The halfling and his entire family had left for work at daybreak. Ciri pretended to be asleep, but she heard Geralt and Yennefer go out. She slipped out from the sheets, dressed quickly, and stole silently out of the room, following them to the orchard. Geralt and Yennefer turned to face the causeway between the ponds, which were white and yellow with water lilies. Ciri hid behind a ruined wall and watched them through a crack. She had imagined that Dandelion, the famous poet, whose work she had read countless times, was still asleep. But she was wrong. The poet Dandelion wasn't asleep, and he caught her in the act. "Hey," he said, coming up unexpectedly and chuckling, "is it polite to eavesdrop and spy on people? More discretion, little one. Let them be together for a while." Ciri blushed, but then immediately narrowed her lips.
"First of all, I'm not your little one," she hissed haughtily. "And second of all, I'm not really disturbing them, am I?"
Dandelion grew a little serious. "I suppose not," he said. "It seems to me you might even be helping them."
"How? In what way?"
"Don't kid me. That was very cunning yesterday, but you didn't fool me. You pretended to faint, didn't you?"
"Yes, I did,"
she muttered, turning her face away.
"Madam Yennefer realized, but Geralt didn't.
They carried you into the house together. Their hands were touching. They sat by your bed almost until morning, but they didn't say a word to each other. They've only decided to talk now, there, on the causeway by the pond. And you've decided to eavesdrop on what they're saying and watch them through a hole in the wall. Are you so desperate to know what they're doing there?"
"They aren't doing anything there,"
said Ciri, blushing slightly.
"They're talking a little, that's all."
"And you?" said Dandelion, sitting down on the grass under an apple tree and leaning back against the trunk, having first checked whether there were any ants or caterpillars on it. "You'd like to know what they're talking about, wouldn't you?"
"Yes. No. And anyway, I can't hear anything. They're too far away."
"I'll tell you," laughed the bard, "if you want."
"And how are you supposed to know?"
"Ha! I, my dear Ciri, am a poet. Poets know everything about things like this. I'll tell you something else. Poets know more about this sort of thing than the people involved do."
"Of course you do."
"I give you my word, the word of a poet."
"Really? Well then, tell me what they're talking about. Tell me what it all means."
"Look through that hole again, and tell me what they're doing." Ciri bit her lower lip, then leaned over and put her eye closer to the hole.
"Madam Yennefer is standing by a willow. She's plucking leaves and playing with her star. She isn't saying anything, and isn't even looking at Geralt.
and Geralt's standing beside her. He's looking down, and he's saying something. No, he isn't. Oh, he's pulling a face. What a strange expression. Childishly simple, said Dandelion, finding an apple in the grass, wiping it on his trousers, and examining it critically. He's asking her to forgive him for his various foolish words and deeds. He's apologizing to her for his impatience, for his lack of faith and hope, for his obstinacy, doggedness, for his sulking and posing, which are unworthy of a man. He's apologizing to her for things he didn't understand, and for things he hadn't wanted to understand. That's the falsest lie, said Ciri, straightening up and tossing the fringe away from her forehead with a sudden movement. You're making it all up. He's apologizing for things he's only now understood, said Dandelion, staring at the sky, and he began to speak with the rhythm of a balladeer. For what he'd like to understand, but is afraid he won't have time for, and for what he will never understand, he's apologizing and asking for forgiveness. Meaning, conscience, destiny, everything's so bloody banal. That's not true, Ciri stamped. Geralt isn't saying anything like that. He's not even speaking. I saw for myself. He's standing with her and saying nothing. That's the role of poetry, Ciri, to say what others cannot utter. It's a stupid role, and you're making everything up. That is also the role of poetry. Hey, I hear some raised voices coming from the pond. Have a quick look and see what's happening there. Geralt, said Ciri, putting her eye once more to the hole in the wall, is standing with his head bowed, and Yennefer's yelling at him. She's screaming and waving her arms. Oh dear, what can it mean? It's childishly simple. Dandelion stared at the clouds scudding across the sky. Now she's saying sorry to him. Thus do I take you, to have and to hold, for the most wondrous and terrible of times, for the best and the worst of times, by day and by night, in sickness and in health. For I love you with all my heart, and swear to love you eternally, until death do us part. Traditional marriage vows. We know little about love. Love is like a pear. A pear is sweet and has a distinct shape. Try to define the shape of a pear. Dandelion, half a century of poetry. Chapter 3. Geralt had reason to suspect, and had long suspected, that sorcerers' banquets differed from the feasts of ordinary mortals. He never suspected, however, that the differences could be so great or so fundamental. The offer of accompanying Yennefer to the banquet preceding the sorcerers' conclave surprised, but did not dumbfound him, since it was not the first such proposal. Previously, when they had lived together and things were good between them, Yennefer had wanted to attend assemblies and conclaves with him at her side. At that time, he steadfastly refused. He was convinced he would be treated by the sorcerers at best as a freak and a spectacle, and at worst as an intruder and a pariah. Yennefer scoffed at his fears, but had never insisted. Since in other situations she was capable of insisting until the house shook and windows shattered, that had confirmed Geralt's belief that his decision had been right. This time he agreed, without a second thought. The offer came after a long, frank, and emotional conversation. After a conversation which had brought them closer again, consigned the old conflicts to the shadows and to oblivion, and melted the ice of resentment, pride, and stubbornness. After their conversation on the causeway in Hirondum, Geralt would have agreed to any, absolutely any, proposition of Yennefer's. He would not even have declined had she suggested they walked into hell to drink a cup of boiling tar with some fiery demons. And on top of it, there was Ciri, without whom neither that conversation nor that meeting could have happened. Ciri, in whom, according to Codringer, some unknown sorcerer had taken an interest. Geralt expected his presence at the convocation to provoke that sorcerer and force his hand, but he didn't tell Yennefer a single word about it. They rode straight from Hirondum to Thanedd, Geralt, Yennefer, Ciri, and Dandelion. First, they stopped at the immense palace complex of Loxia at the southeastern foot of the mountain. The palace was already teeming with delegates to the conclave and their companions, but accommodation was immediately found for Yennefer. They spent the entire day in Loxia. Geralt whiled away the day talking to Ciri. Dandelion ran around collecting and spreading gossip, and the enchantress measured and chose clothes. When evening finally came, the Witcher and Yennefer joined the colourful procession heading towards Aretuza and the palace, where the banquet was due to take place. And now, in Aretuza, Geralt knew surprise and astonishment, even though he'd vowed to himself he wouldn't be surprised by anything, and nothing would astonish him. The palace's huge central hall had been constructed in the shape of a letter T. The long side had narrow and extremely tall windows reaching almost to the tops of the columns that supported the ceiling. The ceiling was so high, it was difficult to make out the details of the frescoes decorating it, in particular the gender of the naked figures, which were their most common motif. The windows were of stained glass, which must have cost an absolute fortune, but in spite of that, a draught could be felt distinctly in the hall. Geralt was initially surprised the candles didn't go out, but on closer inspection he understood why. The candelabra were magical, and possibly even illusory. In any case, they gave plenty of light, incomparably more than candles would have. When they entered, a good 100 people were already there. The hall, the Witcher estimated, could have held at least 3 times as many, even if the tables had been arranged in a semicircle in the centre, as was customary. But there was no traditional semicircle. It appeared they would be banqueting standing up, doggedly wandering along walls adorned with tapestries, garlands, and pennants, all waving in the draught. Rows of long tables had been arranged under the tapestries and garlands, and the tables were piled high with elaborate dishes served on even more elaborate table settings, among elaborate flower arrangements and extraordinary ice carvings. On closer examination, Geralt noted, there was considerably more elaboration than food. "There's no fair," he stated in a glum voice, smoothing down the short, black, silver-braided, narrow-waisted tunic Yennefer had dressed him in. Tunics like that, the latest fashion, were called doublets. The Witcher had no idea where the name came from, and no desire to find out. Yennefer didn't react. Geralt wasn't expecting her to, knowing well that the enchantress was not generally inclined to react to statements of that kind. But he didn't give up. He continued to complain. He simply felt like moaning. "There's no music. It's drafty as hell. There's nowhere to sit down. Are we going to eat and drink standing up?" The enchantress gave him a meaningful, violet glance. "Indeed," she said, surprisingly calmly. "We shall be eating standing up. You should also know that stopping too long by the food table is considered an indiscretion." "I shall try to behave," he muttered, "particularly since I observe there isn't much to stop by." "Drinking in an unrestrained way is also considered a breach of etiquette," said Yennefer, continuing her instructions and paying absolutely no attention to his grizzling. "Avoiding conversations is considered an inexcusable indiscretion. And if that beanpole in those ridiculous pantaloons points me out to his 2 girlfriends," he interrupted, "is that considered a faux pas?" "Yes, but a minor one." "What are we going to be doing, Yen?" "Circulating around the hall, greeting people, paying them compliments, engaging in conversation. Stop tugging your doublet and flattening your hair." "You wouldn't let me wear a headband. Your headband's pretentious." "Well then, take my arm and let's go. Standing near the entrance is considered a faux pas." They wandered through the hall, which was gradually filling up with guests. Geralt was ravenously hungry, but quickly realized Yennefer hadn't been joking. It became clear that the etiquette observed by mages did indeed demand that one eat and drink very little, and do it with a nonchalant air. To cap it all, every stop at the food table carried with it social obligations. Someone would notice you, express their joy at the fact, and then approach and offer their greetings, which were as effusive as they were disingenuous. After the compulsory air kisses or unpleasantly weak handshakes, after the insincere smiles and even less sincere, although well-concocted compliments, followed a brief and tediously banal conversation about nothing. The Witcher looked around eagerly, searching for familiar faces, mainly in the hope He wasn't the only person present who didn't belong to this magical fraternity. Yennefer had assured him he wouldn't be, but in spite of that, he couldn't see anyone who wasn't a member of the Brotherhood, or at least he was unable to recognize anyone. Page boys carrying trays weaved among the guests, serving wine. Yennefer didn't drink at all. The Witcher wanted to get tight, but couldn't. Instead, he found his doublet was under the arms. Skillfully steering Geralt with her arm, the enchantress pulled him away from the table and led him into the middle of the hall, to the very centre of general interest. His resistance counted for nothing. He realized what this was all about. It was quite simply a display. Geralt knew what to expect, so with stoical calm he endured the glances of the enchantresses, brimming with insalubrious curiosity, and the enigmatic smirks of the sorcerers. Although Yennefer assured him that propriety and tact forbade the use of magic at this kind of event, he didn't believe the mages were capable of restraining themselves, particularly since Yennefer was provocatively thrusting him into the limelight. And he was right not to believe. He felt his medallion vibrating several times, and the pricking of magical impulses. Some sorcerers, or more precisely some enchantresses, brazenly tried to read his thoughts. He was prepared for that, knew what was happening, and knew how to respond. He looked at Yennefer walking alongside him, at white and black and diamond Yennefer with her raven hair and violet eyes, and the sorcerers trying to sound him out became unsettled and disorientated. Confronted with his blissful satisfaction, they were clearly losing their composure and poise. "Yes," he answered in his thoughts, "you're not mistaken. There is only she, Yennefer, at my side, here and now, and only she matters, here and now. And what she was long ago, where she was long ago, and who she was with long ago, doesn't have the slightest importance. Now she's with me, here, among you all. With me, with no one else. That's what I'm thinking right now, thinking only about her, thinking endlessly about her, smelling the scent of her perfume and the warmth of her body, and you can all choke on your envy." The enchantress squeezed his forearm firmly and moved closer to his side. "Thank you," she murmured, guiding him towards the tables once again, "but without such excessive ostentation, if you don't mind." "Do you mages always take sincerity for ostentation? Is that why you don't believe in sincerity, even when you read it in someone's mind?" "Yes, that is why." "But you still thank me." "Because I believe you," she said, squeezing his arm even tighter and picking up a plate. "Give me a little salmon, Witcher, and some crab." "These crabs are from Porvis. They were probably caught a month ago, and it's really hot right now. Aren't you worried?" "These crabs," she interrupted, "were still creeping along the seabed this morning. Teleportation is a wonderful invention." "Indeed," he concurred. "It ought to be made more widely available, don't you think?" "We're working on it. Come on, give me some, I'm hungry." "I love you, Yen." "I said drop the ostentation." She broke off, tossed her head, drew some black curls away from her cheek, and opened her violet eyes wide. "Geralt, it's the first time you've ever said that." "It can't be. You're making fun of me." No, I'm not. You used only to think it, but today you said it." "Is there such a difference?" "A huge one. Yen, don't talk with your mouth full." "I love you too. Haven't I ever told you?" "Heavens, you'll choke. Lift your arms up and I'll thump you in the back. Take some deep breaths. Yen, keep breathing, it'll soon pass. Yen!" "Yes, I'm repaying sincerity with sincerity." "Are you feeling all right?" "I was waiting," she said, squeezing lemon on the salmon. It wouldn't have been proper to react to a declaration made as a thought. I was waiting for the words. I was able to reply, so I replied. "I feel wonderful." "What's up?" "I'll tell you later. Eat. This salmon is delicious. I swear on the power, absolutely delicious." "May I kiss you? Right now, here, in front of everyone?" "No." "Yennefer." A dark-haired sorceress passing alongside freed her arm from the crook of her companion's elbow and came closer. "So you made it. Oh, how divine. I haven't seen you for ages." "Sabrina," said Yennefer, displaying such genuine joy that anyone apart from Geralt might have been deceived.
Darling, how wonderful!
The enchantresses embraced gingerly and kissed each other beside their ears and their diamond and onyx earrings. The two enchantresses' earrings, resembling miniature bunches of grapes, were identical, but the whiff of fierce hostility immediately floated in the air.
Geralt, if I may, this is a school friend of mine, Sabrina Glefisig of Ardcara.
The Witcher bowed and kissed the raised hand. He had already observed that all enchantresses expected to be greeted by being kissed on the hand, a gesture which awarded them the same status as princesses, to put it mildly. Sabrina Glefisig raised her head, her earrings shaking and jingling, gently but ostentatiously and impudently.
"I've been so looking forward to meeting you, Geralt,"
she said with a smile. Like all enchantresses, she didn't recognize any sirs, your excellencies, or other forms of address used among the nobility.
"You can't believe how delighted I am. You finally stopped hiding him from us, Yenna. Speaking frankly, I'm amazed you put it off for so long. You have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of."
"I agree," replied Yennefer nonchalantly, narrowing her eyes a little and ostentatiously tossing her hair back from her own earrings. "Gorgeous blouse, Sabrina. Simply stunning, isn't it, Geralt?" The Witcher nodded and swallowed. Sabrina Glevisig's blouse, made of black chiffon, revealed absolutely everything there was to reveal, and there was plenty of it. Her crimson skirt, gathered in by a silver belt with a large rose-shaped buckle, was split up the side, in keeping with the latest fashion. Fashion demanded it be split halfway up the thigh, but Sabrina wore hers split to halfway up her hip, and a very nice hip at that.
"What's new in Kaedwen?"
said Yennefer, pretending not to see what Geralt was looking at. "Is your King Henselt still wasting energy and resources chasing the squirrels through the forests? Is he still thinking about a punitive expedition against the elves from Dol Blatana?"
"Let's give politics a rest,"
smiled Sabrina. Her slightly too long nose and predatory eyes made her resemble the classic image of a witch.
"Tomorrow at the council we'll be politicking until it comes out of our ears, and we'll hear plenty of moralizing too, about the need for peaceful coexistence, about friendship, about the necessity to adopt a loyal position regarding the plans and ambitions of our kings. What else shall we hear, Yennefer? What else are the chapter and Vilgefortz preparing for us?"
"Let's give politics a rest." Sabrina Glevisig gave a silvery laugh, echoed by the gentle jingling of her earrings.
"Indeed. Let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, everything will come clear tomorrow. Oh, politics, and those endless debates. What an awful effect they have on the complexion. Fortunately, I have an excellent cream. Believe me, darling, wrinkles disappear like morning mist. Shall I give you the formula?"
"Thank you, darling, but I don't need it, truly."
"Oh, I know. I always envied your complexion at school. How many years is it now? By the gods."
Yennefer pretended she was returning a greeting to someone passing alongside, while Sabrina smiled at the Witcher and joyously thrust out everything the black chiffon wasn't hiding. Geralt swallowed again, trying not to look too blatantly at her pink nipples, only too visible beneath the transparent material. He glanced timidly at Yennefer. The enchantress smiled, but he knew her too well. She was incandescent.
"Oh, forgive me," said Yennefer suddenly. "I can see Philippa over there. I just have to talk to her. Come with me, Geralt." "Bye-bye, Sabrina."
"Bye, Yenna," said Sabrina Glevisig, looking the Witcher in the eyes.
"Congratulations again on your taste."
"Thank you," said Yennefer, her voice suspiciously cold. "Thank you, darling." Philippa Eilhart was accompanied by Dijkstra. Geralt, who'd once had a fleeting contact with Redanian spy, ought in principle to have been pleased. He'd finally met someone he knew who, like he, didn't belong to the fraternity. Yet he wasn't glad at all.
"How lovely to see you, Yenna," said Philippa, giving Yennefer an air kiss. "Greetings, Geralt. You both know Count Dijkstra, don't you?"
"Who doesn't?" said Yennefer, bowing her head and proffering her hand to Dijkstra. The spy kissed it with reverence.
"I'm delighted to see you again, Your Excellency."
"It's a joy for me to see you again, Yennefer," replied the chief of King Visimir's secret service, "particularly in such agreeable company. Geralt, my respects come from the bottom of my heart."
Geralt refraining from telling Dykstra his respect came from the heart of his bottom, shook the proffered hand, or rather tried to. Its dimensions exceeded the norm, which made shaking it practically impossible. The gigantic spy was dressed in a light beige doublet, unbuttoned informally. He clearly felt at ease in it.
"I noticed," said Philippa, "you talking to Sabrina."
"That's right," snorted Yennefer. "Have you seen what she's wearing? You'd either have to have no taste or no shame to... She's bloody older than me by at least... Never mind. And as if she still had anything to show, the revolting cow."
"Did she try to question you? Everyone knows she spies for Henselt of Kaidwen."
"You don't say," said Yennefer, faking astonishment, which was rightly considered an excellent joke.
"And you, Your Excellency, are you enjoying our celebration?" asked Yennefer, after Philippa and Dykstra had stopped laughing.
"Extraordinarily," said King Vizimir's spy, giving a courtly bow.
"If we presume," said Philippa, smiling, "that the Count is here on business, such an assurance is extremely complimentary, and, like every similar compliment, not very sincere. Only a moment ago he confessed he'd prefer a nice murky atmosphere, the stink of flaming brands and scorched meat on a spit. He also misses a traditional table swimming in spilt sauce and beer, which he could bang with his beer mug to the rhythm of a few filthy, drunken songs, and which he could gracefully slide under in the early hours, to fall asleep among hounds gnawing bones. And just imagine, he remains deaf to my arguments extolling the superiority of our way of banqueting."
"Indeed," said the Witcher, looking at the spy more benignly. "And what were those arguments, if I might ask?" This time his question was clearly treated as an excellent joke, because both enchantresses began laughing at the same time.
"Oh, you men," said Philippa, "you don't understand anything. How can you show off your dress or your figure if you're hiding behind a table in the gloom and smoke?"
Geralt, unable to find the words, merely bowed. Yennefer squeezed his arm gently.
"Oh," she said, "I see Triss Merigold over there. I just have to exchange a few words with her. Excuse me for abandoning you. Take care, Philippa. We will certainly find an opportunity for a chat today, won't we, Your Excellency?"
"Undoubtedly," said Dykstra, smiling and bowing low. "At your service, Yennefer. Your wish is my command." They went over to Triss, who was shimmering in shades of blue and pale green. On seeing them, Triss broke off her conversation with two sorcerers, smiled radiantly, and hugged Yennefer. The ritual of kissing the air near each other's ears was repeated. Geralt took the proffered hand, but decided to act contrary to the rules of etiquette. He embraced the chestnut-haired enchantress and kissed her on her soft cheek, as downy as a peach. Triss blushed faintly. The sorcerers introduced themselves. One of them was Drythelm of Pontvanis, the other his brother, Detmold. They were both in the service of King Esterad of Kovir. Both proved to be taciturn, and both moved away at the first opportunity that presented itself.
"You were talking to Philippa and Dykstra of Traitorgore," observed Triss, playing with a lapis lazuli heart set in silver and diamonds, which hung from around her neck. "You know who Dykstra is, of course." "Yes, we do," said Yennefer. "Did he talk to you? Did he try to get anything out of you?" "He tried," said the enchantress, smiling knowingly and giggling, "quite subtly. But Philippa was doing a good job throwing him off his stride, and I thought they were on better terms." "They're on excellent terms," Yennefer warned her gravely. "Be careful, Triss. Don't breathe a word to him about you-know-who." "I know. I'll be careful. And by the way," Triss lowered her voice, "how's she doing? Will I be able to see her?" "If you finally decide to run classes at Aretuza," smiled Yennefer, "you'll be able to see her very often." "Ah," said Triss, opening her eyes widely. "I see. Is Ciri—" "Be quiet, Triss. We'll talk about it later. Tomorrow, after the council." "Tomorrow?" said Triss, smiling strangely. Yennefer frowned, but before she had time to ask a question, a slight commotion suddenly broke out in the hall. "They're here," said Triss, clearing her throat. "They've finally arrived." "Yes," confirmed Yennefer, tearing her gaze from her friend's eyes. "They're here. Geralt, at last you'll have a chance to meet the members of the chapter and the High Council. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll introduce you, but it won't hurt if you know who's who beforehand." The assembled sorcerers parted, bowing with respect at the personages entering the hall. The first was a middle-aged but vigorous man in extremely modest woolen clothing, At his side stood a tall, sharp-featured woman with dark, smoothly combed hair. "That is Geralt of Aile, also known as Hen Gedjimdaith, the oldest living sorcerer," Yennefer informed Geralt in hushed tones. "The woman walking beside him is Desire de Vries. She isn't much younger than Hen, but is not afraid of using elixirs to hide it." Behind the couple walked an attractive woman with very long, dark golden hair and a grey-green dress decorated with lace, which rustled as she moved. "Francesca Finderbauer, also called Enid Angleana, the Daisy of the Valleys. Don't goggle, Witcher. She is widely considered to be the most beautiful woman in the world." "Is she a member of the chapter?" he whispered in astonishment. "She looks very young. Is that also thanks to magical elixirs?" "Not in her case. Francesca is a pure-blooded elf. Observe the man escorting her. He's Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, and he really is young, but incredibly talented." In the case of sorcerers, as Geralt knew, the term young covered any age up to and including 100 years. Vilgefortz looked 35. He was tall and well-built, wore a short jerkin of a knightly cut, but without a coat of arms, naturally. He was also fiendishly handsome. It made a great impression, even considering that Francesca Finderbauer was flowing gracefully along at his side with her huge doe eyes and breathless beauty. "That short man walking alongside Vilgefortz is Arto Terranova," explained Triss Merigold. "Those 5 constitute the chapter. And that girl, with a strange face, walking behind Vilgefortz, that's his assistant, Lydia van Bredevoort," said Yennefer coldly. "A meaningless individual, but looking her directly in the face is considered a serious faux pas. Take note of those 3 men bringing up the rear. They're all members of the council. Faircart of Sidaris, Radcliffe of Oxenford, and Carduin of Lanexeter." "Is that the whole council, in its entirety? I thought there were more of them." "The chapter numbers 5, and there are another 5 in the council. Philip Eilhart is another council member." "The numbers still don't add up," he said, shaking his head. Triss giggled. "Haven't you told him? Do you really not know, Geralt?" "No, what exactly?" "That Yennefer's also a member of the council, ever since the Battle of Sodden. Haven't you boasted about it to him yet, darling?" "No, darling," said the enchantress, looking her friend straight in the eyes. "For one thing, I don't like to boast. For another, there's been no time. I haven't seen Geralt for ages, and we have a lot of catching up to do. There's already a long list. We're going through it point by point." "I see," said Triss hesitantly. "After such a long time, I understand. You must have lots to talk about." "Talking," smiled Yennefer suggestively, giving the Witcher another smouldering glance, "is way down the list. Right at the very bottom, Triss." The chestnut-haired enchantress was clearly discomfited and blushed faintly. "I see," she said, playing in embarrassment with her lapis lazuli heart. "I'm so glad you do. Geralt, bring us some wine. No, not from that page. From that other one, over there." He complied, sensing at once a note of compulsion in her voice. As he took the goblets from the tray the page was carrying, he discreetly observed the 2 enchantresses. Yennefer was speaking quickly and quietly, while Triss Merigold was listening intently, with her head down. When he returned, Triss had gone. Yennefer didn't show any interest in the wine, so he placed the 2 unwanted goblets on a table. "Sure you didn't go a bit too far?" he asked coldly. Yennefer's eyes flared violet. "Don't try to make a fool out of me. Did you think I don't know about you and her?" "If that's precisely what," she said, cutting him off. "Don't make stupid faces, and refrain from comments. And above all, don't try to lie to me. I've known Triss longer than I've known you. We like each other. We understand each other wonderfully, and will always do so, irrespective of various minor incidents. Just then it seemed to me she had some doubts, so I put her right, and that's that. Let's not discuss it any further." He didn't intend to. Yennefer pulled her curls back from her cheek. "Now I shall leave you for a moment. I must talk to Desire and Francesca. Have some more food, because your stomach's rumbling, and be vigilant. Several people are sure to accost you. Don't let them walk all over you, and don't tarnish my reputation." "You can be sure of that." "Geralt." "Yes?" "A short while ago you expressed a desire to kiss me, here, in front of everyone. Do you still hold to that?" "I do." "Just try not to smudge my lipstick." He glanced at the assembly out of the corner of his eye. They were watching the kiss, but not intrusively. Philippa Eilhart, standing nearby with a group of young sorcerers, winked at him and feigned applause. Yennefer pulled her mouth away from his and heaved a deep sigh. "A trifling thing, but pleasing," she purred. "All right, I'm going. I'll be right back. And later, after the banquet, I beg your pardon? Please don't eat anything containing garlic." After she had gone, the Witcher abandoned convention, unfastened his doublet, drank both goblets of wine, and tried to get down to some serious eating. Nothing came of it.
"Geralt."
"Your Excellency."
"Lay off the titles," frowned Dijkstra. "I'm no count. Vissemir ordered me to introduce myself like that, so as not to affront courtiers or sorcerers with my peasant origins. So, how's it going impressing people with your outfit and your figure, and pretending to have fun?"
"I don't have to pretend. I'm not here in a professional capacity."
"That's interesting," smiled the spy, "but confirms the general opinion that says you're special, one of a kind, because everyone else is here in a professional capacity."
"That's what I was afraid of," said Geralt, also deeming it appropriate to smile. "I guessed I'd be one of a kind, meaning out of place." The spy inspected the nearby dishes, and then picked up and devoured the large green pod of a vegetable unfamiliar to Geralt.
"By the way," he said, "thank you for the Michelet brothers. Plenty of people in Redania sighed with relief when you hacked the 4 of them to death in the port in Oxenford. I laughed out loud when the university physician who was summoned to the investigation concluded, after examining the wounds, that someone had used a scythe blade mounted upright."
Geralt didn't comment. Dijkstra put another pod into his mouth.
"It's a pity," he continued, chewing, "that after dispatching them, you didn't report to the mayor. There was a bounty on them, dead or alive, a considerable one."
"Too many problems with my tax return already," said the Witcher, also deciding to sample a green pod, which turned out to taste like soapy celery. "Besides, I had to get away quickly because... But I'm probably boring you, Dijkstra. You know everything after all."
"Not a bit of it," smiled the spy. "I really don't. Where would I learn such things from, anyway?"
"From the reports of, I don't know, Philippa Eilhart."
"Reports, tales, rumours. I have to listen to them. It's my job. But, at the same time, my job forces me to sift every detail through a very fine sieve. Recently, just imagine, I heard that someone hacked the infamous Professor and his 2 comrades to death. It happened outside an inn in Anchor. The person who did it was also in too much of a hurry to collect the bounty."
Geralt shrugged. "Rumours. Sift them through a fine sieve and you'll see what remains."
"I don't have to. I know what will remain. Most often it's a deliberate attempt at disinformation. Ah, and while we're on the subject of disinformation, how is little Cyrilla doing? Poor sickly little girl, so prone to diphtheria. She's healthy, I trust."
"Drop it, Dijkstra," replied the Witcher coldly, looking the spy straight in the eye. "I know you're here in a professional capacity, but don't be overzealous." The spy chortled, and 2 passing sorceresses looked at him in astonishment, and with interest.
"King Vissemir," said Dijkstra, his chuckle over, "pays me an extra bonus for every mystery I solve. My zealousness guarantees me a decent living. You can laugh, but I have a wife and children."
"I don't see anything funny about it. Work to support your wife and children, but not at my expense, if you don't mind. It seems to me there's no shortage of mysteries and riddles in this hall."
"Quite. The whole of Aretuza is one great riddle. You must have noticed. Something's in the air, Geralt, and for the sake of clarity, I don't mean the candelabra."
"I don't get it."
"I believe you, because I don't get it either, and I'd like very much to. Wouldn't you? Oh, I beg your pardon, because you're sure to know it all too. From the reports of, I don't know, the enchanting Yennefer of Vengerberg. But just think, there were times when I would pick up scraps of information from the enchanting Yennefer too. Ah, where are the snows of yesteryear?"
"I really don't know what you mean, Dijkstra. Could you express your thoughts more lucidly? Do your best. On condition you're not doing it out of professional considerations. Forgive me, but I have no intention of earning you an extra bonus."
"Think I'm trying to trick you dishonorably?" scowled the spy. "To get information out of you using deceit? You're being unfair, Geralt. It simply interests me whether you see the same patterns in this hall that are so obvious to me."
"So, what's so obvious to you?"
"Doesn't the total absence of crowned heads, which is blatantly apparent at this gathering, surprise you?"
"It doesn't surprise me in the least," said Geralt, finally managing to stab a marinated olive with a toothpick. "I'm sure kings prefer traditional banquets, seated at a table, which one can gracefully slide beneath in the early hours. And what's more—"
"What is more?"
asked Dijkstra, putting 4 olives, which he had unceremoniously extracted from the bowl with his fingers, into his mouth. "What is more," said the Witcher, looking at the small crowd passing through the hall, "the kings didn't bother to make the effort. They sent an army of spies in their stead, both members of the fraternity and not, probably in order to find out what's really in the air here." Dijkstra spat the olive stones out onto the table, took a long fork from the silver tray, and used it to rummage around in a deep crystal bowl.
"And Vilgefortz," he said, continuing to rummage, "made sure no spy was absent. He has all the royal spies in one pot." "Why would Vilgefortz want all the royal spies in one pot, Witcher?"
"I have no idea, and it interests me little. I told you, I'm here as a private individual. How shall I put it? Outside the pot." King Vizimir's spy fished a small octopus out of the bowl and examined it in disgust.
"People eat these," he said, shaking his head in fake sympathy, and then turning towards Geralt. "Listen to me carefully, Witcher," he said quietly. "Your convictions about privacy, your certainty that you don't care about anything and that you couldn't possibly care about anything, they perturb me, and that inclines me to take a gamble. Do you like a flutter?"
"Be precise, please."
"I suggest a wager," said Dijkstra, raising the fork with the octopus impaled on it. "I venture that in the course of the next hour, Vilgefortz will ask you to join him in a long conversation. I venture that during this conversation he will prove to you that you aren't here as a private individual, and you are in his pot. Should I be wrong, I'll eat this shit in front of you, tentacles and all. Do you accept the wager?"
"What will I have to eat, should I lose?"
"Nothing," said Dijkstra, and quickly looked around. "But should you lose, you'll report the entire content of your conversation with Vilgefortz to me."
The Witcher was silent for a while, and looked calmly at the spy. "Farewell, Your Excellency," he said at last. "Thank you for the chat. It was educational." Dijkstra was somewhat annoyed.
"Would you say so?"
"Yes, I would," interrupted Geralt. "Farewell." The spy shrugged his shoulders, threw the octopus and fork into the bowl, turned on his heel and walked away. Geralt didn't watch him go. He slowly moved to the next table, led by the desire to get his hands on some of the huge pink and white prawns piled up on a silver platter among lettuce leaves and quarters of lime. He had an appetite for them, but, still feeling curious eyes on him, wanted to consume the crustaceans in a dignified manner, without losing face. He approached extravagantly slowly, picking at delicacies from the other dishes cautiously and with dignity. Sabrina Glevisig stood at the next table, deep in conversation with a flamehead enchantress he didn't know. The redhead wore a white skirt and a blouse of white georgette. The blouse, like that of Sabrina's, was totally transparent, but had several strategically placed appliques and embroideries. The appliques, noticed Geralt, had an interesting quality. They became opaque and then transparent by turns. The enchantresses were talking, sustaining themselves with slices of langouste. They were conversing quietly in the elder speech, and although they weren't looking at him, they were clearly talking about him. He discreetly focused his sensitive Witcher hearing, pretending to be utterly absorbed by the prawns.
"With Yennefer?"
inquired the redhead, playing with a pearl necklace coiled around her neck like a dog's collar.
"Are you serious, Sabrina?"
"Absolutely," answered Sabrina Glevisig.
"You won't believe it, but it's been going on for several years.
and I'm surprised indeed he can stand that vile toad. Why be surprised? She's put a spell on him. She has him under a charm. Think I've never done that. But he's a witcher. They can't be bewitched. Not for long, at any rate. It must be love, then, sighed the redhead. And love is blind. He's blind, more like, said Sabrina, grimacing. Would you believe, Marty, that you dare to introduce me to him as an old school friend? Bloody hell. She's older than me by... Oh, never mind. I tell you, she's hellishly jealous about that witcher. Little Marigold only smiled at him, and that hag bawled her out and sent her packing in no uncertain terms. And right now, take a look. She's standing there, talking to Francesca without ever taking her eyes off her witcher. She's afraid, giggled the redhead, that we'll have our way with him, even if only for tonight. Are you up for it, Sabrina? Shall we try? He's a fit lad, and not like those conceited weaklings of ours with all their complexes and pretensions. Don't talk so loud, Marty, hissed Sabrina. Don't look at him and don't grin. Yennefer's watching us too. And stay classy. Do you really want to seduce him? That would be in bad taste. You're right, agreed Marty after a moment's thought. But what if he suddenly came over and suggested it himself? In that case, said Sabrina Glevisig, glancing at the witcher with a predatory coal-black eye, I'd give it to him without a second thought, even lying on a rock. I'd even do it lying on a hedgehog, sniggered Marty. The witcher, staring at the tablecloth, hid his foolish expression behind a prawn and a lettuce leaf, extremely pleased to have the mutation of his blood vessels which prevented him from blushing. Witcher Geralt? He swallowed the prawn and turned around. A sorcerer who looked familiar smiled faintly, touching the embroidered facings of his purple doublet. Dora Gray of Vol, but we are acquainted. We met... I remember. Excuse me, I didn't recognize you right away. Glad to... The sorcerer smiled a little more broadly, taking 2 goblets from a tray being carried by a page boy. I've been watching you for some time, he said, handing one of the glasses to Geralt. You've told everyone Yennefer has introduced you to that you're enjoying yourself. Is that duplicity or a lack of criticism? Courtesy. Towards them, said Doragare, indicating the banqueters with a sweeping gesture. Believe me, it's not worth the effort. They're a vain, envious, and mendacious bunch. They don't appreciate your courtesy. Why, they treat it as sarcasm. With them, Witcher, you have to use their own methods. Be obsessive, arrogant, and rude, and then at least you'll impress them. Will you drink a glass of wine with me? Then that's piss they serve here, smiled Geralt pleasantly, with the greatest revulsion. Well, but if you like it, then I'll force myself. Sabrina and Marty, listening intently from their table, snorted noisily. Doragare sized them both up with a contemptuous glance, turned, clinked his goblet against the witcher's, and smiled, this time genuinely. A point to you, he admitted freely. You learn quickly. Where the hell did you acquire that wit, Witcher? On the road you insist on roaming around, hunting endangered species? Your good health. You may laugh, but you're one of the few people in this hall I feel like proposing such a toast to. Indeed, said Geralt, delicately slurping the wine and savouring the taste, in spite of the fact I make my living slaughtering endangered species. Don't try to trip me up, said the sorcerer, slapping him on the back. The banquet has only just begun. A few more people are sure to accost you, so ration out your scathing riposts more sparingly. But as far as your profession is concerned, you, Geralt, at least have enough dignity not to deck yourself out with trophies. But take a good look around. Go on, forget convention for a moment. They like people to stare at them. The Witcher obediently fixed his gaze on Sabrina Glevisig's breasts. Look, said Doragare, seizing him by the sleeve and pointing at a sorceress walking past, tulle fluttering. Slippers made from the skin of the horned agama. Had you noticed? He nodded ingenuously, since he'd only noticed what her transparent tulle blouse wasn't covering. Oh, if you please, rock cobra, said the sorcerer, unerringly spotting another pair of slippers being paraded around the hall. The fashion, which had shortened hemlines to a span above the ankle, made his task easier. And over there, white iguana, salamander, wyvern, spectacled caiman, basilisk. Every one of those reptiles is an endangered species. Can't people bloody wear shoes of calfskin or pigskin? Going on about leather, as usual, Doragare? asked Philippa Eilhart, stopping beside them.
And tanning and shoemaking. What vulgar, tasteless subjects.
People find a variety of things tasteless, said the sorcerer, grimacing contemptuously. Your dress has a beautiful trim, Philippa. Diamond ermine, if I'm not mistaken. Very tasteful. I'm sure you're aware this species was exterminated 20 years ago owing to its beautiful pelt. 30, corrected Philippa, stuffing the last of the prawns, which Geralt hadn't been quick enough to eat, into her mouth, one after the other.
I know. The species would surely have come back to life had I instructed my dressmaker to trim my dress with bunches of raw flax. I considered it, but the colours wouldn't have matched.
Let's go to that table over there, suggested the Witcher easily. I saw a large bowl of black caviar there, and since the shovel-nosed sturgeon has almost totally died out, we ought to hurry.
Eating caviar in your company? I've dreamed about that,
said Philippa, fluttering her eyelashes and smelling enticingly of cinnamon and muskroot as she slipped her arm into his.
Let's not hang around. Will you join us, Doragore? You won't? Well, see you later, and enjoy yourself.
The sorcerer snapped his fingers and turned away. Sabrina Glevisig and her red-headed friend watched them walk away with looks more venomous than the endangered rock cobras.
Doragore, murmured Philippa, unashamedly snuggling up to Geralt, spies for King Ethane of Sidaris. Be on your guard. That reptiles and skin talk of his is the prelude to being interrogated.
And Sabrina Glevisig was listening closely, because she spies for Henselt of Tidewin, he finished. I know, you mentioned it. And that redhead, her friend, she's no redhead. It's dyed. Haven't you got eyes? That's Marty Surdegren. Who does she spy for? Marty? Philippa laughed, her teeth flashing behind her vividly painted lips. Not for anyone. Marty isn't interested in politics. Outrageous. I thought everyone here was a spy. Many of them are, said the enchantress, narrowing her eyes. But not everyone. Not Marty Surdegren. Marty is a healer and a nymphomaniac. Oh, damn, look. They've scoffed all the caviar, down to the last egg. They've licked the plate clean. What are we going to do now? Now, smiled Geralt innocently, you'll announce that something's in the air. You'll say I have to reject neutrality and make a choice. You'll suggest a wager. I daren't even imagine what the prize might be, but I know I'll have to do something for you should I lose. Philippa Eilhart was quiet for a long time, her eyes fixed on his. I should have guessed, she said quietly. Dykstra couldn't restrain himself, could he? He made you an offer, and I warned him you detest spies. I don't detest spies. I detest spying, and I detest contempt. Don't propose any wages to me, Philippa. Of course I can scent something in the air, and it can hang there for all I care. It doesn't affect or interest me. You already told me that, in Oxenfurt. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. You also recall the circumstances, I trust. Very clearly, but then I didn't reveal to you who Ryance, or whatever his name is, was working for. I let him get away. Oh, you were so angry with me, to put it mildly. Then the time has come for me to be exonerated. I'll give you Ryance tomorrow. Don't interrupt and don't make faces. This isn't a wager a la Dykstra. It's a promise, and I keep my promises. No questions, please. Wait until tomorrow. Now, let's concentrate on caviar and trivial gossip. There is no caviar. One moment. She looked around quickly, waved a hand and mumbled a spell. The silver dish in the shape of a leaping fish immediately filled with the roe of the endangered shovel-nosed sturgeon. The Witcher smiled. Can one eat one's fill of an illusion? No, but snobbish tastes can be pleasantly titillated by it. Have a try. Indeed. I'd say it's tastier than the real thing. And it's not at all fattening, said the enchantress proudly, squeezing lemon juice over a heaped teaspoon of caviar. May I have another goblet of white wine? At your service. Philippa? Yes? I'm told etiquette precludes the use of spells here. Wouldn't it be safer, then, to conjure up the illusion of the taste of caviar alone, without the caviar? Just the sensation. You'd surely be able to. Of course I would, said Philippa Eilhart, looking at him through her crystal goblet. The construction of such a spell is easy as pie. But were you only to have the sensation of taste, you'd lose the pleasure the activity offers. The process, the accompanying ritual movements, the gestures, the conversation and eye contact which accompanies the process. I'll entertain you with a witty comparison. Would you like that? Please do. I'm looking forward to it. I'd also be capable of conjuring the sensation of an orgasm. Before the Witcher had regained the power of speech, a short, slim sorceress with long, straight, straw-coloured hair came over to him. He recognized her at once. She was the one in the horned agama skin slippers and the green tulle top, which didn't even cover a minor detail like the small mole above her left breast. "I'm sorry," she said, "but I have to interrupt your little flirting session, Philippa. Radcliffe and Detmold would like to talk to you for a moment. It's urgent." "Well, it's like that. I'm coming. Bye, Geralt. We'll continue our flirting later." "Ah," said the blonde, sizing him up. "Geralt the Witcher, the man Yennefer lost her head over. I've been watching you and wondering who you might be. It was tormenting me terribly." "I know that kind of torment," he replied, smiling politely. "I'm experiencing it right now." "Do excuse the gaff. I'm Ciri Metz. Oh, caviar." "Be careful. It's an illusion." "Bloody hell, you're right," said the sorceress, dropping the spoon as though it was the tail of a black scorpion. "Who was so barefaced?" "You. Can you create fourth-level illusions?" "I," he lied, continuing to smile. "I'm a master of magic. I'm pretending to be a witcher to remain incognito. Do you think Yennefer would bother with an ordinary witcher?" Ciri Metz looked him straight in the eyes and scowled. She was wearing a medallion in the form of an Ankh cross, silver and set with zircon. "A drop of wine?" he suggested, trying to break the awkward silence. He was afraid his joke hadn't been well received. "No, thank you, oh fellow master," said Ciri icily. "I don't drink. I can't. I plan to get pregnant tonight." "By whom?" asked the fake red-headed friend of Sabrina Glevisig, who was dressed in a transparent white georgette blouse decorated with cleverly positioned details, walking over to them. "By whom?" she repeated, innocently fluttering her long eyelashes. Ciri turned and gave her an up-and-down glare from her white iguana slippers to her pearl-encrusted tiara. "What business is it of yours?" "It isn't. Professional curiosity. Won't you introduce me to your companion, the famous Geralt of Rivia?" "With great reluctance. But I know I won't be able to fob you off. Geralt, this is Marty Serdegren, seductress. Her speciality is aphrodisiacs." "Must we talk shop?" "Oh, have you left me a little caviar? How kind of you." "Careful," chorused Ciri and the Witcher. "It's an illusion." "So it is," said Marty Serdegren, leaning over and wrinkling her nose, after which she picked up a goblet and looked at the traces of crimson lipstick on it. "Ah, Philippa Eilhart, I should have known. Who else would have dared to do something so brazen? That revolting snake. Did you know she spies for Visimir of Redania?" "And is a nymphomaniac," risked the Witcher. Marty and Ciri snorted in unison. "Is that what you were counting on? Fawning over her and flirting with her?" asked the seductress. "If so, you ought to know someone's played a mean trick on you. Philippa lost her taste for men some time ago." "But perhaps you're really a woman?" asked Ciri Metz, pouting her glistening lips. "Perhaps you're only pretending to be a man, my fellow master of magic, to remain incognito? Do you know, Marty, he confessed a moment ago that he likes to pretend." "He likes to, and knows how to," smiled Marty spitefully. "Right, Geralt? A while back I saw you pretending to be hard of hearing and unable to understand the elder speech." "He has endless vices," said Yennefer coldly, walking over and imperiously linking arms with the Witcher. "He has practically nothing but vices. You're wasting your time, ladies." "So it would seem," agreed Marty Serdegren, still smiling spitefully. "Here's hoping you enjoy the party, then. Come on, Ciri, let's have a goblet of something. Alcohol-free. Perhaps I'll also decide to have a try tonight."
"Phew," he exclaimed, once they'd gone. "Right on time, Yen. Thank you."
"You're thanking me? Not sincerely, I should imagine. There are precisely 11 women in this hall, flashing their tits through transparent blouses. I leave you for just half an hour, and I catch you talking to 2 of them." Yennefer broke off and looked at the fish-shaped dish. "And eating illusions," she finished. "Oh, Geralt, Geralt. Come with me. I can introduce you to several people who are worth knowing."
"Would one of them be Vilgefortz?"
"Interesting," said the enchantress, squinting. that you should ask about him. Yes, Vilgefortz would like to meet you and talk to you. I warn you that the conversation may appear banal and frivolous, but don't let that deceive you. Vilgefortz is an expert, exceptionally intelligent old hand. I don't know what he wants from you, but stay vigilant. I will, he sighed, but I can't imagine your wily old fox is capable of surprising me. Not after what I've been through here. I've been mauled by spies and jumped by endangered reptiles and ermines. I've been fed non-existent caviar. Nymphomaniacs with no interest in men have questioned my manhood. I've been threatened with rape on a hedgehog, menaced by the prospect of pregnancy and even of an orgasm, but one without any of the ritual movements. Have you been drinking? A little white wine from Sidaris, but there was probably an aphrodisiac in it. Yen, are we going back to Loxian after the conversation with Vilgefortz? No, we aren't. I beg your pardon? I want to spend the night in Aretuza, with you. An aphrodisiac, you say? In the wine? How fascinating. Oh, heavens. Oh, heavens, sighed Yennefer, stretching and throwing a thigh over the witches. Oh, heavens, I haven't made love for so long, for so very long. Geralt disentangled his fingers from her curls without responding. Firstly, her statement might have been a trap. He was afraid there might be a hook hidden in the bait. Secondly, he didn't want to wipe away with words the taste of her delight, which was still on his lips. I haven't made love to a man who declared his love to me and to whom I declared my love for a very long time, she murmured a moment later, when it was clear the Witcher wasn't taking the bait. I forgot how wonderful it can be. Oh, heavens. Oh, heavens. She stretched even more vigorously, reaching out with her arms and seizing the corners of the pillow in both hands, so that her breasts, now flooded in moonlight, took on curves that made themselves felt as a shudder in the Witcher's lower back. He hugged her, and they both lay still, spent, their ardour cooled. Outside their chamber, cicadas chirped, and from far off, quiet voices and laughter could also be heard, testimony that the banquet still wasn't over, in spite of the late hour. Geralt. Yes, Yen? Tell me. About the conversation with Vilgefortz. Now. I'll tell you in the morning. Right now, if you please. He looked at the writing desk in the corner of the chamber. On it were various books and other objects, which the novice who had been temporarily rehoused to accommodate Yennefer in Loxia had been unable to take with her. A plump rag doll in a ruffled dress, lovingly placed to lean up against the books and crumpled from frequent cuddling, was also there. She didn't take the doll, he thought, to avoid exposing herself to her friend's teasing in a Loxia dormitory. She didn't take her doll with her, and she probably couldn't fall asleep without it tonight. The doll stared at him with button eyes. He looked away. When Yennefer had introduced him to the chapter, he'd observed the sorcerer's elite intently. Hen Gediumdaith only gave him a tired glance. It was apparent the banquet had already exhausted the old man. Arto Terranova bowed with an ambiguous grimace, shifting his eyes from him to Yennefer, but immediately became serious when he realized others were watching him. The blue, elven eyes of Francesca Finderbauer were as inscrutable and hard as glass. The Daisy of the Valleys smiled when he was introduced to her. That smile, although incredibly beautiful, filled the Witcher with dread. During the introductions, Tissaia de Vries, although apparently preoccupied with her sleeves and jewellery, which seemed to require endless straightening, smiled at him considerably less beautifully, but with considerably more sincerity. And it was Tissaia who immediately struck up a conversation with him, referring to one of his noble Witcher deeds, which he, incidentally, could not recall, and suspected she had invented. And then Vilgefortz joined the conversation. Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, a sorcerer of imposing stature, with noble and beautiful features, and a sincere and honest voice. Geralt knew he could expect anything from people who looked like that. They spoke briefly, sensing plenty of anxious eyes on them. Yennefer looked at the Witcher. A young sorceress with friendly eyes, constantly trying to hide the bottom of her face behind a fan, was looking at Vilgefortz. They exchanged several conventional comments, after which Vilgefortz suggested they continue the conversation in private.
It seemed to Geralt that Tissaya de Vries was the only person surprised by this proposition. "Have you fallen asleep, Geralt?" muttered Yennefer, shaking him out of his musings. "You're meant to be telling me about your conversation." The doll looked at him from the writing desk with its button gaze. He looked away again. "As soon as we entered the cloister," he began a moment later, "that girl with the strange face, Lydia van Bredevoort, Vilgefortz's assistant. Yes, that's right, you said. Just a meaningless person. So, when we entered the cloister, that meaningless person stopped, looked at him, and asked him something, telepathically. It wasn't an indiscretion. Lydia can't use her voice. I guessed as much, because Vilgefortz didn't answer her using telepathy. He replied, 'Yes, Lydia, that's a good idea,' answered Vilgefortz. 'Let's take a walk through the Gallery of Glory. You'll have the opportunity to take a look at the history of magic, Geralt of Rivia. I have no doubt you're familiar with it. But now you'll have the chance to become acquainted with its visual history too. If you're a connoisseur of painting, please don't be horrified. Most of them are the work of the enthusiastic students of Aretuza. Lydia, be so good as to lighten the gloom around here a little.' Lydia van Bredevoort passed her hand through the air, and it immediately became lighter in the corridor. The first painting showed an ancient sailing craft being hurled around by whirlpools among reefs protruding from the surf. A man in white robes stood on the prow of the ship, his head encircled by a bright halo. 'The first landing,' guessed the Witcher. 'Indeed,' Vilgefortz confirmed. 'The ship of outcasts. Jan Becker is bending the power to his will. He calms the waves, proving that magic need not be evil or destructive, but may save lives.' 'Did that event really take place?' 'I doubt it,' smiled the sorcerer. 'It's more likely that during the first journey and landing, Becker and the others were hanging over the side vomiting bile. After the landing, which, by a strange twist of fate, was successful, he was able to overcome the power. Let's go on. Here we see Jan Becker once more, forcing water to gush from the rock in the very spot where the first settlement was established. And here, if you please, Becker, surrounded by settlers, drives away the clouds and holds back a tempest to save the harvest. And here, what event is shown in this painting? The identification of the chosen ones. Becker and Giambattista put the children of the settlers through a magical test as they arrived, in order to reveal sources. The selected children were taken from their parents and brought to Mirth, the first seat of the mages. Right now, you are looking at a historical moment. As you can see, all the children are terrified, and only that determined brown-haired girl is holding a hand out to Giambattista with a completely trusting smile. She became the famous Agnes of Glanville, the first woman to become an enchantress. The woman behind her is her mother. You can see the sadness in her expression. And this crowd scene? The Novigradian Union. Becker, Giambattista, and Monk are concluding a pact with rulers, priests, and druids. A pact of non-aggression, codifying the separation of magic and state. Dreadful kitsch. Let's go on. Here we see Geoffrey Monk setting off up the Pontar, which at that time was still called Evoni Pont Arguinellen, the river of alabaster bridges. Monk sailed to Lochmuine to persuade the elves there to adopt a group of source children who were taught by elven sorcerers. It may interest you to know that among those children was a little boy who came to be known as Gerhard of Ile. You met him a moment ago. That little boy is now called Hen Gedjimvaith. This, said the Witcher, looking at the sorcerer, is just calling out for a battle scene. After all, several years after Monk's successful expedition, the forces of Marshal Raupenek of Tretogor carried out a pogrom in Lochmuine and East Hamlet, killing all of the elves regardless of age or sex, and a war began, ending with a massacre at Shereweth. And your impressive knowledge of history, Vilgefortz smiled once again, will remind you, however, that no sorcerer of any note took part in those wars, for which reason the subject did not inspire any of the novices to paint a work to commemorate it. Let's move on. Very well. What event is shown in this canvas? Oh, I know. It's Raffard the White, reconciling the feuding kings and putting an end to the 6 Years' War. And here we have Raffard refusing to accept the crown. A beautiful, noble gesture.
Do you think so? Said Vilgefortz, tilting his head. Well, in any case, it was a gesture with the weight of precedent behind it. Raffard did, however, accept the position of first advisor, so became the de facto ruler, since the king was an imbecile. The Gallery of Glory, muttered the Witcher, walking up to the next painting. And what do we have here? The historical moment when the first chapter was installed and the law enacted. From the left, you see seated Herbert Stamelford, Aurora Henson, Ivo Richert, Agnes of Glanville, Geoffrey Monk, and Radomir of Torcanel. This, if I'm to be honest, also cries out for a battle scene to complete it. For soon after, those who refused to acknowledge the chapter and submit to the law were wiped out in a brutal war. Raffard the White died, among others. But historical treatises remain silent about it, so as not to spoil a beautiful legend. And here? Yes, a novice probably painted this, and a very young one at that. Undoubtedly. It's an allegory, after all. I'd call it an allegory of triumphant womanliness. Air, water, earth, and fire, and 4 famous enchantresses, all masters at wielding the forces of those elements. Agnes of Glanville, Aurora Henson, Nina Fioravanti, and Clara Larissa de Winter. Look at the next, and more effective, painting. Here you also see Clara Larissa opening the academy for girls, here in the building where we now stand. And those are portraits of renowned Aretuza graduates. This shows a long history of triumphant womanhood, and the growing feminization of the profession. Jana of Murivel, Nora Wagner, her sister Augusta, Jada Glevisig, Letitia Charbonneau, Ilona Lozantila, Carla Demesia Crest, Yolenta Suarez, April Venhaver, and the only surviving one, Tisaya de Vries. They continued. The silk of Lydia van Bredevoort's dress whispered softly, and the whisper contained a menacing secret. And that? Geralt stopped. What is this dreadful scene? The martyrdom of the sorcerer Radmir, flayed alive during the Fulka rebellion. In the background burns the town of Myrtha, which Falka had ordered to be consumed by flame. For which act Falka herself was soon consumed by flame, at the stake. That is a widely known fact. Temerian and Redanian children still play at Burning Falka and Soyaveen's Eve. Let's go back, so that you may see the other side of the gallery. Ah, I see you have a question. I'm wondering about the chronology. I know, naturally, how elixirs of youth work, but the simultaneous appearance of living people and long-dead ones in these paintings. You mean you're astonished that you met Hen Gedjumdaith and Tisai de Vries at the banquet, but Becca, Agnes of Glanville, Stamelford, or Nina Fioravanti are not with us? No, I know you're not immortal. But what is death? Interrupted Vilgefortz. To you? The end. The end of what? Existence. It seems to me we've moved from art history to philosophy. Nature doesn't know the concept of philosophy, Geralt of Rivia. The pathetic, ridiculous attempts which people undertake to try to understand nature are typically termed philosophy. The results of such attempts are also considered philosophy. It's as though a cabbage tried to investigate the causes and effects of its existence, called the result of these reflections an internal and mysterious conflict between head and root, and considered rain an unfathomable causative power. We sorcerers don't waste time puzzling out what nature is. We know what it is, for we are nature ourselves. Do you understand? I'm trying to, but please talk more slowly. Don't forget, you're talking to a cabbage. Have you ever wondered what happened when Becca forced the water to gush from the rock? It's generally put very simply. Becca tamed the power. He forced the element to be obedient. He subdued nature, controlled it. What is your relationship to women, Geralt? I beg your pardon? Lydia van Bredevoort turned with a whisper of silk and froze in anticipation. Geralt saw she was holding a wrapped-up painting under one arm. He had no idea where the picture had come from, since Lydia had been empty-handed a moment before. The amulet around his neck vibrated faintly. Vilgefortz smiled. I inquired, he repeated, as to your views concerning the relationship between men and women. Regarding what respect of that relationship? Can obedience, in your opinion, be forced upon women? I'm talking about real women, of course, not just the female of the species. Can a real woman be controlled, overcome, made to surrender to your will? And if so, how? Answer me. The ragdoll didn't take her eyes off them. Yennefer looked away. Did you answer? Yes, I did. With her left hand, the enchantress squeezed his elbow, and with her right squeezed his fingers, which were touching her breasts. How? You surely know. You've understood, said Vilgefortz a moment later. And you've probably always understood. And thus you will also understand that if the concept of will and submission, of commands and obedience, and of male ruler and servant woman will perish and disappear, then unity will be achieved. A community merging into a single entity will be achieved. All will be as one, and if something like that were to occur, death would lose its meaning. Jan Becker, who was water gushing from the rock, is present there in the banqueting hall. To say that Becker died is like saying that water has died. Look at that painting. Geralt looked. It's unusually beautiful, he said after a moment. At once he felt a slight vibration of his witch's medallion. Lydia, smiled Vilgefortz, thanks for your acknowledgement, and I congratulate you on your taste. The landscape depicts the meeting between Cregennan of Lod and Lara Doran eb Shiadal, the legendary lovers torn apart and destroyed by the time of Contempt. He was a sorcerer, and she was an elf, one of the elite of Aenseavern, or the Knowing Ones. What might have been the beginning of reconciliation was transformed into tragedy. I know that story. I always treated it as a fairy tale. What really happened? That, said the sorcerer, becoming serious, nobody knows. I mean, almost nobody. Lydia, hang up your picture over here. Geralt, have a look at another of Lydia's impressive works. It's a portrait of Lara Doran eb Shiadal, taken from an ancient miniature. Congratulations, said the Witcher, bowing to Lydia van Bredevoort, finding it hard to keep his voice from quavering. It's a true masterpiece. His tone didn't quaver, even though Lara Doran eb Shiadal looked at him from the portrait with Ciri's eyes. What happened after that? Lydia remained in the gallery. The two of us went out onto the terrace, and he enjoyed himself at my expense. This way, Geralt, if you would. Step only on the dark slabs, please. The sea roared below, and the Isle of Thanedd stood in the white foam of the breakers. The waves broke against the walls of Loxia directly beneath them. Loxia sparkled with lights, as did Aretuza. The stone block of Garstang, towering above them, was black and lifeless, however. Tomorrow, said the sorcerer, following the witch's gaze, the members of the chapter and the council will don their traditional robes, the flowing black cloaks and pointed hats known to you from ancient prints. We will also arm ourselves with long wands and staffs, thus resembling the wizards and witches parents frighten children with. That is the tradition. We will go up to Garstang in the company of several other delegates, and there, in a specially prepared chamber, we will debate. The other delegates will await our return and our decisions in Aretuza. Are the smaller meetings in Garstang behind closed doors also traditional? But of course, it's a long tradition, and one which has come about through practical considerations. Gatherings of mages are known to be tempestuous, and have led to very frank exchanges of views. During one of them, ball lightning damaged Nina Fioravanti's coiffure and dress. Nina reinforced the walls of Garstang with an incredibly powerful aura and an anti-magic blockade, which took her a year to prepare. From that day on, no spells have worked in Garstang, and the discussions have proceeded altogether more peacefully. particularly when it is remembered to remove all bladed weapons from the delegates. I see. And that solitary tower on the very summit above Garstang, what is it? Some kind of important building? It is Tor Lara, the Tower of Gulls. A ruin. Is it important? It probably is. Probably. The sorcerer leaned on the banisters. According to elvish tradition, Tor Lara is connected by a portal to the mysterious, still undiscovered, Tor Zirial, the Tower of Swallows. According to tradition, you haven't managed to find the portal. I don't believe you. You are right not to. We discovered the portal, but it was necessary to block it. There were protests. Everyone was itching to conduct experiments. Everyone wanted the fame of being the first to discover Tor Zirial, the mythical seat of elven mages and sages. But the portal is irreversibly warped and transports people chaotically. There were casualties, so it was blocked up. Let's go, Geralt. It's getting cold. Carefully. Only walk on the dark slabs. Why only the dark ones? These buildings are in ruins. Damp, erosion, strong winds, the salt air. They all have a disastrous effect on the walls. Repairs would cost too much, so we make use of illusion instead of workmen. The prestige, you understand. It doesn't apply to everything. The sorcerer waved a hand, and the terrace vanished. They were standing over a precipice, over an abyss bristling far below with the teeth of rocks jutting from the foam. They were standing on a narrow belt of dark slabs, stretched like a tightrope between the rocky ledge of Aretuza and the pillar holding up the terrace. Geralt had difficulty keeping his balance. Had he been a man and not a witcher, he would have failed. But even he was rattled. His sudden movement could not have escaped the attention of the sorcerer, and his reaction must also have been visible. The wind rocked him on the narrow footbridge, and the abyss called to him with a sinister roaring of the waves. "You're afraid of death," noted Vilgefortz with a smile. "You are afraid, after all." The ragdoll looked at them with button eyes. "He tricked you," murmured Yennefer, cuddling up to the Witcher. "There was no danger. He should have protected you and himself with a levitational field. He wouldn't have taken the risk." "What happened then?" "We went to another wing of Aretuza. He led me to a large chamber, which was probably the office of one of the teachers, or even the rectoress. We sat by a table with an hourglass on it. The sand was trickling through it. I could smell the fragrance of Lydia's perfume, and knew she had been in the chamber before us." "And Vilgefortz?" "He asked me a question." "Why didn't you become a sorcerer, Geralt? Weren't you ever attracted by the art? Be honest." "Oh, well, I was." "Why then didn't you follow the voice of that attraction?" "I decided it'd be wiser to follow the voice of good sense." "Meaning?" "Years of practice in the witch's trade have taught me not to bite off more than I can chew. Do you know, Vilgefortz, I once knew a dwarf who, as a child, dreamed of being an elf. What do you think? Would he have become one had he followed the voice of attraction?" "Is that supposed to be a comparison? A parallel? If so, it's utterly ill-judged. A dwarf could not become an elf, not without having an elf for its mother." Geralt remained silent for a long time. "I get it," he finally said. "I should have guessed. You've been having a root around in my life history. To what purpose, if you don't mind?" "Perhaps," smiled the sorcerer faintly, "I'm dreaming of a painting in the Gallery of Glory. The two of us, seated at a table, and on a brass plaque the title, 'Vilgefortz of Roggeveen, entering into a pact with Geralt of Rivia.'" "That would be an allegory," said the Witcher, "with the title, 'Knowledge Triumphing over Ignorance.' I'd prefer a more realistic painting entitled, 'In which Vilgefortz explains to Geralt what this is all about.'" Vilgefortz brought the tips of his fingers together in front of his mouth. "Isn't it obvious?" "No." "Have you forgotten? The painting I'm dreaming about hangs in the Gallery of Glory.
where future generations, who know perfectly well what it's all about, what event is depicted in the picture, can look at it. On the canvas, Vilgefortz and Geralt are negotiating and concluding an agreement, as a result of which Geralt, following the voice not of some kind of attraction or predilection, but a genuine vocation, finally joined the ranks of mages. This brings to an end his erstwhile and not particularly sensible existence, which has no future whatsoever.
"Just think," said the Witcher after a lengthy silence, "that not so long ago I believed that nothing more could astonish me. Believe me, Vilgefortz, I'll remember this banquet and this pageant of incredible events for a long time, worthy of a painting indeed. The title would be Geralt leaving the Isle of Thanedd shaking with laughter."
"I don't understand," said the sorcerer, leaning forward a little. "You lost me with the floweriness of your discourse, so liberally sprinkled with sophisticated words."
"The causes of the misunderstanding are clear to me. We differ too much to understand each other. You are a mighty sorcerer from the chapter who has achieved oneness with nature. I'm a wanderer, a witcher, a mutant, who travels the world and slays monsters for money."
"That floweriness," interrupted the sorcerer, "has been supplanted by banality."
"We differ too greatly," said Geralt, not allowing himself to be interrupted, "and the minor fact that my mother was, by accident, a sorceress, is unable to erase that difference. But, just out of curiosity, who was your mother?"
"I have no idea," said Vilgefortz calmly. The Witcher immediately fell silent. "Druids from the Covia Circle," said the sorcerer a moment later, "found me in a gutter in Lanexeter. They took me in and raised me, to be a druid, of course. Do you know what a druid is? It's a kind of mutant, a wanderer who travels the world and bows to sacred oaks." The Witcher said nothing. "And later," continued Vilgefortz, "my gifts revealed themselves during certain druidical rituals. Gifts which clearly and undeniably pointed to my origins. I was begat by two people, evidently unplanned, and at least one of them was a sorcerer." Geralt said nothing. "The person who discovered my modest abilities was, of course, a sorcerer whom I met by accident," continued Vilgefortz calmly. "He offered me a tremendous gift, the chance of an education and of self-improvement, with a view to joining the Brotherhood of Sorcerers."
"And you," said the Witcher softly, "accepted the offer?"
"No," said Vilgefortz, his voice becoming increasingly cold and unpleasant. "I rejected it, in a rude, even boorish way. I unloaded all my anger on the old fool. I wanted him to feel guilty, he and his entire magical fraternity. Guilty, naturally, for the gutter in Lanexeter. Guilty that one or two detestable conjurers, bastards without hearts or human feelings, had thrown me into that gutter at birth, and not before, when I wouldn't have survived. The sorcerer, it goes without saying, didn't understand, wasn't concerned by what I told him. He shrugged and went on his way, by doing so branding himself and his fellows with the stigma of insensitive, arrogant whoresons, worthy of the greatest contempt." Geralt said nothing. "I'd had a gut full of druids," said Vilgefortz. "So I gave up my sacred oak groves and set off into the world. I did a variety of things. I'm still ashamed of some of them. I finally became a mercenary. My life after that unfolded, as you might imagine, predictably. Victorious soldier, defeated soldier,